Fellow Nigerians, as I address you today, I am deeply aware of the struggles many of you face in these challenging times. Our administration knows that many of you struggle with rising costs and the search for meaningful employment. I want to assure you that your voices are heard. As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive. Is witnessing and benefiting from the can-do spirit of Nigerian people, our massive intellectual capacity, and our enterprise and industry in all vocations, from art to science, technology to infrastructure. The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together. Since independence, our nation has survived many crises and upheavals that led to the dissolution and disintegration of many other nations worldwide. 6 years after independence, our country descended into a political crisis that led to a bitter and unavoidable civil war. Since returning from the brink of that darkest moment, we have learned to embrace our diversity and manage our differences better as we continue to work towards engendering a more perfect union. Despite the many challenges that buffeted our country, we remain a strong, united, and viable sovereign nation. Dear compatriots, our independence anniversary gave us another chance to reflect on how far we have gone in our journey to nation building and to renew our commitment to building a better nation that will serve present and future generations of Nigerians. While we celebrate the progress we have made as people in the last 64 years, we must also recognize some of our missed opportunities and mistakes of the past if we are to become one of the greatest nations on earth, as God has destined us to be. Our mistake must not be follow into the future. My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a distant crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture. On the security front, I am happy to announce to you, my compatriots, that our administration is winning the war on terror and banditry. Our target is to eliminate all threats of Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and the scourge of all forms of violent extremism. Within 1 year, our government has eliminated many Boko Haram and bandit commanders faster than ever. As of the last count, over 300 Boko Haram and bandit commanders have been eliminated by our gallant troops in the northeast, northwest, and some other part of the country. We have restored peace to hundreds of communities in the north, and thousands of our people have been able to return home. It is an unfinished business, I agree, which our security agencies are committed to ending as quickly as possible. As soon as we can restore peace to many communities in the troubled part of the north, our farmers can return to their farms. We expect to see a leap in food production and a downward spiral in food costs. I promise you, we shall not falter on this. Our government has been responding to the recent natural disasters, particularly the flooding in the part of the country. After Vice President Kashim Shettima visited Maiduguri, I also visited to assure our people that this federal government will always stand with our people in their times of trouble. At the last meeting of the Federal Executive Council, we approved a disaster relief fund to mobilize private and public sector funds to help us respond faster to emergencies. Our government has also ordered integrity tests of our dams in the country to avert future disasters. The economy is undergoing the necessary reforms and retooling to serve us better and more sustainably. If we do not correct the physical misalignment that led to the current economic downturn, our country will face an uncertain future and the peril of unimaginable consequences. Thanks to the reform, our country attracted foreign direct investment worth more than $30 billion in the last year. Fellow compatriots, our administration is committed to free enterprises, free entry, and free exit in investment while maintaining the sanctity and efficacy of our regulatory processes. This principle guides the divestment transaction in our upstream sector, where we are committed to changing the fortune positively. As such, ExxonMobil surplus divestment will receive ministerial approval in a matter of days, having been concluded by the regulator, NUPRC, in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. This was done in the same manner as other qualified divestment approved in the sector. The move will create vibrancy and increase oil and gas production positively, impacting our economy. The more disciplined approach adopted by the central bank to monetary policy management has ensured stability and predictability in our foreign exchange market. We inherited a reserve of over 33 billion 16 months ago. Since then, we have paid back the inherited forex backlog of 7 billion. We have cleared the ways and means debt of over 30 trillion naira. We have reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to 68%. Despite all this, we have managed to keep our foreign reserve at 37 billion. We continue to meet all our obligations and pay our bills. We are moving ahead with our fiscal policy reforms. We stimulate our productive capacity and create more jobs and prosperity. The Federal Executive Council approved the Economic Stabilization Bill, which will now be transmitted to the National Assembly. This transformative bill will make our business environment more friendly, stimulate investment, and reduce the tax burden on businesses and workers once they are passed into law. As part of our efforts to re-engineer our political economy, we are resolute in our determination to implement the Supreme Court judgment on the financial autonomy of local governments. The central concern of our people today is the high cost of living, especially food costs. This concern is shared by many around the globe as prices and the cost of living continue to rise worldwide. My fellow Nigerians, please be assured that we are implementing many measures to reduce the cost of living at home. I commend the governors, particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combine harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months. Our energy transition program is on course. We are expanding the adoption of the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas for mass transit with private sector players. The federal government is ready to assist the 36 states and FCT in acquiring CNG buses for cheaper public transportation. Fellow Nigerians, while we are working to stabilize the economy and secure the country, we also seek to foster national unity and build social harmony and cohesion. Our economy can only thrive when there is peace. As we work to overcome the challenges of the day, we remain mindful of next generation as we seek to galvanize their creative energy towards a better future. We lead today with the future we wish to bequeath to our children in focus, recognizing that we cannot design a future that belongs to them without making them its architects. Considering this, I am pleased to announce the gathering of a national youth conference. This conference will be a platform to address the diverse challenges and opportunities confronting our young people, who constitute more than 60% of our population. It will provoke meaningful dialogue and empower our young people to participate actively in nation building by ensuring that their voices are heard in shaping the policies that impact their lives. We are creating a pathway for a brighter tomorrow. The 30-day confab will unite young people nationwide to collaboratively develop solutions to issues such as education, employment, innovation, security, and social justice. The modality of this confab and selection of delegates will be designed in close consultation with our young people through their representatives. Through this confab, it will be our job as leaders to ensure that their aspirations are at the heart of the conference deliberations. The government will thoroughly consider and implement the recommendations and outcomes from this forum as we remain resolute in our mission to build a more inclusive, prosperous, and united Nigeria. Our government is implementing several other youth-centric programs to give our young people an advantage in rapid changing world. We are implementing, among others, the 3 million technical program of the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, aimed at building Nigeria's technical talent backbone. We have also enthusiastically implemented the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, which provides cheap loans to our students to pursue their tertiary educational dream. In addition, later this month, we shall launch the Renewable Hope Labor Employment and Empowerment, the LEAP. It is conceived as a comprehensive suite of interventions and job creation by Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment that is aimed at facilitating the creation of 2.5 million jobs directly and indirectly on an annual incremental basis, while simultaneously ensuring the welfare and safety of workers across the country, as is the tradition. The government will soon announce all the beneficiaries of our national honors for 2024. The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. The Deputy Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives have honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, while the Deputy Speaker of the House has been awarded Commander of the Order of Niger, CON. Fellow Nigerians, better days are ahead of us. The challenge of the moment must always make us believe in ourselves. We are Nigerians, resilient and tenacious. We always prevail and rise above our circumstances. I urge you to believe in our nation's promise. The road ahead may be challenging, but we will forge a path towards a brighter future with your support. Together, we will cultivate a Nigeria that reflects the aspiration of all its citizens, a nation that resonates with pride, dignity, and shared success. As agents of change, we can shape our destiny and build a brighter future by ourselves, for ourselves, and future generations. Please join us and join our administration in this journey towards a brighter future. Let us work together to build a greater Nigeria where every citizen can access opportunities and every child can grow up with hope and promise. May God continue to bless our nation and keep members of our armed forces safe. Happy Independence Anniversary, fellow Nigerians.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee. On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained independence from British colonial rule by regional autonomy and optimism. However, ethnic tension and power struggles led to the collapse of the First Republic in 1966. A series of military regimes followed, including General Agui Ironsi's brief rule and General Gowon's 9-year tenure. In 1979, Nigeria returned to democracy with President Shehu Shagari's election. The Second Republic was marked by economic growth and political instability. Military interventions continued with General Buhari's regime and General Babangida's transition program. The Third Republic began with Ernest Shonekan's interim government but was cut short by General Abacha's rule. In 1999, Nigeria transitioned to the Fourth Republic, marked by democratic elections and continued challenges. Nigeria is currently under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu, GCFR, a Nigerian politician who served the 16th president of Nigeria since 2023. He was previously the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007 and senator of Lagos West in the Third Republic. Generally, under President Tinubu, the economy has been in an adjustment mode with several variables like stubborn inflation, persistent weakening of the naira, supply chain disruption driven by insecurity, and weak production base defining the outlook of any given time. While policy choices have been liberal on the sides of the monetary and fiscal authorities, expected outcomes have not been recorded yet. Some bold decisions were taken at some point with sincere intention of fixing structural deficiencies. Nigeria's journey has been complex, with moments of hope and hardship. As the nation moves forward, its people remains resilient and determined. Happy 64th Independence, Nigeria, from all of us at Voice of the People Television.
Well, good morning and welcome to another day right here. A brand new month it is, and this is Voice of the People Television. This is VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. Well, the president's speech just went by, and well, Nigerians will have something to ruminate on, of course. Oh well, that's what we'll do on the show. I am Moses Humphrey, and together we'll be diving into this, looking at the president's speech and the possibility of an October 1st protest. We hear that some of the protesters are beginning to gather in trickles. But we'll look at all of this in the course of the program. Welcome.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Abidi, welcome to VOP this morning. Nigeria 64, mixed reactions across the country. Are we celebrating our progress? Or are we celebrating retrogression? We don't know anyway, but believe me, Voice of the People television will bring it the way it is. Because you are Voice of the People, and with us you have more than a voice.
Good morning. My name is Chukwuma Okoro. Happy Independence Anniversary to Nigerians. As fearless October 1 protest against hardship, deprivations, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, and poverty begins today. Moses, he said, we understand that protesters are gathering in trickles. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes.
On Independence Day,
64 years old Nigeria.
on Independence Day, Nigerians are pouring into the streets to protest against hunger, insecurity, deprivations, and hardship.
Oh, well, I keep adjusting myself on my seat because it feels like it's going to be a heated one on the show today. We have our guest with us, the man whom when you ignite him, it takes a lot to stop him. That's Dr. Deji Omoshola. Good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning. Thanks.
And right beside him is Prince Francis Chilaka, who is also a political analyst. Good to have you join us as well.
Good morning.
All right, he's looking gentle, but I know he's ready to spit fire. Oh, well, the president's speech, that's what we'll be focusing on today. And I would also go to the streets as well. And when we get feelers, we'll let you know what's happening on the streets of Lagos, where we're broadcasted from. And as we get information from other parts of the country, we'll also be letting you into it. We'll be part of the conversation right here. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. I feel like the odd one out here. I don't know who didn't get the memo. Is it that I didn't get the memo or my colleagues didn't get the memo? Because somebody...
I see that. How do I look?
Yours was an afterthought.
And this is just a green, white, green thing.
Fina,
that's just a flag.
Fina
green,
grabbed
white,
her
and green.
jacket right here in the studio. So this wasn't what you came into the studio with. Yes. I am exposing you. This wasn't what you came into the studio with. And Chukwuma decided...
White.
Oh,
this
well.
is white.
Oh, well. How pure are the hearts of Nigerians right now? How are Nigerians feeling? Well, some would say it's not about the green or the white. It's actually red because Nigeria is bleeding. Oh, yes. Nigeria is bleeding. We have insecurity. Well, the president did say they have largely degraded insecurity, but we know Nigerians are still suffering from it. In the past few months, a lot of Nigerians have been kidnapped, taken into captivity. In the past few weeks, flood has ravaged some parts of Nigeria. People have lost lives and properties. And, a lot of these things have happened, but the president has encouraging words for us. We'll be taking clips from his speech in the course of the program. But he did talk about $30 billion FDI that his administration has brought into Nigeria in the past 16 months. 30 billion. That one got Chukwuma excited. Am I correct?
Yes, very excited.
So, let me come to you now, Dr. Deji. How would you assess, first off, how would you analyze the president's speech? Did you listen to it?
Yes.
Okay, great. How would you analyze it? What were the key points that you can take away from it? Which one excites you? What words excited you from, or excite you from the president's speech?
Well, quite a number of things. First, the president's speech to me longer than usual.
About 20,
lasted
24
about 25 minutes.
Okay.
So normally, if a president is to give speech on an Independence Day, it's usually kind of like 10 minutes, 11,
15,
12,
15, 20.
max 15. But what we've had is 25. What that could teach us, or the message is sent across without being able to meet the president and ask him why, is that is either there are so many issues to address, or there's a lot in the mind of the president, or he has not been communicative enough, so he has to use this opportunity to express himself as much as possible. So when I saw that the speech was 25 minutes, I kind of like had a thought back that no, this is quite unusual. That is one. Two, another thing I noticed about the speech is the president tried to capture so many things, so many things. Like it was as if it was an inaugural speech or an handover speech. For an independent speech, which should be more of celebration, the speech of the president shouldn't kind of like try to cover everything. So when you are facing backlash and you try to bring about some cover for yourself, that's why you try to cover everything. Another thing is, in that particular speech, it is a bit different from other speech that the president has been making. So I can feel a bit the absence of Ngelale in that speech. Because if you look at the structure of the speech, if you look at, or if you listen to other speech of the president, it is quite a bit different. The structure, the tempo of the speech is quite a bit different. You can feel a bit of maturity. You can feel a bit of trying to justify yourself, trying to kind of like place yourself in good light. That okay, it's not like maybe I'm just kind of like sleeping, or maybe I'm just drinking coffee. Oh, I also care, and it was an opportunity.
You could feel empathy from the speech, some sort of.
Not really empathy in the true sense of it. Empathy, to me, when you are a politician, empathy is not being felt. Every politician preaches empathy. Every politician wants to show that they are empathetic. In fact, for being a politician is you must try to show that you are empathetic. And that's why you see that during election, every one of them goes about eating amala, eating corn on the street. You know, so if you are looking, if you are showing empathy, I'll believe you more than a politician. A politician is naturally wired that way. So when I see empathy from politicians, I don't really count it as anything significant. Now, another thing that I was able to take away from that speech is the president, I was trying to distinguish his action and inaction, his talk and his doings, in the sense that if you look at
we'll come to that. We'll come to that. We'll come to his actions and inactions in a bit. Let's bring the Prince into it. Prince, your thoughts about the speech?
Is that a speech?
Okay.
No.
Well, he was impressed at that.
Well, I'm not impressed with any speech. Nigerians are done with speeches. What Mr. President has said is no different from all the speech he has been giving since he came to power. I am aware. I understand. I feel your pains. What are you doing as a president to alleviate those pains? I was expecting, a speech where some drastic decisions to curb what is on ground, to alleviate the current sufferings of Nigerians. Not a speech where you're trying to tell us the things you believe you have done, trying to tell us your policies that you believe you're getting us out of the doldrum, trying to tell us, and then, at the end of it, I don't understand what Mr. President means by, did he say 30 days youth conference?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Is that what we want at this point in time?
To listen to the youths, to hear from
What youths? Is it the same youths that are going to bed empty hungry? Is it the same youths that cannot go back to school? Is it the same youths that are being displaced by insecurity?
He says he wants
what youths?
Singers, those are the people you will find there. The real youth that can really say, or even if they are not youth. For instance, I won't call somebody like Showore a youth, but you cannot call for such a gathering and somebody like Showore, who has been advocating, who has been leading protests, will not be there. But the truth is, they won't allow him to be there, and even if he's there, they would have arranged other youth in such a way that if he's speaking, they will just be, interjecting him. So we all know how it goes in Nigeria. Assembling the youth is a good way, but the representation won't be in such a way that it will achieve the desired result or progress. At the end of the day, if a communication is going to be made to the president, I won't be surprised if they say, oh, the youth are happy, the youth are this, the youth are that.
All right.
That's Nigeria for now. To the FDI that you said, you see, I struggle hard when the president mentioned the FDI because except my knowledge is failing me, which it is not, except my teachers from primary school to PhD, except if they are wrong, except if the indices of investment and market forces in Nigeria are different from that of the world over, all over the world, even different from countries in Africa. Because if you say 30 billion, first, if you inject 30 billion into an economy, 30 billion, not naira, $30 billion. $30 billion injecting it into an economy is a lot of money. So when you inject 30 billion naira into an economy, naturally the economy will feel it. Because if you are injecting 30 billion, they definitely, foreign direct investment, the investment, I doubt if it's going to be like just in one location. For instance, when MTN came in, I'm not sure when they started, maybe they spent $30 billion. I'm not sure, I stand to be corrected. But everybody felt it, right? When Shell came in, before independence and they were exploring oil, when they started crude oil production, I'm not sure maybe they spent up to $30 billion, but everybody felt it. So if a $30 billion is injected into an economy, and as cosmopolitan as I am, I can't feel it till when you said it that, oh, 30 billion has been injected. I don't want to fault the speech with profound respect to the president, but I found it as a bit fallacious because the truth speaks for itself. So if a $30 billion is injected into an economy, naturally you will feel it, I will feel it. So I don't know, maybe it is because of my suit that's not making me feel it.
Dr.
Or
Deji.
maybe you are feeling it, or maybe he is feeling it. But the 30 billion naira, sincerely, I have not seen much of it.
Dr. Deji, the president said...
I'm sorry if I may add. Apologies, please.
Right,
apologies. It escaped my mind earlier. If I may add, the indices of investment, if you look at Nigeria as it is today, you ask yourself, in the true sense of it, what does Nigeria have? What aspect do you want to invest in? And what are the things that you will consider before you bring in an FDI? You look at the level of security. You understand? If the man here, if he's maybe 100 billion rich and is looking to expand his empire into Africa and he wants to bring it in, I'm sure that he is not a Father Christmas. He wants to go into the market either as a monopoly or a perfect competitor. Okay. Then there are some things that he will consider. The judiciary, first of all, if he has dispute with you, what is it that is 30 billion will not go down the drain by a judge who happens to be your friend and will just give one ex parte or one injunction, and his 30 billion will go down the drain. One. So, two, he will consider the level of security in the country. Security matters a lot. What is the level of apprehension in the country? How satisfied are the citizens? What will happen, how protected is his asset? Another thing is, he will look at the repatriation of his profit. I'm sorry, please. Sorry, apologies. He will look at the repatriation of his profit, whereby if there is something, at the end of the day, if he has invested, he invested so that he can make profit. So he will look into the economy that how easy is this for me to repatriate my profit. Another thing is, he will look at the fluctuation of your currency. I can go on and on and on and on and on and on, but I don't want to take
But you wouldn't say that those things have been looked at by your assessment?
They are not in existence. That's the thing. So that's why I said, except if my knowledge is failing me, which it is not, except if the indices of investment in Nigeria is different from that of the world, including African nations that I know of, except that, I do not believe that you or anybody can make 30 billion.
Sorry, Dr. Deji, what if this 30 billion,
where there is agitation for Biafra and all that?
No, what if this 30 billion is just in terms of in portfolio investment? People who come with cash dump it into the economy because our MPR just increased to 27.5%. Okay, and after a while, they walk away with the money. Wouldn't you call that FDI?
Good question. Now, if you are bringing the money into Nigeria, if you are truly bringing the money, into Nigeria to work in the Nigerian system and economy, first, if that money is in dollar, it has to become naira first for anything you want to do in Nigeria. So if it becomes naira, the truth is, what is the volatility of the naira? Except if you want to maybe all this subscription to euro bonds and all that, maybe. But if you are bringing it into an economy, and let us look at what the president said, foreign direct investment. Yes. That means it is not foreign direct. That is, it has come into the country. So if that's a kind of amount has come into the country, one of the things you will look at as an investor, you are not a Father Christmas. You know, you don't care what is going on, what Nigerians are going through. For instance, Dangote, even our own Dangote, was at a forum in US recently, and he said that this is the time that Nigeria have to remove subsidy. And you ask that if fuel is sold for 8 something, 9 something, 1,000 and something, what subsidy are you saying that the government should remove again? It only tells you that Dangote is not a Father Christmas after all.
Right now, please.
He is there to play to make profit. Of course. Okay. So if a foreign direct investment is coming, first you want to look at how fast, as a businessman, how fast can you get your capital out? How fast can you get more assets? How can you repatriate your profit naturally in the blood of an investor for you to go to another country to go and invest that money?
We know that airline firms, for example, Emirates left because they couldn't repatriate its funds, but now they are coming back. Don't you think something has been done to ensure that funds are, ably repatriated?
You already have assets in a country. You have been working in that country. You already have employees in that country. So definitely you always find a middle ground based on the strategic nature of Nigeria, right, as the capital of the black race. You always find that middle ground because at the end of the day, if you are to leave such a market that you are already existing in, it's just as if you have rented a shop, you have furnished it. If you have a problem with the landlord, there are some compromises that you would naturally want to make, but if you are yet to rent that shop, you won't be ready to make such a compromise. But if the president says foreign direct investment, I would have appreciate more if the president have said, okay, a so sector, there's something we call slippery statement, a statement that you made in passing, or if you like, a glorification statement, or if you like, a self-appraisal statement. When you are addressing a country, you want to be, you may not want to divulge all the details, but when you mention 30 billion, you don't just want to rush past that statement. No, because 30 billion is a lot of money for an economy that the exchange rate, $1, you need to have 1,700 of your currency for you to have just $1. You need to have over 2,200 of your currency for you to have just £1. So if you mention $30 billion in your statement, you don't already want to rush past it because you know that naturally it will generate interest. And that's why you need to stay on the topic to at least say, okay, $30 billion will be coming, have come into the country based on the telecom sector, oil sector, renewable energy. There are so many industries.
When you made mention of ExxonMobil when he was making a statement, he said something about a partnership with ExxonMobil. That was what the president said this morning. The
partnership with ExxonMobil, is that the foreign direct investment? Because if it is on oil, the foreign direct investment that you can make that will be credible for an industry that is already existing is to say, okay, ExxonMobil wants to build a refinery. That is the foreign direct investment that can be logical in the oil sector. But in other sectors, Nigeria has a lot of resources. That's why I say it is a slippery statement. In the sense that you want to give us more information that, okay, this 30 billion is being invested into, let's say, gold mining in Zamfara, another state. Then we know that, okay, Nigeria will be earning more money. This is where the money is. But when you just mention $30 billion in passing, in a poor, impoverished economy, whereby another thing is $30 billion have come into the economy. That $30 billion what is of this burden of fuel subsidy? That means that for every liter, that subsidy that you've removed, that means you are earning more money. You have saved more. The money that you are naturally supposed to spend, you are not spending it again. But despite the increase in tax as well, despite you not paying subsidy for electricity anymore, what we still have is you are still borrowing. So that's why I said the president ought to have been careful, or maybe the handlers of the president to have avoided some slippery statement. You know, if a president is talking, there should be some authority to that statement. You don't want to pick out some, so if you have received $30 billion in foreign direct investment, why is the level of unemployment, you said for the past 6 months, right, that in the past 6 months, $30 billion, why has it,
in the past 1 year actually?
16 months.
16 months.
In the past 16 months, why is the level of unemployment yet to drop? See, those are some of the little economics, elementary economics that
the president said something about meeting the foreign reserve at 34 billion and now growing it to 37 billion in 16 months.
Well, then, you want to ask yourself that if you are growing foreign reserve, then it is when you, let me break it down, because it is not everybody that knows all these, terms. Technical terms. If you have money in your pocket, right, you can only save when you've eaten, right? You can only save when you are not wearing rags. So if the country is in a state of destitution and you say you are increasing foreign direct investment, if you die, who will spend that money? So I just want to use, let's say Nigeria is a human being and you are saving for foreign direct investment. But at the end of the day, if anything happens to you, what will not happen to that one?
As it stands now, Nigeria is a human that has kids. So if the father or the mother goes away, the children should inherit whatever is left.
If I can say one thing that comes to my mind. For instance, the president in his speech talked about awarding GCON to...
Yes. I was coming to that. Now, the thing is
GCON to the Chief Justice.
Yeah. Sorry, please. The thing is, I understand that we'll have to let you go soon. You have another engagement. So we are staying on you on this one. It's almost 8 o'clock. So, Prince, please, allow us so that we
No, go ahead.
Yes, he talked about awarding these honors to the Senate President, the CJN, Deputy Speaker. The Senate President has been conferred with GCON, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger.
Well, I would have loved if the President have moved away from the norm, okay, which is, it would have been more enticing. I'm looking for one phenomenal Nigerian, somebody that has done something remarkable,
extraordinary,
recently, extraordinary, and put it in that speech. And if you don't want to, I don't want to see you go 100% political, because in the political world, there's imperfection. The political world rules over the governance of the country, and if the country is the way it is now, that shows that there's a lot of imperfection in that political world. So if you go to the world of imperfection and try to say you want to bring out some perfection there, definitely you will face criticism. So you ask yourself, for instance, the Chief Justice of Nigeria is new. She was just sworn in yesterday or day before yesterday.
Yes.
And you are already awarding her GCON. Under what yardsticks? You just entered university today, and tomorrow you are being presented a BSc. That goes against any logical rationality. Okay, you can excuse an Akpabio. And for me, there's still going to be there's still time for Akpabio to prove himself. So if you award him GCON,
at this point,
if you award him GCON this year, next year, will you remove yourself and award him GCFR? So why not wait till perhaps
towards the expiration
of your first term, that okay, even if I go to the polls and I'm unable to secure a second term, okay, Akpabio, you have been awarded a GCON. So the thing is, why the rush? And if you look at it, if the economy, the security, is the way it is. It shows that you are not performing. So if you are not performing, who is to checkmate you? Checks and balances, separation of powers, elementary political science, which is the House of Assembly, the National Assembly that is supposed to check you. So if the country is the way it is, that means you are not performing. And you are not giving the person that is supposed to hold you to account, you are not giving such a person, the leader of that section, a national honor.
Are you saying
that is a honor of imperfection?
Are you not saying it's more like a compensation? That's why we have.
But the thing is,
given to Ababio.
Buba Galadima made a statement that sent cold shivers down my spine, and that the Senate under Ababio passed a supplementary budget within 5 minutes. I was shocked, because if you are to look at every details of the budget, if you are to make scrutiny of every details in that budget, it cannot take you 5 minutes. Even if you want to use AI, there are some words in there that, even AI will get confused. All right. So is it that the people in the Senate are even superior than AI?
Well, superhumans as it is. But thank you very much, Dr. DG Omoshola, for coming on the program. We'll have to let you go now. Unfortunately, would have loved you to stay through to the end, but you do have other engagements, and we appreciate you for your time.
Thanks.
We'll take a break now to enable the doctor step out. And when we come back, we'll be focusing on Prince Francis Chilaka. We'll be talking about some of those other things. We'll be talking about the president talked about his visit to Maiduguri himself, and the VP went there to commiserate with the people. Should that be included in his speech to show that he cares? Anyway, Barrister Darlington Aguma will also be joining us when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
The Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee. On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained independence from British colonial rule. The First Republic was marked by regional autonomy and optimism. However, ethnic tension and power struggles led to the collapse of the First Republic in 1966. A series of military regimes followed, including General Agui Ironsi's brief rule and General Gowon's 9-year tenure. In 1979, Nigeria returned to democracy with President Shehu Shagari's election, economic growth, and political instability. Military interventions continued with General Buhari's regime and General Babangida's transition program. The Third Republic began with Ernest Shonekan's interim government but was cut short by General Abacha's rule. In 1999, Nigeria transitioned to the Fourth Republic, marked by democratic elections and continued challenges. Nigeria is currently under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu, GCFR, a Nigerian politician who served the 16th president of Nigeria since 2023. He was previously the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007 and senator of Lagos West in the Third Republic. Generally, under President Tinubu, the economy has been in an adjustment mood with several variables like stubborn inflation, persistent weakening of the naira, supply chain disruption driven by insecurity, and weak production base defining the outlook of any given time. While policy choices have been liberal on the side of the monetary and fiscal authorities, expected outcomes have not been recorded yet. Some bold decisions were taken at some point with sincere intention of fixing structural deficiencies. Nigeria's journey has been complex, with moments of hope and hardship. As the nation moves forward, its people remains resilient and determined. Happy 64th Independence, Nigeria, from all of us at Voice of the People Television.
Well, it's Nigeria's 64th birthday, Independence Day, as it were, and the nation has seen, mixed reactions from Nigerians. While some celebrate the country's achievements, like the president has reeled out his administration's achievements, many are expressing frustration over unmet promises. One of them, who has said nobody should wish him Happy Independence Day, is with us in the studio. Prince Francis Chilaka says if you wish him a Happy Independence Day, he could fight you, but he's a gentleman, so he wouldn't do that. Well, despite being Africa's largest economy, with a population of over 220 million, Nigerians have continued to grapple with political instability, economic challenges, and what some have termed inequality. It's been over 6 decades. Nigeria has faced persistent issues like high unemployment, inflation, poverty, with over 133 million Nigerians living in what's a lexicon, a word that has been added to our lexicon, multi-dimensional poverty. And 24 million experiencing food insecurity. Well, these harsh realities have led to growing dissatisfaction, protests around the nation, labor strikes, as Nigerians themselves are demanding for better governance and economic reforms. The president, in his speech, talked about some of these reforms. Well, we hear that protesters are beginning to converge at the Underbridge in Ikeja, the venue for the Lagos protest. Well, those are pictures from the protest grounds. They're coming in bit by bit. Nigerians are converging. We have joining us in the studio, we still have Prince Francis Chilaka, who is a political and public affairs analyst, and right beside him is VOP in-house analyst, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us this morning.
My pleasure.
Prince Francis, to you now, the president's speech, we're still, moving around and dissecting it. You've already talked about the things that the speech is uninteresting to you, regardless of the fact that the president tried to douse tension. He talked about his administration's achievements in the area of insecurity, how they have largely degraded Boko Haram and bandits and the rest. What are your thoughts on this? And let's not forget natural disasters that we have been bedeviled with, and what his administration is doing in that regard as well.
I'll start from the last, which is the natural disaster. My heart still goes out to the various states where people have been affected, where properties have been lost, lives have been lost. But these are avoidable situations. It simply shows you the ineptitude in governance. It shows you the fact that we still don't have leaders in this country who have clear vision, who can think, ahead and prepare for situations like that. It's not the first time that this is happening. And it's also important that we know that it's still the same government, still the same APC government that is still in power when the first one happened and when this one is happening. So in other words, it simply means that we've had rulers who do not think out of the box. They do not realize that they should be proactive. But unfortunately, we have leaders who are reactive.
But now the president said something about having a trust fund, you know, organized to make sure that there's no reputation of natural disaster.
We've had too many funds.
But don't you think that this time around is going to do
what
something
is the
about
job of NEMA?
The National Emergency.
Yes.
Agency.
What is their job? So why duplicate officers? It's like when the president woke up from a deep slumber and he said he was creating a Ministry of Livestock. Livestock that should naturally be under the Ministry of Agriculture. So what is it? What is it with Nigerian leaders of, you know, with creating committees, creating commissions, creating funds? These creations do not solve the problem at hand. We know that, one, the dams have not been taken care of. We lack maintenance culture in Nigeria, which is very clear. Two, we know that Cameroon always releases its own. Why is it that government in the last 9 years plus have not thought out a way of channeling such water when it is released? Why must we wait for it to create havoc and then you start having people donating money? Why is it that the political class, who are always in the forefront of donating money for disaster management, why is it that they are not thinking ahead to say, rather than wait, it's like when somebody is sick in the hospital, rather than you to look for money to, you know, get a good doctor, get good drugs, you wait for the person to die and then you begin to organize a big party. Is that not a shameful thing? This is where the government has left us with.
Prince Chilaka, the president says that he inherited, you know, according to him, he said that the economy we inherited happens to be at a critical juncture. Still talking about
Mr. President
APC
Mr. President is not being fair to Nigerians.
So when he made mention of that statement,
he's not being fair to Nigerians with such a
why do you say so?
Don't forget, he's the leader of the party. He has been the leader of the party right from when the former president was there. He was the leader of the party. What were his contributions? If for instance, peradventure, Atiku or Peter Obi had won this election, do you think that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, not being a president, will sit idly and watch what is happening in Nigeria today? We saw what he did when former President Jonathan removed subsidy. We saw how he mobilized even religious men, so-called men of God. Where are they today? The Nigerians that they supported this whole government that is not making sense to anybody, they supported him then as an ordinary citizen to hold protest, to hold the country down for a few days because of the removal of subsidy. Why is it that they have all suddenly lost their...
So don't you think that's because Nigerians were clamoring for change as of that time? Recall that before the emergence of APC, Nigerians were saying that, no, we have been under this PDP for over 16 years. No. There is need for change. And someone promised us a change and a renewed hope. We have a renewed hope agenda.
Nigerians were
so don't you think that's the reason?
No, the change Nigerians were asking for was because of the insecurity in the land. The insecurity in the land. Once there is insecurity, people are... Nobody was talking of food or hunger during Jonathan. Let's be honest with ourselves. We know how much a bag of rice was going for. We know how much petrol was going for. So it was not an issue of food. It was not an issue of, you know, having a stable life. The only problem Nigerians had was the issue of insecurity, which has gotten to another level with this present government.
And now he has said, I mean, he said it in his speech that in the last 1 year, his administration has wiped out approximately 300.
So we should clap for him for that.
Oh, well.
When Nigerians are still living in IDP camps, we should clap. We should be happy. When the same people you tell us you have decimated are on TikTok doing giveaway, so we should be happy.
No, he acknowledged that it's an ongoing effort.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
At least the mileage has been gained, according to him.
I don't know where the mileage is because Nigerians are still being kidnapped on a daily basis.
Okay.
People find it difficult traveling today on the roads. And you cannot even travel by air because the fares are too expensive. So when you talk of you are decimating bandits and all of that, until Nigerians begin to feel safe, they cannot.
Okay, Barrister.
All right, then. Before we come to Barrister now, let's take a video from Abuja the seat of power, where protesters are also gathering.
Why are we going to keep quiet? The Nigerian government wants to repress, suppress, oppress the Nigerian people to the point that they become so scared of expressing their fundamental rights. They want to press all voices of dissent. But Nigerians today are letting the government know by our action here that our voices can never be silenced. If the government is as irresponsible as it has brought us this low, the government should not expect us to keep quiet in our penury, our suffering, insecurity, bad leadership in every sector, bad healthcare system, bad educational system. Yaya Bello is stealing from one side, Emefiele is stealing from one side, Tinubu has a refinery somewhere. They are all doing us gimmicks.
Speech. It's 8:17 right now. Nigerians are on the streets, especially. Nigerians are on the streets, especially. That video we just saw from Abuja. Well, the president did talk about a confab for youths. He also talked about some of the things. Nail Fund, one of the things that his administration is doing. I don't think that is, you know, the youths are feeling it the way he thinks they are, or they should.
Even the 3 million technical problem set up also for the youth in Nigeria.
Yeah, Moses. In fact, I am convinced that something is happening. Seriously, I am really convinced.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Very ominous.
Okay.
Moses, ominous. Tinubu is not repenting at all. He's going from one infamy to the other. That speech was virtually empty.
How can you say the speech is empty? When the president said, let me see if I can get an excerpt from the speech. He said, our government is implementing several other youth-centric programs to give our young people an advantage in the rapidly changing world. We are implementing, amongst others, 3 million technical talents program, 3MTT, of the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, aimed at building Nigeria's technical talent backbone. And we know that ICT is, you know, what the world is investing in to encourage development. If this administration is doing that, and really now these figures,
do you know one of the problem I have? I think Nigerians they have been beaten into submission. That is why when they make these speeches, we run with it. You will not ask him, Mr. President, you made this speech last year. You made it 2 years ago. You made it. The ones we made before, please, can we see the dividend before we will now listen to you again? Is that not what you're supposed to ask? If you're a vigilant citizen, somebody has deceived you once, twice, 3 times, 4 times.
But he's asking for patience.
Hold on.
The president started his speech with, be patient with my administration. Same thing he did last year.
Have we not had it before?
How much?
Even Buhari said it for 8 years. These are things we have seen before. So at what point are you going to say, we have had enough of this?
Well, I guess that's what some Nigerians on the streets are saying.
That's what I was thinking, that people, anyway, I thank God, most people are beginning to realize what is going on. We will continue to sensitize them. Because let me tell you, perhaps you don't even understand. Tinubu knows that after his second term, he may not come back to government again. So he's preparing ground for his son.
For his son?
For his son. All this thing that is gallivanting with Sheyi Tinubu all over, you think it's for nothing? No. When they recruit these youths now,
can his son come out without occupying any political position aimed for?
Oh, really? When I was saying
it, spot, is that
when
possible?
I was saying it the other day about Showore, people said I don't know what I was saying. It's like that. Whenever they want to deceive Nigeria, they will start thinking that they are playing, they are for your favor. They are fighting for you. You just ask the same question I asked.
Dr. Darlington, Showore, I would say this, you know, having followed his trajectory, Showore has remained, you know, persistent with what he has been doing.
Please, hold it there. Now, what I'm asking is this. These 30, this youth, they are going to house for 30 days. Moses, who are these youths?
He said they will selectively pick them.
Good.
Leaders will
good. I'm coming. Listen to me very well. If these youths have something they are doing, will they leave it for 30 days to go and stay in Abuja in one cozy hotel?
Well, he didn't say it was going to be a hotel. It's just a confirm. They might just come and go.
Oh, come and go. They said 30 days, though. He said it's 30 days.
National Youth Conference.
30 days. Already, you and I know that there is National Youth Council of Nigeria. You know. We have such a body already. But this one now, he's going to select them from all the states.
But, Barrister, we have 60% of Nigerians to be youth. And then 60% of those youth we're looking at, Nigerians that we're talking about, are the ones that have been clamoring for change in governance. So don't you think by come up on 30 days will make Nigerians to be more aware? And also, you know, the president said he wants to seek their own opinion in regards to the governance.
Their own opinion has been heard through this protest. When there was the NSAS, there was, template given to the federal government to implement. When there was the NSAS project, there was template given to the federal government to implement. What other thing are you going to tell these youth except to brainwash them and then make them your full soldiers? When they were recruiting people in Lagos here, Moses, did you believe that they would turn out to be this menace in Lagos? When these Agberos were brought in because of political power, did you believe that these Agberos are going to be at the behest of one man? They will be at his beck and call. Did you believe?
Unity, Barrister Darlington. Let's talk about national unity. The president said in his speech that after the war we have learned our lessons and that he is inclined to ensure building a nation called Nigeria.
True.
And I'll ask you, do you think that the actions of the president inspire nation building?
In fact.
Barrister Darlington, let me land, you know. Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention. That is one part of it. And again, in the appointments of the president, do you think he has distributed appointments equitably, equally? In August, he appointed 7 directors in the directorate in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs.
Yes.
No Southeasterner was included. Last week, he appointed 7 directors in National Television Authority, NTA. No Southeasterner was in that organization. Last month, again, they rolled out pilot projects in 8 states for the CNG.
Exactly. No Easterner.
No Southeast state was involved. Barrister Darlington, do you think that this is the way to build unity?
In fact, you read it out. Even this, this student loan scheme. Do you know that it was when the Southeast Accra that I remember that there is a place called Southeast Region. They were not included. The students, they were not included in the scheme of things. Is that not true? So when he was making this statement, that's why I keep telling you that, Nigerians, I wish some of you will understand what is going on. Because when we say it, nobody will listen until it happens. I said, maybe you don't even know. Moses, listen very well. When Hitler started his murderous scheme in Germany, the German people never knew what was happening. Hitler started with their youth. The German youth was made in Hitler's foot soldiers, the Gestapo. These youth were so brainwashed that they were reporting their parents to Hitler. If you mention Hitler inside your house, your son will go and report you to the Gestapo, who are looking around your streets, and they will take you out. That was how Hitler built his murderous machine in Germany. Now, somebody wants to collect our youth and go and take them to do what? That's the question.
All right.
That's what I'm asking you. If I know what is going on very well, I know what is going to happen by the time they free with this youth.
Okay. No.
I know what is going to happen. So it's better we stop it. Because we have enough templates for you to build Nigeria. You don't need anybody to advise you. You don't need any youth to advise you.
But the president needs, he's seeking advice. He's seeking.
Please, hold on, please.
Well,
you have ministers, you have special advisors. The president has special advisors. He has ministers. Mr. Okoro, is that not true? Why did you bring them? Is it not
he might reshuffle.
Is that what?
Well, it's not about
whether he reshuffle, the fact that you appointed them to help you run the government. Why are you not recruiting Nigerian youth?
Right,
that's the question. What are you recruiting them for?
We appreciate you for your time.
To do the same thing they did for you in Lagos.
We'll just continue. Let's bring Prince Francis into it. Barrister, it's not about me knowing, because you keep saying you don't know if I know. It's not about me knowing now, it's about Nigerians.
But we are saying it here before it happened, because we said it here. We said it here. I told you how I grew up in Lagos here. It was a peaceful Lagos until somebody brought in some people here.
Nigerians as well. That's why we're here.
Yes, that's what we are saying. It's better we say so that people will be aware. People will be aware and stop it.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to ask Prince Francis, you know, from the look of things, Nigerian youths are becoming more aware of what is happening. Do you now still think or share the line of thought of Barrister Darlington saying that they are going to be used against this country, Nigeria, if they go for that confab, 30 days confab?
I think for me, the Nigerian youths are done with confab.
You think so?
The Nigerian youths do not need a confab. What we need right now is a government that is proactive, that understands that we can't continue to do the same thing, same way, and expecting a different result. When, you know, in his speech, when he talked about gathering Nigerian youths, I simply asked myself a question. These youths you want to gather, what is your intention in gathering them? How have you, as a president, in the last 16 months or so, how have you been able to relate with the youths? These are same youths who came out in August to protest about hunger. And what your government did was to clamp on them and charge them for treason. Now, is it the same youths that have been locked up for how many months now? Is it the same youths that cannot go to school?
But you do recall that during the protest, he said he wants to speak to the leaders of the youths, the leaders of the protest, the leaders of the youths. But we hear now that they haven't even been called to have a meeting with him. So don't you think this confab should be embraced as a way of...
there is no need for a confab. If this government is being sincere, you don't need to sit down with the youths to do the right thing for the youths. What do Nigerians youths want? Between you and I, what do you think they want? They want to get employed. They want to have quality education. They want to be secured in their country. They want to have a future. They don't want to graduate and be roaming the streets. So the whole thing about this youth thing is laughable. It simply, immediately I heard it, it reminds me of the days of the military junta. Whenever they feel that there's so much agitation, they start one confab. They try to move Nigerians' attention from what is on ground. What is on ground is that, first of all, Mr. President did not tell Nigerians the truth regarding his FDI. We cannot throw that away.
You mean the 30 billion?
Yes, we cannot throw it away.
Where are the
Because why I'm saying you cannot throw it away is that a few days back, the National Bureau of Statistics released information regarding employment and said that unemployment was on the increase. Even though we have come out to say that that figure they railed out is not correct, it's inaccurate. So if there is unemployment in the land, if companies are closing down, if companies are retrenching their staff because they can no longer continue to operate at the maximum level, so where is this money? Where is this investment?
Like Chukuma rightly said earlier, do you think the people that brought in this money just bring in to dump it due to our high rate?
So Nigeria has become a dumping ground.
Because we know that now we have the rate which we operate on to be high. And now people can also repatriate.
In other words, you're trying to directly tell me that the government is encouraging 419. Because that's what it boils down to.
But now,
they bring the money in cash, they rip off Nigerians, they put it into the system in cash, they change it becomes small, and then as the dollar is fluctuating, they're taking advantage of it.
Isn't that the essence of business?
No, that is not. The essence of business is to create employment. That is what we talk about when you talk of FDI. That is the essence. You are investing in an economy so that you create massive employment. Since this government came to power, other than the political appointees, who have they employed? Who have they employed?
Right,
is it NNPC that is moribund? that cannot give an account to Nigerians how it has managed itself in the last how many years? With your president as the Minister for Petroleum, I expected Mr. President to address the issue of petrol price, which he created, a situation that he created that has left Nigerians in hunger and destitute. He didn't address that. I expected Mr. President to address the issue of the way Nigerians are living today. People are committing suicide. He did not address that.
We're talking about employment. Let's take something.
Sorry, Moses, sorry, 1 minute. There's something by Prince Chilaka said. Prince Chilaka, if MBS tells us that we have 135 million multidimensionally poor Nigerians, do you believe them?
How did they get their figures? Let me tell you.
I know why I'm asking, because we tend to believe when we say we have 135 million multidimensionally poor people,
we need to get
then you don't believe the same MBS when he says that inflation is just at 5%.
Mr. Okoro, unfortunately, Nigerians are not historians. Nigerians do not read. Who tells you about the figure of Nigerian population?
No,
this is how many years down the line. We have not been able to do census. We wait for the United Nations to tell us how many we are in this country. Is it not a shameful thing? We wait for the United Nations or UNICEF to tell you how many Nigerians children are not in school. Then MBS will come out tomorrow and tell you inflation has dropped by so and so. Yet, a bag of rice is 100 and something thousand in the market.
So you don't believe what
I do not believe anything MBS says.
Okay. All right then. Well, let's talking about employment. I'm going to take something from the president's speech now, since that's what we are looking at. We are going deep into it, picking out things to see how well this administration is working. Well, in the paragraph where he talked about NEL Fund, that's the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, said it's been made available, cheap loans for students, because he talked about education. Cheap loans have been made available. How effective has that been so far? Now, that's a question to you. Another part is he talked about the Renewed Hope Labor Employment and Empowerment Program, LEAP, L-E-E-P. Well, he said this program is going to be under the Ministry of Labor and Employment, and it's aimed at facilitating creation of 2.5 million jobs, directly or indirectly. How do you react to this?
Moses, between you and I, and between everybody here, we know how to create employment. We know that if the kind of money they want to put into this, their Yahoo scheme today, is made available to set up cottage industries, you know how many people will get employed. Maybe you need to do a little bit of survey. Maybe you need to go to Ladipo Market. Just spend a day with your crew. Go to Ladipo Market and check the turnover, the rate at which young Nigerians are being engaged in that place. And then you imagine if government thinks out of the box and sets up things like that across the country. Do you know how many people will get employed? Do you know how many families will benefit from it? No. Government prefers a situation where they tell you, we are creating this scheme to create employment. We'll be paying them 30,000 naira every month. It turns out to be palliative. After 6 months, it dies a natural death. That is not employment. He talked about farming, isn't it? I heard Mr. President's speech. Talked about tractors, talked about fertilizers. You are giving fertilizer to states that flood is ravaging. I mean, who do they take Nigerians for? You are giving fertilizer to farmers who cannot access their farms. As you and I sit here today, we know some states in the north that they cannot even go and harvest what they have planted. And you're talking about fertilizer. And you're talking of tractor. Where are they? You see, this whole thing, this whole speech of Mr. President is like mirage.
That's what you think.
That is what it is. Because there is nothing Mr. President said this morning that touches directly on the livelihood of the Nigerian people. None.
Barrister Darlington, most of the time you talked about the ways and means, but the president today in his speech said that during his 16 months in office, that the over 30 trillion naira ways and means have also been paid. And he has also reduced the debt service from 97 to 68%. Isn't that a good one and a good direction?
It is not. You know why? There is no independent auditor to tell us whether what he said is true or not. There is none. That is my fear here. If you have a government that is sincere, when they talk to you, say, okay, yeah. Do you know that next year, part of this speech will come into next year's speech? Go and check. Part of what he said today will come into next year, and nobody will ask you about Mr. President. You said this in last year.
That means you don't even have hope that things will be better.
It's not a question of having hope. It's a question of having a sincere leader who you can trust. They have told you things severally that did not come to pass.
Don't you think if that ways and means are not paid, that Cardoso, the governor of Central Bank, would have come up to refute?
My dear, if it had been paid, the economy would have picked up now. The naira would have picked up. Is it not common science? If what he's saying not is true, you would have seen the exchange rate. It would have reflected automatically. You don't need to talk about it.
But
the naira is down and it is down.
It was almost 2,000, but now it hovers between 1,560 and 1,600. Isn't that an improvement?
Which improvement?
Mr. Okoro, in this country.
Hold on.
I'm asking a question because at the point the thing was almost hitting 2,000.
It's true.
But for the past 3-4 months, it has hovers between 1,560 and 1,600. Isn't that an improvement?
When it was almost 2,000 naira to $1, please, what happened that made it to come to 1,600 now or 1,500? What do you think happened?
You tell us.
No, you tell us.
You were not here when they borrowed money to show up your naira. You were not here. Tell me it's a lie.
But the president said they have actually...
borrowed money.
97% to 68%.
Borrowed money, and you are still borrowing money. Fina, you are still borrowing money, and you have a buoyant economy. How can you contradict yourself, for God's sake? Who like to borrow money? Tell me that woman being allowed to go and borrow.
What you have? The president has been contradicting himself.
He has. It's obvious. Okay. If you are paid, how much have you borrowed now? Are you not aware that his administration have been collecting ways and means from CBN? Are you not aware? Tell me. Okay, look at it this way. Do you know what I was expecting this morning? That the president will tell me that Ajokuta Steel Complex will start work, full capacity in the next 6 months. Do you know how many jobs it will create? That Okwiboku paper mill for our, printing industry will become functional in the next 6 months. Please, that this other industry, our oil refineries, will start work. After all, we build those refineries for us to, be sufficient in fuel supply. Why are they moribund? Tinubu left all these things and he's just talking round. And somebody said that he's making a which speech. Are you telling me that Ajokuta, which is the biggest in the whole world, will no longer work again? Then why did you spend money there? And you are still paying staff who are not working. Up to tomorrow, they are still paying staff in those places. The 4 refineries are still paying staff who have not produced 1 liter of fuel. Can you just imagine? If a president come to office today and tell me that, and I'll say, yes, this man knows what he's doing, and you are talking of unemployment. Mr. Okoro, have you sat down to look at how much employment these industries will generate if they start working? Have you sat down to think about it? You left the real issue, and you are just making speeches, telling youth you want to recruit them so that what will happen? If those youth are working, will you call them to come and do anything? Please answer me. Will they leave their work to come to Abuja and do what? What are you going to tell them? Or what are they going to tell you that you don't know already? You are not asking the youth to advise you. Their parents have finished advising you. You do not listen. Is it the youth that will not advise you? Most of these youth, do they know the problem of Nigeria more than you, who is the leader? Come on.
Well, some people are saying that statement, or the statement about bringing the youth together, is just to douse tension and ensure that the youths don't go to the streets. Do you buy that idea?
Yes, it may matter, but that means that you are not sincere. Mostly, that means you are not sincere. That means what your intention is not presidential. It's not patriotic. If you really mean what you are saying, is that how to dance tension? That means you, inside your heart, what you are saying is not what you want to do. And that's why I'm saying it here. That's why I'm saying it here now.
Valentine, what would you have done in this regard?
Yes.
In terms of speaking directly to the youth and solving the problem. The agitation from the youth.
Please,
you were there.
I don't need to speak to anybody. My action,
what actions would you take?
Hold on, my performance will reflect.
I'm asking the question, what actions would you take?
Good, I have told you now what I will pick on. Those important things. There are things that, there are bullet points in your economy. They say there are bullet, you select them. What are those things that will generate immediate employment for you? Sustainable employment.
Barrister, you've been analyzing issues in Nigeria, so you have a good understanding of how things are done.
Yes.
I'm asking the question again.
Yeah.
If you were to bring the youths together, solve the problem that is causing agitation amongst the youths, problem of unemployment, what exactly would you do?
I won't call any youth to come and advise me. It means I have failed. If you're a father who's supposed to be head of the home, and you're asking your children to advise you on what to do, that means you're a failed father. I won't call any you to advise me. I will tell them that, yes, I know this thing. I am more matured. I am more intelligent. I am more read. I am versatile. By my actions, I will look at these industries, open them up, make sure that insecurity is destroyed in Nigeria so that the youth can go back to farm. I am telling you what I will do.
All right.
That's what to do. By the time you do this thing, you don't need anybody to come to advise you. They will say, yeah, this man is working. Right. Mr. Okoro, is that not true?
But
no, let somebody tell me I'm talking like.
Whether it's true or not.
Whether you agree or not, I'm telling you. Do you know how many people that have left their farm still in the north because of insecurity?
Very sorry, Nigeria is a multi-diverse.
That's why.
We have people who are farmers, have those who are for the white-collar jobs, and all those other persons who are also technicians or who are in the technical world. So how do you intend to harness all these people with their opinions?
It is to make sure that there is security in the land. Fina, we enjoy security in this country. Is that not true? Was Nigeria like this? I will make sure that insecurity is gone forever so that people can be free to do whatever they want to do.
To their farms. All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Ms. Francis, I think Chukwuma has a question for you, but before he throws his, the president talked about energy, what the energy transition. It says the programs are on course. He talked about CNG provision, in the FCT. Chukwuma also did point to the fact that when locations for where this could be done was reeled out, the Southeast wasn't mentioned in all of this. How would you assess the government's move?
Patriotism. This government that keeps talking about unification of Nigeria has not taken steps in that unification. You see, we keep hearing Nigeria as a nation is not negotiable. But each steps taken by government draws us back to the fact that we need to negotiate. At 64, we should be asking ourselves, are we ready to continue as one nation? I am one person who believes in internal economies of scale. Why have we thrown that away? Why are we failing to recognize the strength of the 6 geopolitical regions? Why are we failing to say, okay, the West, you are good at this. Focus on it. The North, you are good at this. Focus on it. The Southeast, you are good at this. Focus on it. And then at the end of the day, we all bring it together so that we can all eat. And that is why the Igbos have a proverb that says that if one man cooks for the community will eat it all. But if the community cooks for one man, you cannot finish it. So our leaders, for me, Mr. President knows deep inside him that he's not carrying every region in his policies. But unfortunately, like I keep saying, the leaders in the Southeast, it's all about them. It's all about their greed. It's all about their selfishness. It's all about the fact that for them, they still live in this euphoria of, we're marginalized. When we finish the Civil War, we're given so and so amount of money. So we all built ourselves individually. So there's so much individualism in the Southeast. And that is why the Southeast itself has not been able to get anything out of the federal might. Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention, held by the federal government. I was expecting Mr. President to talk about it this morning. I was expecting Mr. President to tell Nigerians, these are the steps we're taking to kill this whole matter. But no, he didn't. And then the people you call Southeast leaders, where are they? See, let me tell you the truth. Until the various regions and their so-called leaders begin to speak up, this country will not move forward. I was expecting that by now, those from the Southeast in the House of Assembly and in the Senate should take a walkout. But what will they do? Everybody got a car, 160 million, 130 million. They all get millions for constituency projects that they do not even give to the people. So for me, government is talking about CNG. Is it going to solve the immediate problem? How is it going to solve our problem when we know the root cause of the problem? And Mr. President is pretending as if he doesn't know the root cause of the problem. Right. The root cause of the problem of where we are today, the suffering, the hunger, the starvation, the poverty, is the May 29, 2023 speech. Infamous speech. Subsidy is gone. And Mr. President will give all the speech in the world. He will not want to go back to it. You must go back to the root cause of your problem to be able to find a solution.
Well, he doesn't seem to want to speak off the cuff like he did.
No, he doesn't want. I'll tell you something. The former CBN governor, Emefiele, you should remember when former President Buhari was hurriedly launching Dangote refinery. He said that Dangote has paid back his loan. Between you and I, how much was that loan? How can you give a loan to somebody from our national wealth? You are giving a loan, and the Nigerian people don't know how much you gave. And you're coming to tell Nigerians he has paid it.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So the whole charade of this whole, subsidy.
Because when we come back, we will continue this conversation, hopefully. We'll be back in a bit.
Quiet. The Nigerian government wants to repress, suppress, oppress the Nigerian people to the point that they become so scared of expressing their fundamental rights. They want to press all voices of dissent. But Nigerians today are letting the government know by our action here that our voices can never be silenced. If the government is as irresponsible as it has brought us this low, the government should not expect us to keep quiet in our penury, our suffering, insecurity, bad leadership in every sector, bad healthcare system, bad educational system. Yaya Bello is stealing from one side, Emefiele is stealing from one side, Tinubu has a refinery somewhere. They are all doing us gimmicks. The bag of rice now is about 100,000 naira. Yes, we are buying fuel over 1,000 naira. And you say it's not enough to come out and express our grievance? No. What are we saying? We are hungry. What are we saying? We are hungry. What are we saying? We are hungry. We are hungry.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee.
On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained independence from British colonial rule. The First Republic was marked by regional autonomy and optimism. However, ethnic tension and power struggles led to the collapse of the First Republic in 1966. A series of military regimes followed, including General Agui Ironsi's brief rule and General Gowon's 9-year tenure. In 1979, Nigeria returned to democracy with President Shehu Shagari's election. The Second Republic was marked by economic growth and political instability. Military interventions continued with General Buhari's regime and General Babangida's transition program. The Third Republic began with Ernest Shonekan's interim government but was cut short by General Abacha's rule. In 1999, Nigeria transitioned to the Fourth Republic, marked by democratic elections and continued challenges. Nigeria is currently under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu, GCFR, a Nigerian politician who served the 16th president of Nigeria since 2023. He was previously the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007 and senator of Lagos West in the Third Republic. Generally, under President Tinubu, the economy has been in an adjustment mood with several variables like stubborn inflation, persistent weakening of the naira, supply chain disruption driven by insecurity, and weak production base defining the outlook of any given time. While policy choices have been liberal on the side of the monetary and fiscal authorities, expected outcomes have not been recorded yet. Some bold decisions were taken at some point with sincere intention of fixing structural deficiencies. Nigeria's journey has been complex, with moments of hope and hardship. As the nation moves forward, its people remains resilient and determined. Happy 64th Independence, Nigeria, from all of us at Voice of the People Television.
All right, then welcome back. Well, we'll still have Barrister Darlington Agoma. Barrister,
Yes.
thank you for staying with us.
Barrister, a quick one before we will let you go. During the presidential speech this morning, he conferred some honors on Nigerians who have the Senate president and the newly appointed CJN, receiving the Grand Commander of Nigeria, and also the Deputy Speaker of House of Assembly, also the Commander of Nigeria order was also conferred on them. What do you really have to say about this conferment?
It is like annual ritual. Whenever new people came into office or come into office, they are honored according to their rank and hierarchy in the scheme of things.
Even when they do not really have anything to show for them to be given such?
It is like a right. It's a privilege conferred on them by the nation. Whether they are performing or not, it is a given.
Can you tell us the criteria surrounding this conferment of Grand Commander of Nigeria and even the
honors,
the honors that we confer on people?
It gives you the right to recognize your position and your authority in the country. You heard when the deputy speaker went to Abia State, and he was boasting that as number 6 man in the country.
You're talking about Kalu now?
Yes, Benjamin. Kalu. So when he was boasting, who gave him that? If not for that national honor, he wouldn't have known his position now. So it is when you are conferred with such honor, you now know your position and your caliber in the scheme of things. So that is one of the advantages, nothing else. When you hear number 1, number 2, number 3, the Senate, the president is number 1, the vice is number 2, the Senate president is number 3, and so on. That is how they are rated. And that is what the Nigerian society has given to them as a privilege. There is nothing you can do about it. The moment you are appointed or elected in that position, it becomes your right automatically. Automatically. Nobody can take it from you.
All right. We have Kekere Kun also receiving an honor today.
Yes.
As number what, if I may ask?
As the CGN, I think it should be number, I think either 5 or 7. Yes, as the CGN, Chief Justice of Nigeria, yes. After the vice, you have the Senate.
But she will be honored with the GCON alongside with the Senate
President.
Yes. Yeah, that should be number 4 then. Number 4.
All right, Barrister.
Because she is representing the institution, that's the third arm of the government, the judicial. So it should be number 4. It's number 4.
A quick one now. Nigeria at 64. 64 years old is what the country is. What do you really have to say about this?
Barrister, is there anything positive that you
want to celebrate
would
today?
want to celebrate today?
Moses, I am tempted to lie to myself.
No, don't lie.
Please allow me to lie to myself. Will you allow me?
No, please.
So that there will be peace.
Okay.
Because you know when this thing happens, they say, let us move on. Election is over, let us move on. And we are moving into infamy, into doom. That is my fear. I don't like a situation whereby we will be telling you something based on what we know, based on experience, but based on history. And some people will be telling you, you're always critical, you're always pessimistic, you're always this. But what you are pointing at is the right thing.
The president said there is light at the end of the tunnel.
And I am telling you, there is no tunnel, not to talk of light.
When do you notice that there's no tunnel in Nigeria?
Because I've looked around, I didn't see any.
Is it prior to APC government or before now?
Everywhere I've looked around, no tunnel. No
so
tunnel.
For 64 years, we don't have any tunnel.
I didn't see any. We used to have a tunnel, somebody removed it. Fina, okay. Somebody removed the tunnel where we are going to see if there is a light at the end of. They removed it entirely, so nothing is there again. Nothing. That is why the country is like this.
So there's nothing to be thankful for.
If there is, somebody should tell me. The only thing they will tell me that in spite of everything, Nigerians are still together. Are we really together? The answer is no. The president mentioned that there will be no progress without peace. Meanwhile, he's not pursuing that peace. Look at it. Very contradictory. All the statements very contradictory. You say you want to unite the country. You are not making any effort to unite anybody. You say you want peace. You are not making anybody to bring peace. So how do I now sit down here and start lying to myself that yes, at least under this administration there will be peace in the country. Under this administration, Nigerians are now united. Can I say that? So if this is absent, how can you make progress? Tell me how. Which magic are you talking about? Even these issues you are talking about, when they gather there, they'll be fighting among themselves. Tribalism will come in, whether you like it or not. It's as simple as that. So why are you deceiving yourself? You want me to deceive myself again? It's not possible. That is my fear.
All right, Boris.
We have not been able to unite all the selfishness and this divide and rule that has kept them in power. They know that when Nigerians are united, they won't try this shenanigans. So when they come, they start dividing you. Making you not to unite against them.
All right. Now, a quick one also. Now that Nigerians are coming up to say, some people have said that there will be a fearless protest today, October 1st, when Nigerians are celebrating their independence. What do you really think will be the outcome? What are your expectations in general for today? Celebrating the 64th year and also Nigerians who are...
Professor, can you answer in 30 seconds? Because
what I see is that whether the protest is intensive or not, the fact remains that Nigerians have spoken. The fearless idea is that Nigeria is not well. In fact, Nigeria is in ICU now. That is the meaning. If we can be celebrating independence and the so-called youth that you want to gather and tell them whatever, I don't know, they are now the one protesting. Look at it yourself. In any country, who are those people? Who are those people who always agitate for change and all that? Is it not the youth? They are the youth, not the elderly people who are 60, 70, 80 years. No, it is the youth. So why do you now want to get these youth now and tell them what they already know, what they are protesting against? So that is the contradiction again. What are you going to tell them? They already know. They know what is going on, but you want to douse the tension. You want to pull the rug out of their feet by calling them to come and talk to my children. After talking, say, okay, don't worry. I will look into your problem.
All right. Well, we've exceeded the time for VOP this morning. We've eaten into the time for newspaper review, but we're still looking at the president's speech and the protest as people continue to gather in some parts. What we have on our screen now, the gathering of Nigerians around Ikeja on the bridge, the venue for the protest in Lagos. Well, we'll take a little break. While you keep your eyes on that one, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at the papers and also talking about the president's speech and the protest. I'm Moses Humphrey. Thanks for being with us this morning.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Happy Independence, Nigeria.
My name is Chukuma Okoro. Happy Independence Anniversary.
Big thanks, Barrister Darlington Agomo, VOP in-house analyst, for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Moses.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee. On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained independence from British colonial rule. The First Republic was marked by regional autonomy and optimism. However, ethnic tension and power struggles led to the collapse of the First Republic in 1966. A series of military regimes followed, including General Agui Ironsi's brief rule and General Gowon's 9-year tenure. In 1979, Nigeria returned to democracy with President Shehu Shagari's election. The Second Republic was marked by economic growth and political instability. Military interventions continued with General Buhari's regime and General Babangida's transition program. The Third Republic began with Ernest Shonekan's interim government but was cut short by General Abacha's rule. In 1999, Nigeria transitioned to the Fourth Republic, marked by democratic elections and continued challenges. Nigeria is currently under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu, GCFR, a Nigerian politician who served the 16th president of Nigeria since 2023. He was previously the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007 and senator of Lagos West in the Third Republic. Generally, under President Tinubu, the economy has been in an adjustment mode with several variables like stubborn inflation, persistent weakening of the naira, supply chain disruption driven by insecurity, and weak production base defining the outlook of any given time. While policy choices have been liberal on the sides of the monetary and fiscal authorities, expected outcomes have not been recorded yet. Some bold decisions were taken at some point with sincere intention of fixing structural deficiencies. Nigeria's journey has been complex, with moments of hope and hardship. As the nation moves forward, its people remains resilient and determined. Happy 64th Independence, Nigeria, from all of us at Voice of the People Television.
We are not here to just drink. It's not because we don't have job to do, but because we are concerned about the issue that's going on in this country. Nigeria that says the primary responsibility of government shall be the welfare and security of the people. Today, insecurity is the order of today in Nigeria. There's kidnapping everywhere. You cannot travel by road. Even within your state, they are kidnapping. That is insecurity. That means the government of the state is not clear about the security of the people. The welfare of the people shall be their responsibility. Today, hunger is all over the land.
Well, welcome back. This is Newspaper Review, and once again, Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. Well, we're still looking at the president's speech, and we'll also be looking at a few things that are in the papers today. I think a whole lot is focused on, the today being the 1st of October, Independence Day, that is. And unfortunately, there is a downside to it as Nigerians are celebrating ordinarily. It will be celebrations all over. But Nigerians are celebrating. Some Nigerians are on the streets of Lagos protesting. And some have said it spells negative for this administration that a time like this, when people should be celebrating, Nigerians are pouring out into the streets, protesting the inadequacies of this administration. Oh, well, we have joining us right here. We have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a reporter, a VOP in-house analyst. Thank you very much for joining.
Good morning. Good to be here today.
Good to have you.
64.
64, indeed. What is there to celebrate? That's the big question. Should we be happy aside from life? Are there other things that Nigerians should be jubilant over?
Well, at 64, let me say that it's a mixed bag. We have our ups and downs, and we have the high and the lows. I can tell you that not many countries go to war and survive. You know, we had a 3-year interregnum where we had wars and a lot of things were destroyed, human lives were wasted, and yet we came back stronger. And we have built certain institutions, although some of them are crumbling now in the last 64 years. But overall, we are not really doing...
If you want to draw a comparison, sorry to butt in at this point. If you want to draw a comparison, let's look at our not too far away neighbors, South Africa. If you look at the number of years that Nigeria has been independent and the number of years they have been able to put apartheid aside to develop themselves, we've seen more development in South Africa as against what we have right now in Nigeria. And a school of thought will say, if Nigeria had been colonized a little longer than it was, maybe we would have been more developed than we are. Do you buy into that school of thought? Obviously.
The two scenarios.
He disagrees.
The two scenarios are not the same. Now, Nigeria gained independence in 1960, October 1st. Apartheid was in South Africa and is still subtly in South Africa till today. Never mind the fact that blacks are ruling. But the economy of South Africa is in the hands of these Boers. You understand?
But then there is development. A lot of sectors.
You see, let me tell you, if we had managed democracy post-independence, South Africa wouldn't be a match for us. But unfortunately, at a point, a lot of things crept into the system, and there was this contestation that was not healthy enough. And that was what precipitated the first coup in 1966. And from that coup, there were many narratives, some true, some untrue. And that also led to that avoidable war between brothers and sisters. So that effectively slowed down our progress. One thing that, if we had avoided those episodes, one thing would have happened, would have put systems in place such that rather than build individuals that we do now, we would have built systems that would take care of individuals that want to cross the line. That was what South Africa did. Years of apartheid brought in institutions. For instance, do you know that if there were no institutions in South Africa, somebody like Jacob Zuma, would have been worse than whatever you talked about Mobutu Sese Seko or Idi Amin. But because there were systems, and that system took care of him. Do you know that up to today in South Africa, you hardly see policemen controlling traffic, traffic lights. I drove from Joburg to Pretoria. There is this underground tunnel. You understand? 10 vehicles go in, and at the last count, the next vehicle stops. No single policeman, no traffic light. And then you count another 10 that comes out of the tunnel, and there was no bridge. I deliberately, because I was driving, I parked and I observed for 2 hours. That is the essence of system, when you have a system. Anybody that breaches that law knows that system will take care of him. The only problem we have that has stunted our growth in this part of the world is that when these people were maturing and getting out of the colonial psyche, something snapped and everything was in disarray. And since then, we have been trying and struggling to get systems right through even the instrumentality of the constitution, various constitutions that we have had. But unfortunately, we have not been able to achieve some of this. So our scenario and that of South Africa is not the same.
Not the same. Okay.
Moses, let me chime in. Let me chime in.
Okay.
Let me chime in because I.
Well, no, it's not. Okay.
Let me just chime in because
Go ahead.
you said something and Mr. Fanima also said something. I wouldn't use South Africa as a basis for comparison, you know. And Odele also said something about nations surviving wars, you know. My elementary knowledge of history tells me that Europe was a theater of war for more than 100 years. You know, that is why you have those small countries that you have today, Belgium, France, Luxembourg, and all of those things. Italy, Spain, you know. It's a theater of war for over 100 years. And that is why they were able, with those warfare, they were able to redefine their territories and live in peace and live in nationhood. You know, but Moses, I would like to use Rwanda as an example to compare with Nigeria. In 1959, thereabout, there was full-scale war in Rwanda, you know. There was this between Hutus and Tutsis, and that war raged, you know, intermittently and intermittently, up until 1994, when the genocide happened. And after the genocide, this is how many years now? This is 31 years.
30 years.
30 years exactly after the genocide. Moses, within those 30 years, Rwanda has been built by Paul Kagame and his team. Moses, within those 30 years, Rwanda happens to be one of Africa's best now.
As a matter of fact, it's the ICT hub.
The ICT hub of Africa. You know, I'm not talking about Botswana, I'm not talking about Ghana. But in Nigeria, what happened? After the war, we became more divided. Unfortunately for us, the factors, those elements that led to the war, still live with us and even larger. You know, so when we talk about these things, is it not better that we go back to the drawing board and look at how we can move this nation forward? Because our fault lines are so deep, the cleavages are so deep, that very little thing could ignite another very conflagration that will have that very dire consequences for us as a people.
But you see,
so our independence, you know, our independence is more like it's like a piece of the graveyard, if you ask me. All right. It's like a piece of.
But that was not what really happened at the point of, I mean, detaching ourselves from the apron strings of the colonial masters. You know.
Well, let's not go too much into his history. Let's look at the papers. Let's look at a few things that the papers
just that we are talking about independence. Are we truly independent? Do we have a Nigerian nation? A nation we can, like, are we proud to say, oh, I'm Nigerian, you know? That's the question that revolves around our independence as a people.
Yes. So the question now is, are you proud to say that you are a Nigerian? Are you proud of this Nigeria? Are you proud to associate yourself with Nigeria? The ordinary American will brag anywhere in the world that, look, I'm an American. Can you say that about yourself, about being a Nigerian? Oh, well, let's look at a few things from the papers as we also give you feeds from the streets of Lagos where we're broadcasting from. We hear that the protest is beginning to pick up gradually. So we're bringing you feeds from the streets as well. But largely, what we have in some of the papers we have on our table, you know, just talking advertorials and also talking about the protest. From the Punch newspaper, we have very few headlines here. But the big one, you know, this advert here speaks about Emirates Airlines. All right, Emirates returns to Nigeria today. And the Minister of Aviation is to fly in today. But there was a conversation around whether or not the airports should be open because of fear of protests getting out of hand. So there was that conversation. And if the airports are kept closed, how will this impact on Emirates starting business? They chose October 1st to come back to Nigeria with the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, coming in as well. Will this impact negatively on that arrangement, seeing that they've been away for some time and they're coming back? That is, you can talk about that in a bit, but let me just read out a few other headlines from the Punch as well. Alleged 27 billion naira fraud. Ex-Taraba Governor Ishaku remanded in custody. Nigeria at 64, we must reform or collapse. Tinubu, CSOs vow to go on with protest. And then there is a little caption here. I think the editors did poorly with the writing, with the letters, because they're really tiny. But it said the renewed hope agenda milestones. All right, we have 70,000 naira, that speaks to minimum wage. We have security, over 3,700 terrorists killed in last 6 months. Nigeria's most feared bandit leaders are being systematically neutralized. Wow, I can see that. It's amazing how I'm able to see that. We also have $37.7 billion foreign exchange reserves, now at $37.7 billion, up from $35 billion in May 2023. We also have non-oil exports, $2.7 billion from non-oil export in the first half of 2024, up 6.28% from H1 2023. You know, it goes on and on. Nigeria Education Loan Fund, you know, one of the things stated, and the president also touched on that in his Independence Day speech. Oil and gas, 3 new landmark presidential directives issued to unlock billions of dollars in new investments. We also have economic stabilization bill. All right. You know, a lot of things here, and this is actually from the Information and National Orientation Agency. They published these figures. All right. How do you react to the headlines here?
I think let's talk about this Emirates coming back to Nigeria.
Okay.
There is not going to be any disruption to flights. You understand? This is a demonstration and not. This is a demonstration and not a strike. You understand? And so, it has nothing to do with the airport. Nobody's going to stop flights coming in or going out of Nigeria. And nobody's going to stop anybody in the shipping business at the ports. So, the demonstration is aimed at telling government exactly how Nigerians feel. So, it has nothing to do with the airport. So Emirates is good to come.
Okay.
And then, you see, I hope and I firmly want to believe that with the coming of Emirates, I know this man has done so well in aviation against my expectation. Yes, he has really pleasantly disappointed me because I never knew he could get to this point in the aviation business.
Talking about what he's done so far, there's been the conversation around concessioning. You know, that has been on from when the previous minister was there, and aviation workers vehemently rejected the conversation around, concessioning the major airports. But that has been brought to the table again, and now there are rumors. There are rumors around town that the concessioning has been done, that in fact, one of the airports has been sold.
Let me tell you, there is nothing wrong with concession. Concession will promote efficiency, low downtime, and transparency.
So government cannot manage something.
Sorry, are we talking about concession or outright sale here?
Not outright sale, it's concession.
Okay.
You see,
but the information Moses has is that...
No, he didn't use the right word by saying sold.
Well, the information...
No, the information out there. The rumor out there.
You see, let me tell you,
I know the temperament of the unions, the labor unions. Most times, they don't even understand why things are happening, and they just go to town just to feel good and say, no, we no go agree, we no go agree. But one thing is salient here. I think the labor movement, having been part of them from the sideline for close to about 7, 8, 9 years, I've come to realize that they need to really do some rejigging and retooling in the labor movement for people who understand and who can really wrap their heads around issues before they come
But the labor movement,
let me tell you, do you know that before the port was concession, wharf rats were a menace in the seaports. But today, you hardly see anybody complaining. Because one, you see, I'm talking from management position now. Do you know that when you have too many workers doing the same job, the job will be neglected and politics will come in? There are so many people at these airports, especially the viable ones, that are not supposed to be there. They don't even have a specific job. But because government is social service oriented, so they keep them there. If you have 100 people working at any airport today, you can manage that airport with less than 50 effectively. The idea of concessioning, you know, it's not in dispute. Over time, we've come to realize that, look, governments, especially here in Nigeria, you know, are not unable to manage businesses. Look at what's going on with the NNPCL, you know. Look at what went down, how Nigeria Airways itself became moribund.
Nigerian National Shipping Line.
Nigerian National Shipping Line. We have, until the Bankers Committee stepped in, look at what's happening with the National Arts Theatre.
Yes.
You know, so that is an established fact. Now, the issue of concession in here is that I want us to be very emphatic. Rumors out there, not confirmed, have it that the MMIA, one, has been sold out to an individual.
That cannot be true.
Okay.
How?
Well, we'll wait to confirm. Wait for confirmation.
I'll tell you why.
In this country, you think it can't happen?
I'll tell you why. Okay. Government would only concession. Just like TCN. TCN was never sold. But it was held back by the
100%
government.
100% by the government, yes.
You understand?
And that is why we are having problems with transmission.
MMA1, which is the international airport, and the local wing too, cannot be sold because it's a critical asset and it has security implications.
Do you know that at a point they wanted to sell the National Arts Theatre? Is it not a critical national asset?
National Theatre. You compare National Theatre with...
no, you talked about national assets.
With a...
When I said
critical national assets.
Okay, remove the word critical. I've removed the word critical. So, but attempts were made to sell the National Theatre. So those same people that made that effort, they are still locking within the power base of power. So do you think that...
Well, if we remove emotion and look at it from business point of view, I don't see any reason why we are keeping National Theatre. That's my opinion.
Okay.
What good is National Theatre serving Nigeria? What revenue are you generating from National Theatre?
Because it was poorly run by the government. Now the Bankers Committee have stepped in.
That's what I'm saying. And so if it's concession to the Bankers Committee, let it be.
Mr. Fanimo, I think there's a...
I don't believe in government holding on to...
Nobody is disputing that there is the need to concession. We are talking about rumors that is being sold, and you say it can't happen. That's why I brought in the issue of National Theatre that was almost sold to an individual.
How can the gateway to the country be sold to an individual?
Okay. Now let's look at
because you also had refineries. The refineries were sold, but recovered.
Yes.
Critical national asset.
Look
at what we are having with the refineries.
Look at a few things from this paper. I think the Business Day has it a lot more clearer than what we have on the Punch newspaper. The Renewed Hope agenda. Some of the things this administration has attributed as its achievements. Chukuma, 70,000 national minimum wage approved. Federal government has commenced full implementation. It's one of the things here. Should Nigerians let's not forget that we have a minute percentage in the civil service. If government is looking at it as the minimum wage as one of its achievements, shouldn't we be worried seeing that when minimum wage is increased, regardless of the number of people that work in public service, price of goods and services
spikes national inflation instantly.
Increases.
Instantly.
So those that have no business with the minimum wage have to pay for it. They are made to suffer because they are now, it's now dependent on whether private individuals increase or downsize. We see that happen as well. So should this administration be happy that 70,000 minimum wage, provision of CNG is one of the things that it has achieved? Now we hear that presidential initiative on CNG attracted $175 million in private investment so far. 125 conversion centers in Nigeria, up from 7 last year. These are some of the achievements of this administration under the Renewed Hope Agenda milestones.
Moses, that's to tell you the quality of delivery, from this government. I mean, if they could be trumpeting 70,000 naira minimum wage, which, by the way, the states are still in contestation with labor unions, whether they are going to pay or not. I think about 7 states have agreed to pay. But beyond that, like you rightly said, how many of the minimum wage of 70,000 naira?
Started paying.
The federal government has started paying. I'm talking about states. Some of the states. So how many Nigerians are employed in the federal civil service?
You see, for me,
about 5%.
For me, the conversation around this minimum wage has always been, I happen to understand a little bit of human resource management and hierarchy of needs for a worker. In the hierarchy of needs, salary takes about the 5th position because it's too volatile and it could fluctuate. It's not static. Let me tell you, a quick example is, if I employ you today and I pay you 100,000, you'd psych yourself to arrange how you prioritize to live within 100,000.
How do you psych yourself?
No, what I understand is that if you receive 100,000 naira today, tomorrow, your needs rise to 120,000.
That's what now. What I'm now saying is, the moment
you receive that salary, you become dissatisfied with that 100,000,
and then you'll be angling for more.
For more.
And why would you struggle for more? It is because the market responds to your salary increase. Number one, inflation will set in. Today, it's 27.3 or 27.5 inflation rate.
Inflation?
I mean,
30. Inflation is 30.
32.1. 32.1. Now, when you have 70,000 and inflation is 32.1, what has effectively happened there? It has eroded whatever gain you consider as the increase. And what we now find out is, today, I remember that in 1981, I left secondary school in 1981. By 1982, I started working. My salary was 96 naira a month. 96 naira, then you could buy the reigning stereo system and a fan just within. But today, anybody earning less than 200,000 in this country cannot, apart from feeding, you cannot do any other thing.
Moses, do you also realize that the 70,000 naira minimum wage, which the government has started implementing, was supposed to be graduated and recalibrated according to salary grade? But that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
They did.
No, it didn't happen.
No, let me explain.
No, they added a lump sum to each person's.
Maybe you have not seen the table.
What happened?
The new table. The new table is out there.
What happened?
You see, what?
The grade level, the percentage by...
There was no percentage. There's a way you graduate it on the table.
Okay, explain to us.
Now, how government should change labor will suffice here.
you start with level 1, step 2, step 3 to step 15. Now, in the federal civil service, there is nobody on level 1. There is nobody on level 2. There is nobody on level 3. Nobody on level 4. It starts from 6 now. So effectively, what they said they have increased, graduated according to grade, level, and steps, had been eroded from that point. So when you start from level 6, what is the top up? The top up on level 6 at grade level 6, step 1, may be just nominal as low as 9,000 naira. You understand? So at the end of the day, if you are on 45,000 to 50,000 before the new wage, now you are 77. When you now consider the inflation, today petrol is close to 1,000 naira. That top up that you consider as top up, which is just about 15 or 20,000 naira, had been taken away. You are missing the point. The point of it is this. If your salary was 200,000 naira, you are on grade level 6, your salary was 200,000 naira. Yes. And you were on salary grade level 7, and your salary was 250. Amount of money on everybody on level 6, level 7, level 8, up until level 16. That's what happened. It was not recalibrated based on
consequential increment.
On consequential increment. It was a lump sum, the same thing.
It was a lump sum, actually.
The one, maybe I have to go back to it and see.
Yes,
you might need to it was a lump sum.
Maybe
it's another one that they generated away from federal government table. But the one I saw was a gradual
table
graduation.
Spoke about percentages. There was no actual amounts there. But if you now convert that percentage to actual amount, it's a lump sum addition.
People
that
are not graduating it. No, just a lump sum, same amount on everybody's salary. People that received it have
I need to go back to it and
please, will you feed us? Maybe you feed us.
Let's not forget before we run out of time. Okay, there are a few things here. I think I should just read out some of these Renewed Hope Agenda milestones, so we can touch on a few of them. Over 330 bridges and roads earmarked for repairs in 2023, over 85% now completed. Lagos-Calabar and Sokoto-Badagry highway projects ongoing. East-West Road being redesigned. Renewed Hope milestone. Security, over 3,700 terrorists killed in the last 6 months. Nigeria's most feared bandit leaders are being systematically neutralized. Renewed Hope...
Including Toji.
Well, Toji, yeah. Okay. A Renewed Hope Agenda milestone. Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, 3.5 billion naira in loan disbursement. $37.7 billion foreign exchange reserves, now at $37.7 billion, up from $35 billion in May 2023. CNG buses, provision of CNG kits, 125 conversion centers in Nigeria. It was 7 last year. Now it has grown to 125. So thumbs up to the administration, I guess. CNG. But some Nigerians will say we haven't started feeling the impact when it comes to reduction in consumption of fuel. We've not started feeling the impact of the availability of CNG. And the conversation around...
How many commercial vehicles on the road are running on CNG?
Well, there's supposed to be a tag on there for people to know that these are CNG buses. I haven't seen any.
I've not seen any anyway.
Okay. Also, oil and gas. 3 new landmark presidential directives issued to unlock billions of dollars in new investment.
Even when some of these IOC are divesting.
There you have it. Non-oil exports. Check about $2.7 billion from non-oil exports in the first half of 2024, up 6.26% from H1 2023. Renewed Hope Agenda milestone. Headline inflation down for the 2nd consecutive month. we should be jubilant. Why aren't you happy?
Yes.
You don't seem happy.
no, Moses, I always, early in the morning, I said that, look, I'm impressed with what the figures, that the president's speech.
When it came to FDI.
When it came to FDI and national unity and all of those things. You said something about the Lagos-Calabar
Coastal Highway, yes.
Coastal Highway. And another one is Lagos.
There's the Sokoto-Badagry, there's the Lagos-Calabar, and then there's the east-west road that is being redesigned.
Moses, we are talking no, I want to talk about this one.
Okay.
We're talking about national unity. You are constructing superhighways, to connect one part of the country to the other. You propose Lagos-Calabar, 9 states.
How close is this road to your village?
None of them passes through the southeast. You propose Lagos to Badagry to Sokoto. You propose Badagry to Sokoto.
But it's not a superhighway. It's a redesigning work.
You talk about Lagos, Badagry to Sokoto. None of them passes through the southeast. You talk about the east-west road. None of them passes through the southeast. We're talking about national unity. The federal roads in the southeast clearly dilapidated.
No, it's appalling. The roads in the southeast.
So, and the president tells us this is a process of nation building. Nation building. How can we, is there an expression of desire to build a nation? When you look at a particular region of the country and they are closed out in almost the commanding heights of the economy.
As a matter of fact, even if the design couldn't accommodate Southeast, I think through dredging, I think the Southeast, with the volume of trade around that place, should also find a way of getting to link up with this.
Largely, without any iota of doubt now, the Southeast is being shortchanged.
For me, honestly, for the sake of inclusion, I think something should be done.
How about the Southeast Development Commission? That has, that conversation is ongoing.
It's supposed to build the Southeast Development Commission is supposed to build a superhighway from Enugu to...
Maybe not a superhighway, but then
so what are they supposed
with the monies that will come into it, can the roads be fixed, infrastructure be made?
Is it the Northeast Development Commission that is fixing the federal road in the Northeast? Is it the NDDC that is fixing the federal roads in the South-South? We also have a Southwest Development Commission. Is that within their purview to fix the federal roads? These are questions we should answer as we celebrate our 64th independence anniversary. Are we keyed to the line of unity? Are we interested in building a Nigerian nation? Is it in the best interest of every Nigerian that will build a Nigerian nation? Moses, if you ask me, Nigeria is better as one nation. We have our diversity. It should be a strength. It should be our strength. But you discover that our fault lines, our cleavages are very wide. And until the leadership does something about it, I'm afraid we'll go nowhere. We'll make no progress.
Oh, well, this is quite sorrowful. And the tone with which you really...
I think it should be instructive
yes,
for the people in government to realize that some of these things are taking...
Now, can we point fingers at the representatives of the Southeast in the National Assembly and the governors themselves, especially those that are closer to the corridors of power? Hope is on them, man.
No, you don't need to call Hope. I don't know how these designs are made. We have a son of the Southeast, Dave Umahi, who is Minister of Works. Clearly, the engineering designs are supposed to come out from the Minister of Works. So it'd be like if you talk about members of the National Assembly, let's start from the Minister of Works itself. Like I said, I believe that these designs, are supposed to come out from the Minister of Works because that's the supervising ministry for these projects.
Oh, wow. Well, this will be a good place to anchor this conversation, unfortunately. There's a whole lot more to talk about, but Frank Fagbon will be here, Business Hour. He probably will make us understand a few things, especially when it comes to Nigeria's headline inflation that has stayed down.
How much imports can it sustain?
Oh, well, all of this conversation during the business hour from 10 all the way to 11 with Frank Fagbo. Well, I am Moses Humphrey on behalf of the backroom staff, my colleague, Chukuma Okoro, and we must say very thank you to you, Daily Fanima. But I'm getting feelers that we're not leaving just yet. So we're going live now. We're going live, so we're still here. We're going live to the streets of Lagos where the protest seems to be gaining momentum. Well, there are some Nigerians on the streets as well, following that. There is a procession, of course. This is all right. This is happening in Ikeja. Our correspondents are out there following the protesters as they march, and we can see some LASMA officials there following them to ensure that things don't get out of hand. We also we should be seeing some policemen as well protecting the protesters this time around. That's what Nigerians want to see. And I can see that they are walking on one part of the road, so they're not exactly causing traffic, as there's a movement of vehicle. I can also see some policemen controlling traffic, ensuring that the protesters, the protesters don't get into the other lane where traffic is ongoing. Well, here we are, our correspondent, Oyindamola Olukuto, they're speaking to us. Let's hear what she has to say. Poor audio quality there, but of course we can hear them chanting, chanting as they march forward. Let's bring back that video. I can see.
I think they're heading towards Alausa's seat of power.
It looks like it.
That's our way.
Okay, part of the organizers. You can see them in their signature fedora cap, right? Beret actually. Their signature beret. But let's go back to that clip now, where that's live feed from the streets of Lagos as the protesters march towards what seems to be Alausa.
The comrades have, so at the moment, the comrades have resulted as the Congress members should move inside the Ganifawa Emi Park for the press briefing and for the meeting. But some agree, while some are disagreeing. So that is the situation at the moment.
Hello, my check 1, 2. Tony brought us out. It's for us to express our grievances. It's for us to let this looting government know that the Nigerian youth can no longer stand akimbo and lose when they lose our treasury. And look, when they make millions of people angry. And look, when several of our youth cannot go to school. And today, so we march gently.
at Ikeja at the protest End Bad Governance protest. We are walking towards Allen Avenue. We have diverse Nigerians out here to hear their opinions about the bad governance, the policies that have been made that has affected the country at a large pace. And we have Showore in our midst in person today, also joining the protest. So we're marching towards Allen, and that's where we're going to be having our interview sessions with them. Stay tuned, because we'll bring you more updates shortly.
Yes.
That's all. That's it. Because the so-called subsidy money that they have removed, where is it going? Where is it going? The 100 million, the first subsidy, where is it going? They should also reduce electricity tariff. If fuel should reset, NEPA will come down. Exactly. Tariff for NEPA will come down. Exactly. Food will come down. Exactly. A tuber of yam is 12,000. You know what they call yam now? Mr. Yam. One other thing.
That is the money. The suffering is too much. Let the government do what they will do to see that they get it in place. This is our country, Nigeria. No, sir. Anyone who fights for God, I'm outside so that I can end the living for my family. Why? The suffering is too much. Let us beg this to look on this Nigeria. Let them know the cause of that road so that everything will be in order. We are suffering. If I did not have, even on Sunday, I was supposed to go to church. I have to work so that I can feed my children. Please, the suffering is too much. We are hungry. Please, Mr. President, please.
Àwọn ìjọba wọ̀nyí kéré sí nọ́mbà wa. Gbẹ́dẹ́ gbogbo. What class are you in? Are you the only child of your family?
I can go to school.
So how old are you again?
I am 8 years.
Are you the only child of your family? Are you the only child of your family?
No.
What position are you?
Nigeria that says the primary responsibility of government shall be the welfare and security of the people. Today, insecurity is the order of today in Nigeria. There's kidnapping everywhere. You cannot travel by road. Even within your state, they are kidnapping. That is insecurity. That means the government of the state is not clear about the security of the people. The welfare of the people shall be their responsibility. Today, hunger is all over the land.
We are tired, we are hungry. What are we saying? 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 Hello, Nigeria. What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying?
That is the money. That is the money. That is the money. The suffering is too much. The suffering is too much. Let the government do what they will do to see that they take the place. This is our country, Nigeria. No, sir. Anyone is right from the I'm outside so that I can earn a living for my family. Why? The suffering is too much.
That's all. That is it. Because the so-called subsidy money that they have removed, where is it going? Where is it going? The 100 million, the first subsidy, where is it going? They should also reduce electricity tariff. If fuel should reset, NEPA will come down. Exactly. Tariff for NEPA will come down. Exactly. Food will come down. Exactly. A tuber of yam is 12,000. You know what they call yam now? Mr. Yam. One other thing.
At the moment, what is happening is that the comrades have. So at the moment, the comrades have resulted that the Congress members should move inside the Ganifawa Emi Park for the press briefing and for the meeting. But some agree, while some are disagreeing. So that is the situation at the moment.
Hello, my check 1, 2.
Tony brought us out. It's for us to express our grievances. It's for us to let this losing government know that the Nigerian youth can no longer stand akimbo and lose when they lose our treasury. And look, when they make millions of people hungry. And look, when several of our youth cannot go to school. And today,
Because the so-called subsidy money that they have removed, where is it going? Where is it going? The 100 million, the first subsidy, where is it going? They should also
about to protest. We must thank our government. You don't know. You know the fear. We don't fear them.
We are not rushing. This is our part.
Both in the oil sector and whatever sector they may be. Our own independence starts now. Because the independence we got in 1960, they struggled for it. We are struggling for a new independence. And it is part of the continuation of what we started in 2019 with revolution now. Because we believe that only revolution can save this country. Revolution now!
Revolution!
Been arrested, and work is in progress, and part of what we're asking them is to release them today. Everybody has been detained, whether it's in Kaduna, in Abuja, or Katsina, or Kano. The federal government is ordered to release them today. If by the end of the day today they don't release all the detained, end bad governance, and end SARS people, some of end SARS in 2020, we'll tell you the next line of action. Thank you.
What's your take on this comment?
Huh?
Your take on the
Another jamboree.
But if they are asking for a dialogue, do you think dialogue is one of the best ways to solve the situation we are in?
Go ask the NLC what happens in dialogues with federal government.
About to protest. We must thank our government. You don't know. You know the fear. We don't fear them.
They don't release all the detained, end bad governance, and end SARS people. Some of end SARS in 2020. We'll tell you the next line of action. Thank you.
What's your take on this comment?
Huh?
Your take on the
Another jamboree.
But if they are asking for a dialogue, do you think dialogue is one of the best ways to solve the situation we are in?
Go ask the NLC what happens in dialogues with federal government.
The nation, they track down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We still have pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is producing and managing 4 hours electricity per day. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talk about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule, the people more, they might be celebrating in Abuja because they have everything free at our expense. But Nigerian people are not celebrating. They are money. And that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. People eat what they see, not what they want to eat. Because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he marked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria, and we are saying, we said no to such moving forward. What's the name again?
At the moment, what is happening is that the comrades have, so at the moment, the comrades have resulted that the Congress members should move inside the Ganifawa Emi Park for the press briefing and for the meeting. But some agree, while some are disagreeing. So that is the situation at the moment.
What class are you in? Are you the only child of your family?
I can go to school.
So how old are you again?
I am 8 years old.
Are you the only child of your family? Are you the only child of your family?
No.
What position are you?
Out is for us to express our grievances. It's for us to let this looting government know that the Nigerian youth can no longer stand akimbo and lose why they lose our treasury, and look why they make millions of people angry, and look why several of our youth cannot go to school. And today,
Hello, my check 1, 2.
The nation, they track down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people are not celebrating. They are money, and that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. People eat what they see, not what they want to eat. Because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he marked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria, and we are saying, we said no to such moving forward.
want to protest. We must thank our government. We don't know. We know the fear. We don't fear them.
We are not rushing. This is our country.
Both in the oil sector, whatever sector they may be, our own independence starts now. Because the independence we got in 1960, they struggled for it. We are struggling for a new independence. And it is part of the continuation of what we started in 2019 with revolution now. Because we believe that only revolution can save this country. Revolution now!
Revolution!
Been arrested and
work is in progress, and part of what we're asking them is to release them today. Everybody has been detained, whether it's in Kaduna, in Abuja, or Katsina, or Kano. The federal government is ordered to release them today. If by the end of the day today they don't release all the detained, end bad governance, and end SARS people, some of end SARS in 2020, we will tell you the next line of action. Thank you.
What's your take on this one?
Huh?
Your take on the topic?
We are not here. We don't think. It's not because we don't have job to do, but because we are all concerned about the issue that's going on in this country. It's because Nigeria is our great country, and it's our collective responsibility to join hands to move the great country Nigeria forward. Nigeria shall be great again, provided that we have a responsible leadership, provided we have a leader that respects the condition of Nigeria, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that says the primary responsibility of government shall be the welfare and security of the people. Today, insecurity is the order of today in Nigeria. There's kidnapping everywhere. You cannot travel by road. Even within your state, they are kidnapping. That is insecurity. That means the government of the state is not clear about the security of the people. The welfare of the people shall be their responsibility. Today, hunger is all over the land.
The kind of repression we're talking about in our country. The last time they spent $45 million to quell the protest of August 1st. Only God knows how many $1 million they spend this time around. They will not go and fight bandits. They will not go and fight headsmen that are killing people. But they always have to show force on protesters. Nigerians, if you don't wise up, time will pass. This government doesn't give a hoot about us. And it is high time we bond together in our millions and let this 1% know that this country is all of ours and not somebody's own.
Don't move.
They have started shooting us gas. They are trying to disperse us. Don't move, comrades, don't move. Don't move, comrades, don't move.
Happy independence, Nigerians. And to our great country, it's the 64th year since we gained independence. And it's a great way to celebrate. Though, a couple of Nigerians are from the school of thought that there's nothing really to celebrate. And all of this is against the backdrop of the presidential speech, making a bold statement saying that he's acknowledged our challenges. And he's also said that he's committed to a couple of reforms. We're definitely going to x-ray his speech and also keep you abreast as to what is happening on the streets of Nigeria, from Lagos to Abuja, from different parts of the country. Keep you abreast as to what is happening as regards to protests. Some Nigerians are of the school of thought that we also need to protest at this point in time. This is the Voice of the People Television, and my name is Frank Fagbo. And also, this is the Business Hour segment of the Independence Day celebration. Let us really take a look at what has really happened so far since independence. And from time to time, we're definitely going to keep you abreast as to what is happening across the streets of Lagos. We have some of our correspondents, Matthew and Oindamola. They're going to come ahead and give you some information. I'm sure you've been seeing a couple of footages on your screen regarding protest. You heard from Sowore, you also heard from fellow Nigerians talking about the pains of being a Nigerian. And also, somebody literally said that we are 64 in a 20-years-old body. That's literally a powerful statement, because the 20-years-old body he's talking about is since we got democracy, since we started democracy. And if we look at that, up until now, it's more than 20 years. We've got a lot of work to put in to take Nigeria to its destination. It's a journey, but how far have we come? And we've seen that the president literally x-rayed that. He's recognized our struggles with rising living costs and unemployment, reassuring Nigerians and citizens that their voices are heard. He's also talked about the commitment to reforms, urging patience, a couple of reforms that we have that are going to be implemented just to alleviate suffering and improve the economy. We're seeing historic reflection. He also reflected at our history, celebrating Nigeria's journey since independence, emphasizing resilience and the spirit of unity. That's something as a people that we should celebrate about. We should be happy about. He also made mention of security achievement, announced progress in combating terrorism and banditry, with significant elimination of Boko Haram and bandit commanders. Some Nigerians of the school of thought that some parts of Nigeria is still ravaged with insecurity, but the president has said that we've come a long way. Disaster response is also one of those. There are a couple of details. I x-rayed a couple of details talking about the federal efforts to address recent flooding and disasters, including a disaster relief fund that he put in place. A couple of economic reforms as well. The president also took a look at that, highlighting foreign investment and ongoing reforms in economy, aiming for stability and growth. Couple of reforms. And yesterday, during the business hour, we actually took time to take a look at some basic commodities, some food commodities that the prices are dropping across the length and breadth of Nigeria. We took a look at some states with the highest price and some states with the lowest price. You just might want to go to YouTube, perhaps VOP TV Live, and take a look at that episode of the Business Hour, and perhaps keep yourself abreast as to what is really happening in the markets. The president also talked about support for agriculture, encouraging state governments to invest in mechanized farming and also providing equipment and resources. But a lot of stakeholders in the agri sector are going to be excited with this if it's not just lip service, if it's literally been implemented in their sector. The president also talked about the energy transition initiative. He talked about promotion and the adoption of compressed natural gas, that's the CNG, for public transportation. Talking about a couple of initiatives that are put in place to help Nigerians convert their fossil fuel vehicles to CNG-enabled vehicles. And some Nigerians have had conversations with a couple of transporters, myself in person, where they talked about the fact that it is quite expensive for them to convert from fossil fuel to CNG. It's not that they're not interested, but it's quite expensive. And if they take a look at it for a saloon car, where you have to spend as high as ₦1 million or 900,000 or 700,000 if it's even cheap. And some Nigerians are saying that they can't even afford that at this point in time. The president also talked about youth engagement, announced a national youth conference to address challenges faced by the youth. He also talked about the focus on participation in nation building. Job creation was one of the issues he also talked about. The president talked about job creation programs, introduced initiatives aimed at creating millions of jobs and supporting education through loans. Supporting education through loans. The national honors was also one of the key points of his speech, where he addressed the plans to announce recipients of national honors for 2024, recognizing significant contribution by different Nigerians. Then he ended and also talked about the call for unity and action. He's encouraged citizens to believe in Nigeria's potential and work together for a better future. That is what, those are the key points that the presidential speech addressed. Those are the talking points of the entire presidential speech. And some Nigerians are saying, a lot of Nigerians are saying that we've heard this over and over and over again. Every 29th of May, we hear this. 12th of June, we hear this. 1st of October, we hear this. But beyond speech, beyond making a presidential speech, whether it's presidential enough or not presidential enough, the bane of this entire speech is in the implementation of what is said in the speech. How does this reflect to the everyday Nigerian who goes to the market and ends up buying basic commodities at an inflation rate of 32% or at a food inflation rate of 38%? How do you expect Nigerians to survive? Ladies and gentlemen, this is still the Independence Business Hour segment on Voice of the People Television, and my name is Frank Fagbo. We'll be right back after the break.
The Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee. On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria gained independence from British colonial rule. The First Republic was marked by regional autonomy and optimism. However, ethnic tension and power struggles led to the collapse of the First Republic in 1966. A series of military regimes followed, including General Agui Ironsi's brief rule and General Gowon's 9-year tenure. In 1979, Nigeria returned to democracy with President Shehu Shagari's election. The Second Republic was marked by economic growth and political instability. Military interventions continued with General Buhari's regime and General Babangida's transition program. The Third Republic began with Ernest Shonekan's interim government but was cut short by General Abacha's rule. In 1999, Nigeria transitioned to the Fourth Republic, marked by democratic elections and continued challenges. Nigeria is currently under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu, GCFR, a Nigerian politician who served the 16th president of 93. He was previously the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to 2007 and senator of Lagos West in the Third Republic. Generally, under President Tinubu, the economy has been in an adjustment mode with several variables like stubborn inflation, persistent weakening of the naira, supply chain disruption driven by insecurity, and weak production base defining the outlook of any given time. While policy choices have been liberal on the side of the monetary and fiscal authorities, expected outcomes have not been recorded yet. Some bold decisions were taken at some point with sincere intention of fixing structural deficiencies. Nigeria's journey has been complex, with moments of hope and hardship. As the nation
This is still the Independence Day special of the Business Hour. And we have one of our correspondents on the streets of Lagos, Matthew Guswada. Matthew, you're very much welcome to the Business Hour. What is happening on the streets of Lagos? What is your take so far, knowing fully well that you're covering the current protests happening on the streets of Lagos?
Thank you so much, Francis.
Matthew Oguswada, can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly? What is the current state of the protest where you are right now? Okay, so Matthew, if you can hear me clearly, what is the current state of the protest? Perhaps if you can't hear me, if there's a technical glitch from your end, then we'll have to come back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is still the Business Hour on Voice of the People Television. Let's go straight into some top business stories making the rounds in the world of business. In the world of business, especially knowing in the oil and gas sector, something remarkable is about to happen as regards the Dangote refinery. Naira for crude oil deal kicks off on the 1st of October. Today is the 1st of October, and a lot of stakeholders in the oil and gas sector, many of them are excited because today is a remarkable day in that sector. Now, imagine in Nigeria where crude oil sales are transparent and efficient. That is the promise of the new Naira-denominated crude oil sales. And it's an initiative that is set to kick off on the 1st of October, which is today. This innovation and the innovative move aims to end the opaque 20 years old domestic crude oil allocation scheme and enhance transparency in the sector. There are lots of things. The federal government introduces the Naira-denominated crude oil sales to local refineries, especially refineries across the length and breadth of Nigeria. And one refinery that will be benefiting from that is the Dangote refinery. And this day is a remarkable day. And a lot of the stakeholders in that sector have been looking forward to this day. The African Export-Import Bank and the African Export-Import Bank and Settlement, African Export-Import Bank and Settlement Banks will definitely facilitate trade between Dangote refinery and NNPC. The fixed exchange rates will also reduce the pressure on our foreign exchange markets. There's a lot of expectation to save Nigeria of $7.92 billion annually if we follow through with this, because the pressure on our foreign exchange market will reduce. Because right now, from NNPC, they're going to sell to different crude refineries in Nigeria with Naira. And that in itself will reduce the pressure on our foreign exchange market. And if you look at how much this is going to save the country, it's going to save Nigeria $7.92 billion annually. So the monies that we would have spent in looking for dollars to be able to import crude oil, to be able to import fuel into this country, that will be channeled somewhere else. That's really an amazing feat, talking about what is happening in the oil and gas sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Matthew Guswada, who's on the streets of Lagos. He's going to tell us what is really happening across the streets of Lagos. Right now, the Nigerians are protesting. A couple of Nigerians protesting, talking about the fact that they want to end bad governance. Matthew Guswada, I don't know if you can hear me clearly. Matthew Guswada, can you hear me? Okay, there seems to be some technical glitch from his end. Let's move on to some other stories. The United Bank for Africa, their latest earnings report is a testament to the bank's resilience and growth, with a 40-year-on-year increase in gross earnings. UBA provides its commitment to shareholders and customers alike. UBA has declared a two Naira interim dividend as earnings hit 1.37 trillion Naira. It's one of their greatest achievements so far as regards the Nigerian capital market. It's a great one if you ask me. A lot of investors who are perhaps, or shareholders who have UBA as part of their portfolio, many of them are going to be excited about this story because 2 naira interim dividend is a big deal if you ask me. UBA declares 2 naira interim dividend per share for the first half of 2024. The 40 year-on-year growth in gross earnings, 40% year-on-year growth in gross earnings increased their share to increase their earnings to 1.3 trillion naira. Their pre-tax profit also declined by 1% to 401 billion naira. Shareholders' funds would increase by 47% to 2.99 trillion naira. Let's move on to some of the stories that we have on the business hour. The Nigerian billionaire Aliko Dangote has invested $25 billion in Nigeria so far. He said it during his address at the United Nations General Assembly. Aliko Dangote, the richest man in Africa, is putting his money where his heart is, which is in Nigeria, with a whopping $25 billion investment in the last 7 years. Dangote is driving growth and job creation across the continent. He said categorically during the UN General Assembly that he has invested nothing less than 25 billion naira in Nigeria in the last 7 years in sugar, cement, and oil and gas. Sugar, cement, and oil and gas. And a lot of Nigerians are saying that yes, it's good for Dangote to be able to have. It's good that Dangote is investing this massive capital into the Nigerian economy. But we also need much more enabling environment to build and breed much more Dangotes in the Nigerian economy. Because the private sector is what will grow our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Matthew Oguswada, who's on the streets of Lagos, live, taking a look at what is happening across what is happening regarding the protest. Matthew Oguswada, you're very much welcome to the Business Hour. Matthew Oguswada, can you hear me clearly?
Thank you so much, Frank. Good afternoon. Yeah, this is Voice of the People TV, and we are still on the streets of Lagos, where the Fearless in October protest is happening. But before I actually continue with my analysis, I have one of the protesters here that would like to give me his feedback. What's your thought about this protest?
Good afternoon. I am Toyi Burorike from the Democratic Socialist Movement of Nigeria. My point on this protest they have tried their propaganda not to allow the protest to hold, giving us on Jankara court order that we should not march on the street of Lagos, which is today as it marks the day of independence. We gained this independence through struggle, and we are out here to express our feelings to people of Nigeria, to let them know we are no longer accepting the neoliberal and capitalist policy that makes us dwell in poverty and make us hunger every day. So we are here out here for our people to speak for their rights, and as one Nigerian. Thank you very much.
All right, before I come to you for the second question, let me just hear your analysis. You are here for the protest. What can you say?
Sí kò tèmi fẹ́ sọ, sí ní tí fẹ́ sọ. Ìlú yìí dá, ìlú yìí ó ti dùn jù. Ìlú yìí dá débi pé kò sí ní tó lè fi gbé. Ó yẹ ká máa yọ̀, ká máa dùnnú ni. Àmọ́ mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká wo ẹ̀gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ ara wa wò. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi Tinubu lẹ̀ ibi tó wà. Ẹ wo ẹ̀gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ ara yín wò. Ẹ jọ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ni Ọbásanjọ́ wà. Orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ni Ọkọ̀yà wà. À ń gbọ́ orúkọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbà tí wọn expose orúkọ wọn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ̀ di. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mú díẹ̀díẹ̀. Ẹ jọ lágbègbè oríkálùkù, ẹ jẹ́ ká dùn wa nù. Ìjọba ara wa ni à ń ṣe yìí. Àwa ara máa jà fúnra wa.
All right, so he's saying that this is a democratic government. So, sir, what are your agitations towards the present administration?
Actually, present administration, not only this present administration, the administration has failed woefully before this current administration. So, to this current administration, I think the neoliberal policy of removing fuel subsidy and anti-poor policy of privatizing every other body of the privatizing what the citizens are supposed to be gaining as a civil right, their democratic rights, is something that has been destructing, and it will continue destructing and make people to agitate. I think is the policy. if they can change the policy and make the policy better and make Nigeria a better place for the people, no need for people coming out, stepping out to protest. You understand? So I think the policy is the reason so the president, the current administration should just try their possible best to reverse this anti-poor policy so that Nigerian people can enjoy the administration.
Thank you so much. He's saying that the present government should reverse the policy so that people can enjoy the administration. Of course, we'll continue to monitor this development closely. And of course, this is still we started from the Ikeja under bridge, and right now we are presently heading towards the Ojota for the protest. And of course, lots of citizens in this protest, there are lots of protesters that are saying that the government should look into the different policies that economic hardship that is plaguing the country. So there are lots of agitation that these protesters have. And this specific protest is tagged the Fearless in October protest. The reason why it is the Fearless in October protest is because there have been series of protests in the past. We have the End Bad Governance, which kicked off from August 1st to 10th. We have the June 12th mass protest, and this one is Fearless in October protest. They are saying that apart from it being a Fearless in October protest, it's also a national day of survival. That is, it's a day that, of course, we know that this is the 61st anniversary of Nigeria gaining our independence, and the protesters are saying that this government must look into the economic hardship plaguing the country. They must look into the different things that the citizens are facing. They want a reversal in fuel subsidy. They want reversal in electricity tariff. They want the government to also look into the issues of insecurity that is plaguing the country. These are the agitation. We'll continue to monitor this development closely. Like I mentioned earlier, the protest started at Ikeja under bridge, and now we are heading towards Ojota to continue the protest. We'll continue to monitor this development closely and, of course, give you further updates as the situation unfolds.
Thank you very much, Matthew Ogusuada, live in Ikeja, and they're heading towards what is happening. They're heading towards Ganifawa Park, and definitely we'll be linking up with Oyindamola, who is also at Ojota, precisely taking a look at what is happening regarding the Fearless protest and keeping us abreast as to what is happening over there. This is still the Voice of the People television, and you heard from Matthew the agitations on the streets, Nigerians trying to figure out, trying to air their displeasure about this current administration, the way forward, beyond the lip service, beyond the presidential speech. Show walkings, no be cho. That's what a lot of Nigerians are saying, and it looks like that is what we're seeing on the streets of Lagos. A lot of Nigerians are really agitated about the high cost of living. That is something fundamental that a lot of Nigerians have been talking about. The state of the Nigerian economy, it's at a deplorable state. If we look at all the macro numbers, from inflation to our foreign reserve to our FX market, everything that keeps the Nigerian economy, none is in the favor of businesses, and none is in the favor of everyday Nigerians. And that's why you're seeing Nigerians coming to the street, coming to air their displeasure. And even the Nigerians that can't even make it to the streets, many of them are now keypad warriors, keypad protesters. You go to Twitter and then you see the agitations online as well. So people who are not on the streets are also on their keypad, making use of data to air their displeasure regarding what is happening, what the current state of the Nigerian, what the current state of Nigeria is at 64. We're celebrating Nigeria at 64, but is it worth celebrating? A couple of Nigerians are saying that, but you heard the presidential speech where he made mention of the fact that our unity, our spirit of resilience is something that is worth celebrating. That's also a live feed coming in from Lagos. Oyindamola over there giving us live feed as regards the Fearless protest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is still the business on Voice of the People television. We're going straight into what is happening on the streets of Lagos. Let us take a look at what is happening. You're going to say, get the live feed as regards what is happening on the streets of Lagos. Oyindamola over there.
as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We still have pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is producing and managing 4 hours electricity per day. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talks about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule, the people more. They might be said they have everything free at our expense, but Nigerian people are not celebrating. They have money, and that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. People eat what they see, not what they want to eat. Because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for it.
They have started shooting us gas. They are trying to disperse us. Don't move, comrades, don't move. Don't move, comrades, don't move. What's happening? Rob, my bag. Guy, come, open this my bag. Rob, my bag. Wait, Rob, for eye.
The kind of repression we're talking about in our country. The last time they spent $45 million to quell the protest of August 1st. Only God knows how many $1 million they spent this time around. They will not go and fight bandits. They will not go and fight headsmen that are killing people. But they always have to show force on protesters. Nigerians, if you don't wise up, time will pass. This government doesn't give a hoot about us. And it is high time we bond together in our millions and let this 1% know that this country is all of ours and not somebody's own.
Another jamboree.
But if they are asking for a dialogue, do you think dialogue is one of the best ways to solve the situation we are in?
Go ask the NLC what happens in dialogues with federal government.
must end bad government. You don't know. You know the fear. We don't fear them.
Nigeria people. We are not rushing. This is our country.
Both in the oil sector and whatever sector they may be, our own independence starts now. Because the independence we got in 1960, they struggled for it. We are struggling for a new independence. And it is part of the continuation of what we started in 2019 with revolution now. Because we believe that only revolution can save this country. Revolution now!
Revolution!
Actually been arrested and what?
Yes, work is in progress, and part of what we're asking them is to release them today. Everybody has been detained, whether it's in Kaduna, in Abuja, or Katsina, or Kano. The federal government is ordered to release them today. If by the end of the day today they don't release all the detained, end bad governance, and end SARS people, some of end SARS in 2020, we'll tell you the next line of action. Thank you.
What's your take on this comment?
Huh?
Your take on the talk?
Hello, my check 1, 2.
At the moment, what is happening is that the comrades have, let me tell you. So at the moment, the comrades have resulted that the Congress members should move inside the Ganifawa Emi Park for the press briefing and for the meeting. But some agree, while some are disagreeing. So that is the situation at the moment.
Hello, my check 1, 2.
Tony brought us out. It's for us to express our grievances. It's for us to let this looting government know that the Nigerian youth can no longer stand akimbo and lose when they lose our treasury. And look, when they make millions of people angry. And look, what several of our
They have started shooting us tear gas. They are trying to disperse us. Don't move, comrades, don't move. Don't move, comrades, don't move. What's happening? Rob, my bag. Guy, come, open this my bag. Rob, my bag. No, Rob, for out. Look again.
Police don't start. Police don't start to the shoot. This is in Abuja. Police don't start to the shoot. Police don't start to the shoot. No, no, police don't start to the shoot. Police are shooting already. Police don't they shoot. Police don't they shoot. Police don't they shoot. Police don't they shoot. Police are shooting already. Police don't they shoot. Police don't they shoot. They don't they despise protesters. Nigerian police, they don't start. Nigerian police don't start. They are shooting already. They don't start. This is 1st of October. This is fearless protest. Fearless in October protest. Nigerian police don't shoot now. Now Utako now we there like this. When we there like this now Utako, Nigerian police they don't shoot. So Nigerian police.
Now you can see. These people are bunch of animals. They have shot us tigers. We have not done anything wrong. We are peaceful protesters. This is all we have. This is all we have with us. We only have placards, but now they started shooting us tigers.
Really unfortunate that the police that is meant to protect the people will be the same people that are attacking peaceful protesters.
So this is still the business hour, ladies and gentlemen. Voice of the People Television, and you've seen what is yours. We'll be keeping you abreast, getting footages as regards the protest, the fearless protest that is currently happening on the streets of Lagos. We're moving into the sports aspect of this show, of the business to the sport aspect of the morning show. But what is really interesting about the president's speech is youth engagement and job creation. And if you notice, sports has a lot doing with youth. Vast majority of the Nigerian population is youth dominated. We are at least 43% of our population is less than the age of 19. We have Kizike, who's the anchor of the sports segment of the morning show. Kizike, what's your take about that? The president did not categorically make mention of anything regarding sport, but he talked about job creation, youth participation in governance and all whatnot. And you know, sport has a lot doing with youth. If we're talking about sport, we're not talking about senior citizens. We're not talking about the elderly ones. We're talking about young, vibrant Nigerians who are ready to use their energy, put their energy into good use of gymnastics or whatever the case may be, different aspects of sport. Do you think in 63 years, as sports has really developed in the last 63 years, or do you also think one of the major agitations for Nigerians going to the street is because of what the current state of our sports industry?
Okay, so quick one. Thank you so much, Frank, for having me on the show now. Time for sports, actually. I'll come to your question, but let me first of all start by saying happy new month to the people on the outside. Happy new day. Happy October 1st. It's October. It's the Independence Day celebration. And I don't know how I feel. My name is Kizike, but with the scenario looking around the way it stands now, you don't even feel like you need to introduce yourself because people are not happy out there. And guess what? I am also part of this. You are part of this. We can see what's going on out there while those footages are coming out. I did see one, Frank, that I'm not a fan of. I saw the tear gas, and I don't know how this works. These are citizens. These are humans. And this is Nigeria. We want Nigeria to be great. That we chase people off with tear gas. But that aside, let me come to the aspect of what you just asked me. I've been going through the summary of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's independent anniversary speech. And I could say, and I will say again, I'm not a fan of this, of all of this. It's good, this is good, but I think more should be included. Now, the sport world, we have Nigeria Super Eagles currently still without a coach at this day, and that's how bad it is. And we are talking about the NFF, so you could see there's a link up. Everything looks so wrong. Now, if you take away sports, generally, the Super Eagles happen to be the biggest brand, so I have to put them up. And you're taking away sports from this summary of everything that needs to go well, then it means that our sports will keep going down every day drastically. That's what it means. That's to say. Now, you and I know, Frank, you can bear and you can attest to that. In Nigeria, in the world at large, football unites the people.
Yeah, very true.
That's
very
the
true.
biggest of them all.
Yeah.
We know about the end bad governance, we know about the end SARS, but you see, regardless of your tribe, wherever you are, be it from the Shakiri, from the Delta side, Edo State, anywhere, once it's a football game, we are all coming together. And then our sports is not so right. But then we'll connect to Matthew live on the show now. And Matthew's on the street. Ogunsonya doing a good job for us out there and letting us know how people are really, what's really going on the outside. Matthew, great to have you again on the show. Good morning to you.
I don't know what he's saying.
Matthew, can you hear me? I hope Matthew can connect. We'll try to connect while we're still bringing those footages. But Frank, I have to let you go at this point. But you on your own, you can actually get to say the business world and then the
sports is a big business, and
we don't see that.
We don't see that. If you look at the just concluded African Nations Cup that we had in Ivory Coast, you see the number of viewers, the number of viewership we had as regards that particular event. Look at how that single event brought the entire Africa together.
Yeah.
We seldom have events that brings the entire Africa together, if not sports. One of the most viewed events in the world is the World Cup.
Yeah.
And if you use the World Cup as a metric, it gives you an informed perspective as to how much sport can bring unity, can foster unity amongst a group of people, and that's what we're not taking advantage of.
I love
the business aspect of it is one fundamental part of it.
I'm liking the part that you're talking about, the business part.
Yeah, the business
not
part.
Until we start seeing sport as a business. We want people to come and invest in what we do. Nobody will invest when you're not seeing the returns. Every big man out there, every CEO of a company or an FM who wants to invest his or her money into what you do.
Yeah, one of the founders of Paystack, Oluchola, he invested in Sporting Lagos.
Right,
and you see how much of a big business that is. But you can have pockets of investment if the entire sports ecosystem is not ready for those investments. If there are no systems, there are no structures put in place for investors to be able to see sports as a solid investment in this country. What is really holding the English economy? Is their education, their university, and sports.
I think I will start from the part.
What is holding the...
I'll start from the part where Nigeria, in quote, I mean, our focus should be Nigeria. This is Nigeria 64.
Yeah.
The reason why we don't see sports as a business is because we've not seen what the Europeans are saying. Sports is the one of... See, it's like a blood money. There's a word like that. For me to say that. Sports is big. Do you understand? It's so versatile. When you invest in sports, you begin to see the outcome. But then, there is a process about everything. We need to go back to the drawing board. We need to make sure everything looks right from the back. The top cannot be so in shambles and you're wanting the beneath to come out straight. Do you understand? Look how shameful it is at this point. You talk about the Super Eagles.
If you look at what is happening, if you look at what is happening to Asia right now, you see the Asian blocs are trying to take sports as a business. That's what you're seeing. They're bringing in top talent from Europe, from different parts of the world, to just come make the sports industry in Asia a thriving business. And we're not capitalizing on that in Africa. We're not really capitalizing on that. If we can do that, who knows, with vast majority of population that are young, vast majority of the African population are less than 19. Those energy that they put into the streets of Nigeria, if it can be channeled into sport, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be swimming in money.
Okay, so let's see how that works out. We just hope for the best, and maybe some say prepare for the worst. But we'll pray Nigeria will be great. Let's connect live again to Matthew on the street of Nigeria, not Lagos, not Abuja, Nigeria. Because now I say now, Matthew, back to you.
I've been attacked with the need. I want to say. The President Bola Tinubu may be a Yoruba man. President Bola Tinubu may be a Lagosian. But everything he's doing, all the repression, all the anti-poor policies, he's not doing it on behalf of Yoruba people. Not so. He's not doing them on behalf of Lagos people. Not so. We disown him today. He does not represent us. The family Yoruba people, they call us Omaluabi. Not so. Omaluabi is democratic. Not so. Omaluabi is peaceful. Not so.
So much, Frank. This is the voice of the people TV, and we are still monitoring the developments regards to Fearless in October protest, where we have mentioned earlier that a coalition of society organizations are here to protest against the bad governance in the country. There are lots of cardinal demands that these protesters have, They want the government to put an end to insecurity. They want the government to put an end to fuel subsidy. They want the government to also put an end to the current economic hardship plaguing the country. And we have members of different civil society organizations at the moment. We have members of the Joint Action Front, Take It Back Movement, Revolution Now, and different civil society organizations. So the protest started at the Keja under bridge, and right now we are heading towards Ojota. And what we can see here is the Congress meeting, which is the Parliament meeting, where they are to address people on the next step forward. Of course, we continue to speak to different people, different stakeholders to monitor the development. But just let's take a listen to the session.
And I said that, so immediately now, we are going to continue our rally here in this place for a few minutes. All those whose names have been penned down that have not spoken, I will begin to identify you to speak. If there are people from Oregun here who also want to talk, come and meet me. I will take your name and will invite you. Let me tell you.
So that is Azan Taiwo Soweto. Azan Taiwo Soweto, the national coordinator of Education Rights Campaign.
Of Tinubu is affecting them. Check your hunger don't reach you. If it don't reach you, come talk here. If it never reach you, that means you be looter. If it never reach you, that means you be thief. So don't come here if it never reach you.
All right, but can you tell us some of the things that is bothering
you? Mo fẹ́ gba operation mi ò rówó tí má dé tí wọ́n ti ń pè nǹkan tó yẹ kí n lọ báyìí mi ò rí owó tí mo lè fi lọ ṣe nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ṣe ṣódà ebi ń pààyàn gbogbo nǹkan wọn ráìsì wọn gàrí wọn mi rí nǹkan tí ó wọ̀n ní Nàìjíríà yìí ó ti sí lè lọ sí hospital yìí pé bóyá ó rẹ̀ yín gan-an lásán ẹ fẹ́ lọ sí hospital ẹ fẹ́ lọ ra oògùn ó máa lé yín sáàrì torí kò sí nígbà tẹ́ pé gbogbo nǹkan ti wọ́n so báwo ni wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ rí bí hospital tẹ́ pé ilé yìí. àkọ́dẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ o tí epo bá wálẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan máa wálẹ̀ owó mọ́tò tí ò kí ń gbé bíbà yìí ìfọ̀ mò ń gbé mo fi almost 4,800 ìdè fọ̀ tó ṣe pé lónìí mo fi ń dé ìfọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ mo fi pé àbí 700 ìdè fọ̀ nísìn is 4,800 dé ìfọ̀.
All right, thank you so much. So according to her, she's saying that the price of transportation has really surged compared to how she used to enter transportation before, but now it has become more expensive. And she wants the government to look into that. All right, we have another person. So we are one of the activists in this protest. What are your agitations towards the present administration?
The agitation is that we want President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to release our comrades that are facing trial in Abuja. There are like 10 of them. And number two, our agitation is about the hardship of the country. Everybody is hungry. Are you not hungry? We are hungry. Look at the security problem in Nigeria now. It's unbearable. Graduates are not having work. What are we going to do about that? We are just tired of all these trial policies. It's just trying many policies that is not working for the past 1 year.
Thank you so much. He's saying that there are some detainees of the End Bad Governance protest that are still in custody. So he's saying that the government should look into that and address that. Can you tell us some of your agitation?
This is Comrade Ajayi. This country is getting to an end. The hungry is too much. We cannot feed our family. These governments are not doing anything. They are not doing anything to help the masses. We are suffering in this country. What kind of country is this? We cannot feed our family. Everything is expensive. Both the house, both the public in this country. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we vote him to help us. We are Nigerians. We are human beings like him. We put him there to represent us. But he's suffering us. What kind of human being is he? We should do something. Do something before it's too late.
All right, thank you so much. Some would say that the president have addressed the nation this morning, saying that he understands the challenges and the struggles of the country. What do you have to say without that?
I don't think he understands. If he understands, everything will come down. This is too high. Every day, what you buy yesterday, you cannot buy it tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much. So we have another protester that is here. Can you tell us some of the reason why you are here?
Why I'm here? Because the government is not working. The president should resign honorably because nothing is working in Nigeria. We have well in Nigeria who cannot afford, who cannot send 3 times meal, who cannot feed. People are suffering all over the places. And the government has nothing to do. They came into power without no idea, without no strategy. About to rule, what they want is power. And the power was given to them. And there's nothing, they're not giving us anything to say that this is the hope we have. So why are they there? They should resign honorable.
All our comrades. We also call for the dropping of all criminal charges against them.
And some are saying that the president
for protest is not easy.
He did not understand anything. If you understand, at least how much was fuel price before the first protest? But now, how much is the fuel price now? So if you bring down the fuel price, everything lies on the fuel price based on the transport and every other thing. Where you spent 200 naira before, you spend 1,000 now. So he has no idea of ruling. He just wants to be there. And he has been there. Let him resign honorable. So that he'll be praised. That's the only way to praise him.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. So, sir, there are different agitations in the country at the moment, and then we have protesters protesting today under the hashtag fearless October protest. And I know there are different cardinal demands for this protest. Can you tell us why you are doing this protest?
We will continue to protest because the government of the day didn't see us as human beings. The first thing to do is to see yourself as a human being. It's when you see yourself as a human being, you will know how to behave as a human being. It's a pity, it's a shame that a country, Nigeria, we are languishing in poverty. We have everything that takes to make us the giants of the world, not the Africa. But we are lacking something in Nigeria. We are lacking good leadership. Some people say there's nothing we gain from the last protest. We gain a lot. Even in Lagos State now, they are doing Sunday markets, whereby the government said they are putting a sort of incentive. That's the effect of last protest.
Because majority of them do not afford.
Today, they are not in peace.
Number 4.
We have given the consciousness of Nigeria. The political conscience of Nigeria is not like 10 years before. Nigeria is now aware of their rights and their privileges. And Nigeria, they are now demanding for those rights and privileges. We don't expect everybody to join. Because what we are doing now, we are doing revolution of the mind. Nigerian mind has been corrosive by poverty. So what we are doing here now is to revive the brain of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Daddy, for your wonderful contribution.
My name is Muhammad Umar Ali. I'm here to speak. I'm here to collect our right for notice. Government where they bad. So Dalla alumma na Hausa dan yi magana da Hausa. Ni dai ba ko bane kowa ya san ni. Ko da baka san ni ba dai suna gani na social media. Mutanen Arewa ina so mu barka mu cire tsoro, mu barka mu cire tsoro. Gwamnati ba adalci, iyayenmu suna cikin wahala da san azaba na rayuwa. Bai kamata a ce mun zauna muna gani ba ma fita mun karbi incin mu ba. Kudu ba abin da suka bi mu da shi. Wallahi zuciya komai mun fi su, amma me ga su sun fita suna zanga-zanga na lumana. Zanga-zanga na lumana. Kuma mu ma hakan ya kamata mu yi mu karbincin mawarin gwamnati saboda abubuwan da ke damun mu a cikin Arewa.
All right, thank you so much. So that's his own agitation in Hausa language. We also have another person that wants to give his own agitation in Yoruba language. Can you tell us why you are here?
Kò sí tó mo torí ẹ̀ wá síbí báyìí torí gbogbo olúwa sí nítorí pé kò tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn. So kéèyàn tó lè dórí ipò kan wàá wo pé báwo nílùú yẹn ṣe wà. Ó mọ bí ìlú yẹn ṣe wà. Tó bá lè jẹ́ kí ìlú yẹn lọ síwájú mọ́, ó ní láti mú ìlú yẹn lọ sóko parun. Ó dẹ̀ sọ fún wa níjọ́ tó máa sọ lábẹ́kúta ó sọ pé ó ní capacity láti ṣe ó ní ọgbọ́n lórí tó lè fi ṣe ó dẹ̀ pariwo pé wọ́n ló kàn ìwọ ló kàn yìí aburú ló padà fi kàn wá so ó ní iye táwọn ra rice ó lọ sí 100,000 as at now okay epo ó ní iye tó bá náà ó ní iye tó bá 1 litre kí ló dé tó gbé lọ síbi tó gbé lọ ó wá ronú ìlú wa ń pariwo ó wá ráyè tìlú ìyá ẹ àti bàbá ẹ Yorùbá ni wọn everybody wọn ò jẹun náà
so mo jáde ní látàrí ní kò sí tó máa jẹ mi rọ́ mi rẹ́nìtì ìyàwó ọ̀tọ̀mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kò sí tó máa jẹ mo kàn fi ọ́ sílẹ̀ báwo ni mo ṣe ní jáde a máa jáde tó bá dẹ̀ tí lóun ò ní gbọ́ yẹn tó bá tí lóun ò ní gbọ́ ti tẹ̀yẹn àwọn dẹ̀ máa pariwo mọ́ ni. ìtafẹ́jẹ́ kí ìjọba lè ṣe tó o bá ti lè jẹ́ kó wálẹ̀ sí iye tó o bá ìjọba fi síbi tó o bá náà so tó bá lè gbèmí ṣe mí bó ti ṣe bá mi dandan ni kó bá wà dandan ni kó wá pa wá ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn kò sójúmọ́ kan àwọn tó bí ń pa ló ti pọ̀ jù nílùú tábà láàrin jáde pé máa yìnbọn pa wá nígbà wo láàrin kú sínú ilé bẹ́tà ká jáde tábà máa yìnbọn pa èyìnbọn pa wá ká mọ̀ pé ẹ pa wá ni ó pè jù kẹ́bi pa wá sínú ilé lọ torí bí ń pa wá. Ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa ṣe protest nílùú yìí but wọ́n kọ́ tí kó láwọn ò gbọ́ so wọ́n wá fẹ́ sọ wá di ayò ọlọ́pàá tí wọ́n ń ta káàkiri láàrin ara wọn wọ́n máa láwọn ò gbọ́ ìgbà tí ìlú jáde mẹ́ẹ̀sẹ̀ gbọ́ sí ojú tí wọ́n ti fọ́ ni ókè tó bá dìgbà election nísìn àwọn tó padà sí ibìbà tó gbọ́n ta wí ọmọ wa jáde ọmọ wa ní káwọn tó wọ́n máa ká àdìgbò bá wọn bọ̀tì ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn aláìnírònú àwọn èèyàn wọn náà máa jáde ọmọ wa sọ pé wọ́n pa ìlú àwọn lọ́kàn àwọn wèrè kéde tó ṣe mítìn ìjọ yẹ kó tó máa ṣe mítìn nísìn so kí ni ìdùnnú Nàìjíríà tó ń ṣe iye ọdún tó ń ṣe yẹn tí ò lọ síwájú tó yẹ kó lọ sẹ́yìn lábẹ́ kan wà lọ́wọ́ ìyìnbó tó mú wa sí ó bẹ̀ wájú àwọn ìjọba wèrè yìí lọ.
All right, that's an agitation from another protester right here. So we have this placard, end all attacks on democratic rights. Can you tell us the reason behind this placard? End all attacks on democratic rights.
Oh, what I can say is hungry. My children, they cannot go to school. I don't have money. If you work for money tonight, you spend the money goes like breeze. That's why I have to come out. Nobody will fight for us. God Almighty will not come and fight for us. We have to fight for ourselves. So that is why I'm here.
We knew that the end bad governance ran in the country for almost 10.
Yes.
And now can you tell us some of the agitation and final demands towards
the one we did in August? Tinubu think it's a child play. He doesn't listen to us. Our fare was 700, 500 then. Now he has increased our fare to 950, 1,000. So that's why we have to come out again. We are in the street of Lagos. Tinubu should please. We are begging him because if the woman, if they verse and swear for him, Tinubu is not going to be caught tomorrow. So please, they should beg Tinubu for us, I beg.
All right, so he is saying that rather than swearing for the president, he's going to plead with the president. Let me just speak with the last person. So you are here for the protest. Can you tell us your agitation and what you want the government to do?
Well, specifically why I'm here to protest against the illegal arrests and detention of our comrade Daniel Akonde. He's a member of Solidarity Network for Workers' Rights. Actually was arrested in Abuja on the 1st of September. And Comrade Daniel have not committed any crime. And others like Adaramoye Eleni. They only protested because of the anti-pupus policy of the Tinubu regime. That is why they took to the street. But we are surprised that the regime of Tinubu is now charging them for treason, which he himself is also culpable of, because during the June 12th, he was even more active as a member of NADECO. So we are surprised that a democratic elected president like the Tinubu regime can begin to clamp down on our protesters. We are using this opportunity again to register our displeasure and to say that we want all our comrades that have been arrested from Abuja and across this country to be released. We are also demanding for the immediate reversal of electricity tariff. For example, in Nigeria, we have seen a situation where Eco Disco has started introducing what we call multiple bill to people without prepaid meter. And we are shocked that NEC, the National Electricity Regulation Commission, who had come with two findings to show that people without prepaid meter are being exploited. But Eco Disco still went ahead to be introducing multiple bill across various communities. I'm using this opportunity again to say that we are demanding an immediate withdrawal of those multiple bills. I want to round up by saying that we are calling on Nigerian youth, we are calling on Nigerian workers, Nigerian women to come out today as a show of solidarity to resist the continuous attack of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. While we have listened to the protesters having different agitation, having different demand, there are some that are saying they want the government to look into the economic hardship, Some are saying they want the government to reverse the fuel prices, the electricity tariff, and other things in the country. Overall, they want the government to revamp its policy and to also make sure that the policy is favorable to the masses. And it's also important to note that in this protest, different things are ongoing. We have different placards. This is an example of placard: end all attack on democratic rights. Some are saying end economic hardship. Some are saying reverse fuel prices. We also have leaflets being distributed in this protest. This is a leaflet being distributed in the leaflet. We have this leaflet, End Bad Governance in Nigeria. We have this leaflet, Socialist Democracy, Struggle, Solidarity, Socialism, End Bad Governance, Resist Outrageous Electricity Price Hike. We have similar community protest joint actions are needed across the country. We have, as hunger and hardship intensify, step up the struggle against Tinubu's anti-poor policy, build action communities at workplaces, campuses, and communities for a mass action and a protect our general strike notice. Now, we have also in this leaflet, this suffering is too much. So these are just some of the things that is playing out. Like I rightly mentioned, the protest started at Ikeja under bridge, and right here we headed to Island Avenue, and right here we are heading towards Ojota, and this is just a brief meeting. That is the Congress meeting. We will of course definitely follow this development closely, provide you with further updates as the situation unfolds. Enjoy the rest of the protest as VOP TV continue to give you insights, analysis, and in-depth analysis on everything that is happening. For the Fearless in October protest, it's the Fearless in October protest, and this is Voice of the People Television.
Bluetooth?
Yes, I
Do you want to face? Where do you want to face? Wait.
Can you hear me?
Yes. That has been Matthew Gunsoya on the street of Lagos, and it's about the Nigeria at 67. The protest is still ongoing, but at this point, let's connect live to our other correspondent, Onyidamola, on the street of Lagos, so she can tell us what's really going on out there.
Of the continuation of the End Bad Governance protest, which is Fearless October. And as you can rightly see behind me, we had to check all the way from Ikeja Underbridge down to Ojota. And Showore has actually spoken. He said if the government does not release those protesters that were arrested during the End Bad Governance in August, that they are going to continue tomorrow. But if not, this process is going to be leading to a revolution because Nigeria needs a change in government. We have someone here that would like to talk to us. Please come, sir. Your name, sir?
Oh, my name, Comrade Agedoka in this season.
Okay, so what's your take on this protest, sir?
Well, the protest is still going. The stance of the activists have been sent and is well known to the institution. But probably, if they can amend to the demands and stands, maybe we will surf further in our agitation. But so far, so good today. People came out in march from Ikeja Underbridge down here. Chore just spoke, just left now. Other coalition of civil rights activists are still coming.
Okay, sir, if you were to look at the fact that Showore said negotiation would not be entertained, as a result that one of the NLC yielded no profitable results to the masses, do you think that's something we should look out for?
Well, that is Showore's stance and view. And if he says so, well, it's well okay and well welcome.
Okay, so where do you see this protest taking us to?
Protest is part of democracy.
protest is constitutional in all the laws of the land, United Nations law, ECOWAS law, EU law. There is a right for protest. So protest without life is meaningless. So far so good. We have done a lot of series of protests even before the GZ generation came to the consciousness of suffering. Protests have done a lot of things. When we did NSAS protests, police brutality protests, at least we achieved almost 85% to 90% of our agitation. As you can see today now, a policeman can now hold you and harass you and say, where is your phone? So protest is about life. It's a continuity process since life is still existing.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I do have a wonderful day. Thank you, sir. Okay, like you could rightly see to my left-hand side, you can see the police force, diverse paramilitary, the RRS, the anti-terrorism, all here to protect the protesters and to ensure a peaceful protest here in Lagos. And Showore has made it known that this is peaceful because they are still waiting and hoping that the government can hear and adhere to the things that they've listed out for the government to do. And one of the top things on his list is the fact that they need to release all the protesters arrested during the bad governance protest held in August 1st to August 10th. And then every other policies that has made Nigerians' life so difficult needs to be reversed. We hope that the federal government will get to hear this and, take notes and make amends regarding these situations in order for this protest not to lead to a revolution as been proposed by the Take It Back movement and other protesters that are here at Ojota. We'll be taking it back to the studio, bringing you more updates shortly. Thank you very much. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
All right, thank you so much, Oyindamola, for that very report. It's very clear. Everybody can say, we can attest to that. Everyone is really feeling the heat. And just like you heard them say, Showore have said it all on the part where if the protesters who protested during the August time, the End Bad Governance, are not released, then possibly we might be seeing this protest continue tomorrow. But then, how bad is this for Nigeria? We should be celebrating, or we should have been celebrating Nigeria at 67. We should be saying happy birthday to Nigeria. But to know the citizens, everyone is really feeling the heat, and it's a bad one to say, and it's a bad one to share. You could hear people say down the street there, talking about the hungers, they can't even transport, salaries are not even enough, and it's really clear. Who is not really feeling this heat? Everyone is really feeling this heat, and at this point, you begin to ask yourself, which way Nigeria? Are we honors the call to unity and actions, and all honors the call to unity and actions, and all of this, you begin to ask yourself, which way are we going? But then, it's a very, very big one, and we are praying and hoping that everything happens to go right for Nigerians. Like I said before, and I will say again, we should be celebrating on this day, but how bad is it for Nigerians out there? We are clamoring for a peaceful time. And I heard one man out there with Oyindamola having a conversation, and he said something, protest is not a bad one. Protest is part of democracy. And if the people are not happy, you don't expect them. You're governing the people, so we are not happy about this. We can take it outside and say, how do we go from here? So we are hoping and we are still praying for a better Nigeria. Nobody is celebrating this day. Nobody. Matthew Ogunsoya on the street still talking about with the people around himself there. No one is sounding so sweet about this, regardless of your tribe. The Yorubas, the Igbos, the outside, just any part of where you are from Nigeria. We are not happy about the scenario, and we are waiting to know which way forward is a big talk to talk about. Nigeria at 7, and what more can be said about this very day. So we are hoping and we are still praying. We keep praying, because if there's one thing Nigeria does a lot, we pray well with the hope. We keep praying and saying that, yes, just maybe there will be a turnaround. But on the protest ground, on the protest way, it's ideal that the people have to come out in masses, and you can see that. So if, just peradventure, we might be seeing this protest continue tomorrow, and then from celebration to what else would I call it? It doesn't sound very good, but we are praying. At 64, 63, 62, going downward and going up 64, and up to date, we are still not just getting it right, looking like we are just still struggling and the rest of that. But we pray for a better Nigeria. We'll still take it back to the streets, take it back now to give you more updates.
imagine that. You can imagine that. That is the situation of the country right now. We need government to look into it. They should look into it as a matter of urgency. This is very urgent for Nigerians. For Nigerians, you can barely eat. You can barely eat.
For the record, where is your place? Where?
I stay in K2 here.
Okay.
K2.
What's the name?
Comrade Ayodeji.
That's all.
That's it.
Because the so-called subsidy money that they have removed, where is it going? Where is it going? The 100 million, the first subsidy, where is it going?
They should also reduce electricity tariff.
If fuel should reset, NEPA will come down.
Exactly.
Tariff for NEPA will come down.
Exactly.
Food will come down.
Exactly.
A tuber of yam is 12,000. You know what they call yam now? Mr. Yam. Mr. Yam. Mr. Yam.
One other thing.
Nigeria. Let them know the cause of that road so that everything will be in order. We are suffering. If I did not have, even on Sunday, I was supposed to go to church. I have to work right now so that I can feed my children. Please, the suffering is too much. We are hungry. We are hungry. We are hungry. Please, please, Mr. President, please.
All of us are not somebody. What's the name again?
The nation, they track down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We still have pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is producing and managing 4 hours electricity per day. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talk about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule, the people more, they might be celebrating in Abuja because they have everything free at our expense. But Nigerian people are not celebrating. They have money, and that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. People eat what they see, not what they want to eat. Because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he earmarked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria, and we are saying, we said no to such moving forward.
What's the name again?
By the law enforcement agents, Nigeria cannot claim to be an experiencing this level of lawlessness by the law enforcement agents. Nigeria cannot claim to be an
Don't move. They have started shooting us gas. They are trying to disperse us. Don't move, comrades, don't move. Don't move, comrades, don't move. What's up, you?
Rob, my bag. Guy, come, open this my bag. Rob, my bag. Wait, Rob for eye.
Don't move. They have started shooting us gas. They are trying to disperse us. Don't move, comrades, don't move. Don't move, comrades, don't move. What's up, you?
Rob, my bag. Guy, come.
Until we win. Revolution now. And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. You will soon get it. Go and write to this down. And to this date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause the revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will sweep just not Tinubu alone, will sweep all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! Aluta! Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. You will soon get it. Go and write to this down, and to this date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause the revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will sweep just not Tinubu alone, will sweep all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! Aluta! Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege.
My bag, wait, Rob for eye. Wait.
Sir, we don't stop.
The kind of repression we're talking about in our country. The last time they spent $45 million to quell the protest of August 1st. Only God knows how many $1 million they spend this time around. They will not go and fight bandits. They will not go and fight headsmen that are killing people. But they always have to show force on protesters. Nigerians, if you don't wise up, time will pass. This government doesn't give a hoot about us. And it is high time we bond together in our millions and let this 1% know that this country is...
Sir, we don't stop.
The kind of repression country. The last time they spent $45 million to quell the protest of August 1st. Only God knows how many $1 million they spend this time around. They will not go and fight bandits. They will not go and fight herdsmen that are killing people. But they always have to show force on protesters. Nigerians, if you don't wise up, time will pass. This government doesn't give a hoot about us. And it is high time we bond together in our millions and let this 1% know that this country is...
What kind of repression we're talking about in our country? The last time they spent $45 million to quell the protest of August 1st. Only God knows how many $1 million they spend this time around. They will not go and fight bandits. They will not go and fight herdsmen that are killing people. But they always have to show force on protesters. Nigerians, if you don't wise up, time will pass.
The nation, they track down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We still have pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is producing and managing 4 hours electricity per day. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talk about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule, the people more, they might be celebrating in Abuja because they have everything free at our expense. But Nigerian people are not celebrating. They have money. And that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat, they see not what they want to eat because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he earmarked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria, and we are saying, we said no to such moving forward.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How your name, sir?
My name is Comrade Ayoyinka Oni.
Okay, your position now?
Yes, I'm an activist and also happen to be the chairman of Lagos AAC, African National Congress. Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the protest today, what's your stand about it?
Yes, it's not anything of special that we are in a serious poverty and mismanagement of resources in this present day government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Did he meet it in similar condition? Yes. Has it made it worse? Oh, way worse. He has taken Nigeria from poverty to poverty. Now there is no middle low income earners anymore. Everybody is in poverty and starvation, and we cannot continue like this. The people in power can continue to enjoy the mass wealth. They can continue to subsidize health for themselves, education for their children, while the people of Nigeria, the masses, are in poverty. We all know what's going on with Yahya Bello. He paid the school fees of the children for 5 years. Yahya Bello is the one that they are talking about. Do we know that the other governors that have done similar, many of them, ministers, there was a time Wike said in this country that if they don't steal, how can they pay school fees of the children? He was the sitting governor at that time. And Nigerians say this mess must end. Nigerians have 17 demands under the End Bad Governance movement, and they have brought that demand forward since August, and they have been bringing it forward even today. And the government have no choice than to listen to the demands of the masses. I want to say this, that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be happy, and he should know that he's lucky that this is what the people are doing. If people like us decide that we are tired of fighting anymore, I cannot explain on determine the kind of people that will be hitting the streets. They might not be holding placard, they might not be speaking to you, they might have no interest in talking, but just doing actions that will affect everybody, the government and the masses. So quickly, he has to quickly take cognizance of the actions of the people. All his policies are rubbish. That's what I will say. Politics that is increasing poverty is rubbish. Politics that is sending people out of school. You are Unilag are increasing their school fees monthly, every semester. How can students survive? Before the eve of this protest, I still got the message from a student that he cannot pay school fees, they cannot write exam, is dropping out soon. These are the messages I get daily. We still have people to raise money for school fees, but charity cannot save anybody. Charity cannot save the masses. That's why Bola Tinubu has a choice to reverse this policy, or when he knows, or if he knows that he cannot solve the problem of Nigeria after a year, he should gladly resign. I always say it, and when I say, people say, oh, Comrade, why? Is it not too big? It is only in Nigeria that the government, a politician, political office holder will not have solution to the problem of the people, and they will still hold on to that power. Why? You are elected to solve our problems. If you cannot solve our problems, why don't you leave the problem for someone else to solve it? But they hold on to power, they go around the country borrowing money, they go around the country suffering the masses. The people have come out and say enough is enough. The quicker they listen, the better. Thank you. The Nigerians are not smiling. We are not smiling. Many may not even join us right now for the purpose that they don't even have money to transport themselves to where we are. Many, because of the love of the nation, they trek down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We see our pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is flooding and managing 4 hours electricity per day. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talks about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule, the people mourn. They might be celebrating in Abuja because they have everything free at our expense. But Nigerian people are not celebrating. They are mourning. And that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. People eat what they see, not what they want to eat. Because somebody somewhere claimed Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he marked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria. And we are saying, we said no to such moving forward. Thank you. The Nigerians are not smiling. We are not smiling. Many may not even join us right now for the purpose that they don't even have money to transport themselves to where we are. Many, because of the love of the nation, they trek down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We see our pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is flooding and managing for. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talks about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule, the people mourn. They might be celebrating in Abuja because they have everything free at our expense. But Nigerian people are not celebrating. They have money, and that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. They know what they want to eat because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he marked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria, and we are saying, we said no to such moving forward.
Thank you.
The Nigerians are not smiling. We are not smiling. Many may not even join us right now.
Until we win. Revolution now. And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. We will soon get it. Go and write today's down, and today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause a revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will soon, just not Tinubu alone, will soon all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say we heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. We will soon get it. Go and write today's down, and today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause a revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will soon, just not Tinubu alone, will soon all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say we heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. We will soon get it. Go and write today's down, and today's date down. I told Nigerians.
Good afternoon and welcome to Media News on Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu. The headlines. President Tinubu addresses Nigerians, assures citizens of sustainable solutions to end hardship in the country. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar raises concerns about Nigeria's political landscape. Nigeria's protests in Lagos, Abuja, and other parts of the country. In business, Naira for crude deal kicks off. Now to the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Asuwaju Tinubu has acknowledged the landscape and hardship faced by Nigerians due to rising living costs and unemployment, assuring citizens that his administration is committed to finding sustainable solutions. He urged for patience and ongoing reforms being to yield positive results, emphasizing that the government is working to alleviate the suffering of the people while steering the nation towards economic recovery. Speaking on the occasion of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, President Tinubu reflected on the country's journey since its founding, highlighting both achievements and challenges. He called on Nigerians to remain united in the pursuit of a stronger, more prosperous nation, pledging continued effort to secure the economy, fostering national unity, and create opportunities for future generations. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu also announced a 30-day confab for Nigerian youth to discuss challenges confronting them. Still on the national broadcast, President Tinubu stated that Nigeria must either reform for progress and prosperity or continue with business as usual and risk collapse. He said that his administration, under taking over the leadership of the country 16 months ago, decided to reform the political economy and defense architecture, given the critical juncture the country found itself. The president lamented that Nigeria found itself in a precarious situation because of the missed opportunities and mistakes of the past, while calling on Nigerians not to allow the mistakes to follow the country into the future. As the nation celebrates Independence Day, citizens across Nigeria are sharing their perspective on the significance of this important occasion. While we reflect on the nation's journey since gaining freedom in 1960, many are expressing their hopes and concerns for the future, particularly regarding ongoing issues like corruption and economic disparity. However, former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has raised concerns about Nigeria's political landscape, warning that the country is on the verge of a one-party dictatorship. In his message marking Nigeria's 64th Independence Day anniversary, Atiku called on politicians and statesmen to unite and reclaim democracy from what he described as the growing shadows of oppression. He urged political leaders across all parties to form a strong coalition to provide a credible opposition and safeguard the country's future. Atiku, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, emphasized that while democracy has anchored Nigerians' institutions in the rule of law, progress in political inclusivity and electoral integrity remains unsatisfactory. He noted a troubling decline in electoral credibility, accusing the ruling party of weakening opposition forces in the country. In his statement, he urged Nigerians to honor the nation's founders by uniting to protect its democratic values from the threat of authoritarianism. The defense headquarters on Monday said troops had been placed on alert to support the police during the nationwide protest scheduled for today, Tuesday, October 1, 2024. This was as senior lawyers and civil society organizations cautioned against military deployment during the rally, noting that it could aggravate the situation and trigger violence. However, the Director of Media Operation, Major General Edward Buba, while speaking on security preparation for October 1 protest in an interview with media outlet, stated that the military is prepared to support the police in line with constitutional provisions, particularly in the face of breakdown of law and order. As Nigeria celebrates 64th independence, thousands of Nigerians have gathered in Lagos, Abuja, and other parts of the country to protest against the current hardship. In Abuja, for the hashtag Fearless October movement, Nigerians are voicing their frustrations over poverty and hardship under President Bola Tinubu's government. Protesters chanted about hunger and held banners criticizing poor governance, demanding urgent changes. Activist Omoyele Sowore called for nationwide participation, emphasizing that public demonstrations are crucial for expressing discontent with government policies. He highlighted the need to address ongoing struggles related to hunger, unemployment, and insecurity. Sowore, who has faced multiple arrests, reaffirmed his commitment to fighting for the people's demands, stating that the right to protest is essential for challenging unjust governance and seeking accountability. Meanwhile, as a peaceful protest commences in different parts of the country, Nigerian police clashed with protesters in Abuja during the #Fearless October demonstration. Officers used tear gas and ammunition to disperse thousands demanding for change. Protesters expressed their struggles with rising living costs and poor governance, carrying banners that called for an end to the suffering caused by the current administration. Despite facing legal challenges in the past, Nigerians vow to continue advocating for their right and demand for good governance in Nigeria. Joining us this afternoon to help analyze these stories is Barrister Darlington Agomo, a political analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Fina. How are you?
Good to have you
Yes.
in today's news. Barrister, today is Nigeria's independence anniversary. Nigeria is 64. What do you really have to say about this, given the fact that what's supposed to be celebration for this great nation is what some people are tagging a protest, or people are even going and protesting, demanding for change and bad governance?
Yeah, Fina, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate how Nigeria has become a failed state, so to say. To the extent that leaders are even afraid to celebrate Independence Day. I used to know Nigeria in the years of O. In the years of Yo, when we used to be excited each Independence Day celebration. It used to be fun for all of us, you know.
The march past,
yeah,
the
march
eating of the jollof rice.
You prepare your school uniform, clean
to go to those
your white canvas and your white socks because you are going to march. Every student used to be very happy that we are going for Independence March. Fina, all of a sudden, the whole thing just collapsed. In the history of this country, I have never heard or seen when protests was going on Independence Day because of bad leadership, bad governance, hunger. I have never heard of it. People are always looking forward to that day because they want to hear something from their leader. They want to see those things that the government have done, you know, the milestone and achievement and that have been recorded, and where the government is going. But today's independence speech is like a ritual.
But talking about the milestone and the achievement of the government, during the broadcast this morning, the president says the Nigerians have 37, million in their foreign reserve, and also that FDI, which has been generated for the past 16 months of his administration, stood at $30 billion. And he went for that to explain that the ways and means money which his predecessor took from Nigerian coffers has been repaid. And also he said he has reduced the debt servicing of Nigeria from 97% to 68%. Barrister, isn't that an achievement?
My dear, when they want to lie to you, they will say those things that you cannot verify. All these things is telling you now. Is there any independent auditor who will come and tell us that, yes, what they are telling is true? Unfortunately, he has forgotten that figures don't lie.
All right. Talking about figures don't lie, Barrister, I would like you to hold on to your thought as, we are voice of the people and we have to get to the street of Lagos where we have our correspondents getting us feeds from the protest happening in Lagos and Nigeria as we celebrate Nigeria 64. Hello, good afternoon, Oyidemola Olukutan.
The protests continue as today is marked as Fearless October. The other team, that's the human rights team. That's what they call their own team. That revolution now. They've just marched down to Ojota, and we'd like one of them to talk to us about what the stake is about this whole entirety of the protest today. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Your name, sir?
My name is Komejima Muidin Shola, aka Silent Babiwe.
Okay, so looking at the protest today, what's your take on it?
So you see, this protest is for all Nigerians, and the time for us to speak the truth and stand for the truth is now. Because if we don't have the freedom now, when are we going to have it? These sufferings have been since our forefather. We have been suffering in this country. We have a lot of resources in this country that can help us in Nigeria. Even without going to work, without being stressing ourselves, we don't need to be stressing ourselves in our country with what we have. But this government is not working for us. They are working for only the politicians. Me, I'm from Ijorabaja. When you come to churches, come and see all the way our mothers, our brothers and sisters have turned to Olosho. They have turned to armed robber, picking pocket, because there is no job. Some of them are Okada rider because there is no job. The government does not provide nothing for the citizens so that we can use to live. But every day they keep imposing something on us. They are the one that will come and ask us to be buying for 1,000 naira. We will not be able to talk. I think this is the right time for us to stop all this. Let the power go to the people. Power belongs to the people, not only the politician. And this country belongs to the people, belongs to all the citizens, not only the politician. Whereby only this God, the law of this country, will be working on the poor. But we do not work on the rich people, we should stop. And we must have this freedom. As it was we are here at Ojota to demand for our freedom as in Nigeria, and we are not going back until we win. This protest just started and not going to be the end. Until we have the Nigeria that work for all of us. So I'm pleading the federal government, the government should please listen to our demands and answer the citizens now. We are the citizens of Nigeria. We are not thieves. We are not bandits. We are not Boko Haram. We only come outside to demand for our rights. And nothing must happen to all of us that are here. The police officer must protect us. But if police officer or army officer or thug attack us in this place or attack us, we are going to fight back because the time of freedom is now. This is not a process of coming to secede and be saying that when we should be carrying ordinary paper to be fighting for freedom. The time for freedom and the time of revolution is now. If police attack us in this protest, we will attack back. We are not fear. So police should caution themselves because the Nigerians are angry and we are hungry. When people is hungry, when somebody is hungry, and hungry people, you get angry. I know what is happening. We are angry, and we are angry right now. Let the fuel price come down. Let the food price come down. The house rent should come down. Stop suffering all the Nigerians. We have enough in this country that can help all of us. The government should please and work on this because if they do not stop, we will still come to the street. Thank you very much.
Like you rightly heard, an hungry man is an angry man. So he's standing on the point and the fact that the government needs to come to our aid and make Nigeria a better place. We'll be moving in to bring you more updates about people here. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, sir?
Olaleke Paul Okuson is my name.
Okay, so what's the take about this protest, sir?
Yeah, the protest is a necessity. Because as far as Nigeria is concerned right now, I think we are going into the ditch. So it's a necessity that some people must come out to say no to the hunger, to the suffering, to the maladministration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu that is going on in Nigeria.
But if the government refuses to adhere to any of the things that are ongoing, what is the way forward regarding this protest?
If the government should refuse to adhere to what's going on, that means they are insensitive. That means there are people that have failed on their promises. The Tinubu administration said renewed hope. If they refuse to listen to our cry that we are saying remove hunger, remove insecurity, remove insensitivity, remove maladministration, that means they are failing on their promises. And that means they have been tested and not trusted. Because as far as Tinubu is concerned, he was once here in 2014. He protested against Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And so many things he protested against are what Tinubu himself is doing right now. Imagine we buying fuel for about 1,000, per liter for 1,000 naira. Imagine the exchange rate of dollar to naira, 1,600 naira. When as at then, I'm not sure it's even up to 150 naira. So Tinubu has failed in his promise. He has failed woefully. And
like he addressed today, he said he's listening to all the cries of the masses.
See, let me tell you.
He's working on it.
Okay, let me tell you something. Tinubu said there's going to be national youth confab. But I stand here to tell you that there can't be any national confab that can be compared to the NSAS protest and this end bad governance protest that is going on right now. This is the national confab of youth in Nigeria. So anyone they are organizing is just to share our national resources, our national cake, just the way they've been doing it. So whatever plan is having, it needs to listen to what we are saying here right now. That it should reverse the fuel subsidy. Reverse fuel subsidy, reverse the floating of the naira. The floating of the naira has been doing us more harm than good in this country, because the inflation they are trying to correct with the high interest rates is being caused by this floating of the naira. Because by the time
we know that Nigeria presently our production rate has reduced, and we are more of those a consuming country.
Yes, the production rate will reduce because the real sector that is producing are not, they are not giving access to even borrowing from the bank. Because once the bank interest rate...
the interest suddenly has increased in the bank sector.
Yes,
they are saying that the increment of the interest is going to make Nigerians to have a better Nigeria.
It won't.
Because more money is coming into the country, more investors.
It will not.
We're having foreign companies leaving our country as we speak.
Okay, let me tell you, 5 times this year, the CBN has increased the interest rates in an attempt to control the inflation, but it has not worked.
But
so that is to tell you
the fact that other companies like the likes of Coca-Cola
is
planning to invest 1 billion naira into the Nigerian economy.
See, let me tell you, if Dangote can tell you that his investment that he did in the Dangote refinery,
20 billion.
Yes, 20 billion naira, that is not going to do it again. That's to tell you that the economic environment of Nigeria is not favorable for investors.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I do have a nice day. Have more people to give you more updates.
I don't mind to die. I don't mind to die. I've spoken to VOP before.
Today?
Today, I think so.
Not me.
Okay, not you.
Okay, so looking at the present protest ongoing, what's your take about it?
It's a continuation of our protests. You'll recall that between August 1st and August 10th, we protested and we demanded that the pump price of petrol that was increased from around 150 when Tinubu came in to about 600 naira then be reversed. Today, the same petrol sells for between 880 naira and 1,200 naira, depending on where you are purchasing petrol. So we want a reversal of the increase in pump price of petrol to the May 29, 2023 level.
But looking at the fact that the government is saying that the reversal of the petrol is going to bring more damage to the economy of Nigeria, is that a standpoint we shouldn't bother to have a reversal on that petrol?
How do you mean that reversal of petrol will damage?
The money they are paying for subsidy is actually very high, and if they keep paying that money, Nigeria is going down.
The question is, how did we get into the subsidy regime? There was a time in this same country where Nigeria was not just producing petrol locally, but it was also exporting the excess. So who ran aground? Our refineries. So who should then take the responsibility? Who is responsible for it? The ordinary Nigerian masses? Of course, no. It is the same ruling class that ran aground our refineries who are now shifting the blame on the Nigerian people. And we say no. You said there is no money to fund subsidy, but there is enough money to go and get another presidential aircraft, another presidential jets. There is no money for subsidy. You are driving Cadillac. So these are some of the things that we are saying, that this is a one-sided austerity. It is austerity for the poor Nigerians alone, while the obscene opulence of the Nigerian ruling class still subsists.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do have a nice day, sir. Sorry, sir.
Ifá mọ̀dá
èjì ògbè wọn pè mo ní bó ṣe rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n máa rí o tí wọn bá ti ṣe Nàìjíríà dá ògbé òdì ògbé rọ́sùn ògbé òwòrí ògbé ọ̀bàrà ògbé ọ̀kànràn ògbé ògúndá ògbé òsà ògbé ká ògbé òtúrúpọ̀n ògbé òtúrá ògbé òrété ògbé òsè ògbé òfún ògbé òyèkó gbè òyèkó wòrí òyèkó òdì òyèkó rọ́sùn òyèkó òwòrí òyèkó ọ̀bàrà òyèkó ọ̀kànràn ẹ̀yin ọ̀sálà ńsọ́lọ̀ ńsálà ọwọ́ ẹ̀nu omi ń sàló ẹ̀yin ọlọ́gba sọmọ́kanlẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ̀kú ògùndá ọ̀yẹ̀kú ọ̀sà ọ̀yẹ̀kú ká ọ̀yẹ̀kú òtúrúpọ̀n ọ̀yẹ̀kú òtúrá ọ̀yẹ̀kú rèté wọ́n ní ẹmú Tinubu kò mẹ́ o ẹmú kò o yóò bá kó lẹ́rọ̀ kó kó lélẹ̀ ìníkíni lára ní okùn tí ẹ fi dégi káàró ní ẹkọ mẹ́ ni o bí ẹ ṣe fara ní ọmọ Nàìjíríà káàró ọmọ ní ẹni o àtọ́nà àtàwọn ẹ̀mẹ̀wá rẹ̀ tọ́ba wá ṣe kẹ́sẹ̀ ń lè fa létí ó bá ṣe ní ọ̀kànràn wọ́n ní ká ẹ padà lẹ́yìn wọn o ẹ padà lẹ́yìn wọn o ẹ padà lẹ́yìn wọn o nítorí pé ọmọ Nàìjíríà ń bínú gbogbo wa ń jà òdì òkè.
Well, as you can rightly see, the traditionals also joined in the protest, and they are holding on to the fact that if Tinubu will not make Nigeria a better place, that he should be removed as the president of Nigeria. Let's talk to you. Good afternoon.
My name is Olatinwo Joshua.
So what's your take on this protest, sir?
The thing is, we want the government to listen to our voice. We have been clamoring on reversal of fuel subsidy since August 1, and we won't even back out until our demand are met. The thing is, the government that doesn't have interest on its people, on its citizens, that they are so selfish on themselves. The government spent 50 billion on Hajj, subsidizing Hajj, when our education is there. As strike upon strike, what is the future of this country? What is the future of this country? What is the future of these youth?
But they recently donated CNG buses to some universities.
How many people have money to convert their vehicle to CNG? Do you know? I myself, I use Toyota Camry 09. I don't have that money to convert my money to CNG. How many people can afford of what? It depends on your type of vehicle. My vehicle is 6 plug dual exhaust. So you know it's going to consume a lot of money. And what is the assurance that the CNG will not even eventually affect our engine?
So do you think that in his address, he said that he's listening to Nigerians, that we should give him more time? Do you think we should still give him more time?
More time for how many years? Today mark, I think 17 months or 18 months. When are we going to have better Nigeria? Almost a year, and more than we are still counting. You have just 3 years and some 3 years and some months to go. When is Nigeria going to get better? How many months did Jonathan use before they protest? How many months did Jonathan use before they protest? Now they have been singing this song. Wait for I think last year he said we should wait for this year before he marked 1 year in office. He has marked 1 year and some months. Nothing has been done. The thing it's getting from worse to worse. I don't even know what to qualify it, because it's not getting any better. If Nigeria won't come outside to protest, this thing is going to get worse than we expect.
Thank you very much. I do have a nice day.
Madam,
your name, sir?
Dele Adewa.
What's your take on the protest,
sir? Well, it's a normal thing, because Eneke the bed said that that things fall apart. He said that when men are learned how to shoot without missing, Eneke the bed said he has learned how to fly without perishing. So if Tinubu has decided he has know how to manipulate us Nigerians, it's like a mother will say a mother don't go sleep. That pikin said no go sleep.
All right, thank you so much, Oyin Damola, for that wonderful coverage on the street of Lagos. Barrister Darlington, before we move to the street to get the opinions of the people, you were sharing your idea or your thought, regarding the celebration cum protest.
Yes, all the things he said this morning, in fact, is an insult on the rest of us, because I was thinking that the president, having seen the failure of the past years and all that, he would have done or said something that will be reassuring. Something that is inspiring, especially this speech. The speech. There was nothing presidential about that speech.
But he said we met him. They met this administration on a critical junction, and he also talked about clearing off, paying off the ways and means. That was incurred by the past administration.
Yes, these are lies, pure lies. Because the last time I checked, the naira has not even gained any value from where it was. So how can you say that you are coming out of the wood, yet your naira is not improving in value? Is it possible? If they clear that 35 trillion according to him, I mean, the naira would have been somewhere by now. If you have cleared your debt according to you, we will be somewhere by now. Okay, how come you are still borrowing?
Barrister, now.
How come you are still borrowing?
Barrister Darlington.
Yes.
Is it to clear the ways and means debt, or to bring the book, the people who even touch the Nigerians' pockets?
Yes.
Which one is more important?
It is obvious. It is obvious he doesn't have the gut to fight corruption, because he knows his own antecedents. He can't fight corruption. So that's why he prepared to pay off the debt or clear the the money they are owing, instead of asking them to come and account. Remember, this particular money, Tinubu asked the National Assembly to investigate it. When Buhari told us he collected this money and all that, the National Assembly up to today, they have not come out with any outcome of their investigation. We don't know what happened. All we are hearing is that they have cleared what? Cleared what? Who borrowed the money? What did he do with it? Show us. He knows that his hands are not even clean. That's why he cannot go into that, because under 1 year alone, we are borrowing 24 trillion naira and we don't know where that money entered. So that is why he doesn't want to. Did you see any corruption fight mentioned here this morning?
Right now, Barrister, I would still like you to hold your thought, because the people on the street of Lagos also still clamor for their voice to be heard more. Oyedemola Olokutan, good day.
We're still here at Ojota. It's Fearless October, and Nigerians are here in their troops to air their opinions regarding the protest. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your take regarding the protest?
We are here today because of the situation of this country. Because this situation of this country is every day is getting worse in every day. Let's look at what the Mr. President stood in 3 weeks ago. You see, increase the fuel. We are seeing another problem of the fuel before. Shall not refer the fuel price. In 2 weeks ago now, when the Dangote refinery started selling fuel, they are increasing fuel to 1,000, 2,000 naira per liter in Nigeria. Still getting worse every day by IND. That's why people come outside today. Today is an independent day. It's not independent for Nigeria again. This is independent for property. Properties came in every day. Hacking is school fees. Our student enters the resumes for school on about 2 weeks ago. We suddenly reached the school. The school I paid 35,000 naira, increased to 100,000 naira, 150,000 naira, and just like that. You don't know inform. The policy the Mr. President bring to Nigeria, he can't inform anybody again. He just bring the policy. It's suddenly overnight policy. He won't keep the masses for this country. All the poor people cannot feed himself in 3 times a day.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Also, what's your take on this protest? Do you think it will yield any positive result?
I believe it is yielding positive results. It is yielding. Ask me why. This morning, the president in his presidential speech acknowledged the fact that the youth are hungry. And he went ahead saying that he will be coming up with a national youth conference. Now, it's not that you can see that, yes, the voice of the youth is being heard over there. The voice of the youth is being heard. But however, the national conference is not the solution.
What do you think the solution is?
Now, before I tell you the solution, if history will not fail like a student of political science,
There have been different reports and conferences that have been held in Nigeria so far. There has never been anyone that have been implemented by the government, even the past and the present. Now you are bringing up another confab, using the taxpayers' money to bring in your political ally, your youth, your young political ally to come and siphon our money. It's not going to work. Our demands are very clear. Reverse the subsidy. Reverse it. Bring back the pump price of petroleum. Make all the refineries work. Now Dangote is there. Dangote is shouting that there is no fuel for him to refine. Now you are telling us that you are bringing in some incentive. Is that what we are going to eat? No.
They are planning to supply Dangote in Naira from today. Hopefully that's going to help out.
What will be? Well, see, you don't know the meaning of subsidy. Let me tell you something in a very clear term. Subsidy is the government trying to alleviate the poverty of the masses.
But they are like the governments can no longer afford.
But they can afford buying yachts. They can afford building houses for themselves. They can afford going for conferences. That doesn't matter to Nigeria. No. Let's stop making excuses for government. There is money. There is money. They are not channeling our money to where they should channel it to.
So you feel like the channel of the fund is the most important thing?
The channel of the fund is the most important thing. They should call down the governance.
Do you think that those in political posts would allow the cutting down of costs in the political
see,
thinking about the allowances
they are kleptomanias. They are thieves. They are rogues. Look at it. This is over 1 year of budgets of Tinubu. Look at how many appointments he has made. Do you think he's serious?
Ministerial his cabinet again.
Look at after his cabinet. Look at even there was a woman from the House of Assembly previous regime. There was engaged in a kind of palliative meant for COVID-19. This woman was sharing the palliative measure. She was later appointed in Tinubu's regime. Do you think Tinubu is serious? No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. As you can rightly see now, at the protest ground, the police officers are beginning to share water to the masses. We are not so sure if this is in support of this protest, or if it's a way of telling the protesters that the government is for them. As you can see over there, a couple of bags of bottled waters are being shared for the protesters.
Nobody wants to take it to the back.
It seems he wants to get the gala as well for the masses. Let me take one.
police, God bless Nigeria. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Okay, well done.
Mama.
Do you think this is
Yes, ma'am. God bless police, God bless Nigeria. Yes, nice promotion, nice one, nice one. God bless police, God bless Nigeria. This is our water. Our God is here. See, Pepsi, Coke. God bless police, God bless Nigeria.
Well, that's the CB of Lagos. He's in support of the protest, and he just got several packs of water for the protesters, as well as gala and drinks as well, just to help them as they are on the protest ground, saying that the protest is a struggle for all. We'll be interviewing him shortly, but before then, let's hear what other citizens have to say. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma. What's your take on this protest? Well, some Nigerians are still shy at this point. Good afternoon, ma. Where are you from? From Voice of the People TV, ma. Huh? Voice of the People TV. Okay. So what's your take on this protest, ma?
My take? President Tinubu should revise, or let me just put it in a short way. He should listen to us. Do what we ask him to do.
We'll not have to come out for protest again if you see what we have to. What is needed for the Nigerians presently.
From Nigeria, if he do what we want him to do, we will not come out for protest again. If we just wake up tomorrow and hear the fuel price have been reduced, do you understand? We will come out. Do you understand? If your father is behaving well, you'll be proud to call him your father. Is it not true? You understand? Tinubu is not doing well, and we are not proud to call him our father. Do you understand? There are many. Do you know why we have many hoodlums? Do you know why we have many hoodlums? Some parents cannot afford their children's school fees. Some parents cannot afford their children's school fees again. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me tell you one secret truth. Why federal government refused to attend to federal schools, public schools, is because some of them are behind all these private universities. They are behind all these private universities. Do you understand? A minister can afford. If you want me to talk to you, at the end of my day, are you hearing me? Why government did not want to reduce the school fees of the federal to commoners is because they are behind, or they are having share. Some of them are having share with private universities. Do you get what I'm saying? Bring the school fees of the commoners down. Some of them went to school through scholarship. Some of them went to school through scholarship. Now the poor man, children cannot go to school again. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you say what will make us to stop this protest, I want to answer you now. If Tinubu wake up tomorrow and reduce the fuel subsidy, reverse it to 200, you will see us on the road. If a bag of rice come down to at least 7,000, 10,000, you will not see us on the road. Do you understand what I'm saying? You say minimum wage is 70,000 naira. How much is a bag of rice? How can a worker collect salary of 70,000 naira and go to microfinance, borrow 10,000 naira, complete it 80,000 to go and buy a bag of rice? What happened to the school fees? What happened to NEPA bill? What happened to every other things that surrender? Children cannot eat one egg again. What is it? So we are telling him to listen to us. He already have what we say we demand. He should listen to our demand, and we will be off roads. Thank you.
The Nigerians are insisting on the federal government to listen to their plea, and they will put an end to the process. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How your name, sir?
I am Comrade Chidi James.
Okay, so what's your take on the protest?
My take on the protest is Nigerians are on the road for a known reason. This government is irresponsible. Let us be taken back to where APC government brought us from. APC met $1 at 116 naira. Now they've taken it to 1,169 naira. APC made one bag of rice at 7,000 naira. Now it is 107,000 naira. APC made one egg at 30 naira. Now it has been taken to 250 naira. Are we going to all die because APC government is in power? Are we going to all die? Reverse the fuel price. APC government made 1 liter of petrol at 187 or 1 thereabout. Now 1 liter of fuel is about 1,000, between 900 to 1,500 naira. What are we saying? There is no sincerity on the part of governance. Today they told us they are going to make it a low-key whatever. When they will release whatever they have used to make this low-key, Nigerians will be surprised at how much a low-key celebration is. What are we saying? Nigerians are demanding for a better governance, and we deserve better than this. If Tinubu doesn't have anything or anything to do for Nigerians, let him resign. Let him resign.
The Nigerians with diverse thoughts today, hoping that the federal government will either do by them or leave the seat, because Nigerians are suffering and the situation of the country is actually dealing with almost every citizen in the country. I'm Oinda Malal. So we're taking you back to the studio. We'll join you more with more updates here at Ojota. Fearless October and bad governance continue.
Thank you so much, Oni Damola Olokoton, for that coverage from the October Fearless Revolution. Okay, Barrister Darlington, you were saying something before we joined them on the show.
Yes, I was talking about the speech. Do you know that if Tinubu have made a very presidential speech this morning, in fact, it would have doused tension.
But from the look of things, what Nigerians are talking about is a fuel subsidy removal.
That's what I'm saying. If you have made a speech saying, okay, haven't heard what happened the last time and your complaints, this and that, you know, on that basis, I'm going to take the following step, starting from this morning.
But Dapo Abiodun told us that if Nigerian government is continue paying this fuel subsidy, we'll be spending 5.4 trillion.
It is a lie. I've told everybody who care to listen, fuel subsidy is a scam.
Okay.
Fina, other OPEC countries are giving subsidy to their people. Libya, that is a war-torn country, they are selling it 52 naira, for God's sake. Is that not subsidy? Is that not subsidy? Why have the country not collapsed? Saudi Arabia, every other country, all the Western world. Why is it that when they say this propaganda to Nigeria, they will run with it? How come other nations are enjoying subsidy and their country have not collapsed? It's only Nigeria.
But the International Monetary Organization, IMF, International Monetary Fund, were also of the opinion that Nigerians should take away the fuel subsidy. Is it that they don't know the benefits Nigerians will enjoy having this subsidy before they come?
Because you are owing them.
Oh.
You are owing them. They believe that when you remove subsidy, you will now use the proceeds to pay the money you are owing them. If not, they will not give you again. They are not interested in asking the Tinubu and his government, this subsidy, how have you been administering it? Are you sincere? Is it accountable? They are not interested in that one. They are not. They just want their money so that Tinubu can borrow more money. That is why he cannot remove it, because that subsidy removal is the only reason why he keeps borrowing money from them. That's all.
All right. Now, you heard what Nigerians, especially those here in Lagos who are broadcasting from, talking about their clamors on the street of Lagos. They were of the opinion that until their cries have been heard, they will keep on occupying.
I mean, I told you here that today will not be the last day for protests. So more protests will come. And I pray that somebody does not get ideas into his head, though. Because, you know, it is this protest that causes problems.
So do you think in the words of Omoyere Sowore, who says that the peaceful protesters today happens to be the best or the genuine one Nigeria could see, but very soon, people who have been deprived of peace and prosperity might take over and there'll be revolution. Do you think we are moving to that direction?
I mean, that's what I'm saying now. If you don't take care of these little things, it may snowball into a bigger problem. That's it. Never you go and rely, because the protest is very peaceful. Therefore, government says, Shebi, that's all you can do. That's all you can do. Shebi, people are protesting. Shebi, you are tired now. You can go home now. No. No. People may be thinking of other things. If they are protested peacefully, you don't want to hear, then it may become another thing the next time.
But Barrister Darlington, juxtaposing it with the August 1st to 10 protest, #EndBadGovernance, where the president said, "I've heard your cries, Nigerians." And yet, after that was the purchase of the Escalade.
Of course.
Do you really think there's a political will from this administration or their body language for them to listen to the demand of Nigerians who are protesting?
From all indication, there is none. There is none. That's why nobody probed the ways and means that happen at CBN. Rather, they are telling that they have cleared it. For I don't understand. Cleared it. Okay, when you clear, where did the money go to? You cleared it. Where did the money go to? The money went back to CBN. Meanwhile, the ways and means is equally increasing now because under Tinubu, they have borrowed over 4 trillion, which is against the CBN Act. So what are you now telling me? The man does not have any political will to do anything. I said in that speech, did you see any milestone in the fight against corruption? I was expecting to tell us that yes, that the corruption level in Nigeria has increased due to our effort and all that. He can't say that because the thing is growing with leaps and bounds. He can't say that. The thing was just empty, promises that he is not ready to even implement. All the things he said are things that we had. Half of them are what he told us last year. Last year, Independence Day celebration. Half of what he told us is what he told us last year. So 1 year after, you are still repeating the same thing.
Right, Barrister, in just less than 60 seconds, what do you have to say to Nigeria celebrating 64 years of independence?
They should keep hope alive. This hope now is their own hope, not the hope of Tinubu, because there's nothing in Tinubu's hope. Anybody that is alive have hope. They should find every means to stay alive because no evil lasts forever. If man does not intervene, God will eventually intervene to deliver Nigerians from this evil government.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for this wonderful analysis. He is here in the studio this afternoon in the capacity of a political analyst. And without to move back to the business bulletin, where the federal government will introduce an naira-denominated crude oil sales to Dangote and other local refineries starting today, October 1. And this move aims to end the opaque 20-year-old domestic crude allocation scheme and enhance transparency in the sector. The African Export-Import Bank and other settlement banks in Nigeria will facilitate the trade between Dangote and NNPC, and the exchange rate will be fixed for the duration of the transaction, reducing pressure on foreign exchange. The new scheme is expected to save Nigeria $7.92 billion annually and reduce foreign exchange spent on petrol to $15 million per month. And that is it on the media news. But before we go, a quick recap on the headlines. President Tinubu addresses Nigerians and he also assures Nigerian citizens of sustainable solution to end hardship in the country. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar raises concern about Nigerians' political landscape. Nigerians protest in Lagos, Abuja, and other parts of the country. And in business, we told you that Naira for crude deal kicks off today, October the 1st. And that is it on the Midday News and Voice of the People television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. We'll continue to bring you updates on the hashtag Fearless October protest. Up next is the Spotlight Show with Chisom Enyinaya. Stay with us. I am Fina. Okay, Chiku, good afternoon.
For the purpose that they don't even have money to transport themselves to where we are. Many, because of the love of the nation, they trek down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in a 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said.
Saying things that affect us.
What do you take away from his speech this morning before coming out to protest?
There is nothing to take away from Tinubu's speech. Absolutely nothing. Did he talk about the living wage of Nigerians? Did he talk about the people he's charging for treason who only came out to protest? Tinubu was a pro-democracy so-called activist, and he ran away from Nigeria because of that charge of treason charge. So to come and be charging us for treason, for protesting, and then the judiciary is giving stringent bail conditions for them to be released.
You're right, yes, making your voice heard.
Yes.
You're protesting despite the 64th independence. What is your message now to the government?
My message.
Comrades, greatest Nigerian people, where we are today is called
It's not to the government. I have no business informing the government what to do. The constitution is there.
What is your message?
My message to Nigerians is that our foolishness is enough. We are tired of being stupid in this country. That is why they think that we need somebody to tell us before we come out to the streets. Nigerians are frustrated, and that frustration, we should take it out and stage a revolution in this country. That is what we need. That is what we need, a revolution in this country. And I'm not scared that Tinubu will come and arrest me. No, me, I'm an orange beret comrade. You can look and say orange beret, we are not scared of anything. Showore has been tried for treason in 2019 for this same revolution that we're speaking about. So we are not afraid to be tried for treason again. We are ready to face fascist regime in Nigeria. Thank you. Saying things that affect us.
What do you take away from his speech?
We are here in August. Comrades, greatest Nigerian people, where we are today is called We are here in August. Comrades, greatest
Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace for prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. We will soon get it. Go and write today's down and today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause the revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will soon, just not Tinubu alone, will soon all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! Aluta! Continua! Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace for prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. We will soon get it. Go and write today's down and today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause the revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will sweep, just not Tinubu alone, will sweep all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now!
Wọ́n ní gbígbó lajá gbó tí bí fún kíkọ́ làgbó kan tí bí wọ́n máa ṣe jù. Wọ́n máa máa lọ́wọ́ ìyàwó. Oyeku wori, oyeku odi, oyeku urosun, oyeku owori, oyeku ọ̀bàrà, oyeku ọ̀kànràn. Ẹ̀yin ìyá o, ọ̀sálà ń sólò sólò ń sálá, ọwọ́ ẹ̀nu omi ń sàló sàló, ẹ̀yin ọ̀rọ̀gbà sọmọ́kànlẹ̀, oyeku ògùndá, oyeku ọ̀sà, oyeku ká, oyeku òtúrúpọ̀n, oyeku òtúrá o, oyeku rèté. Wọ́n ní ẹ mú Tinubu kò mẹ́ o. Ẹ mú kú o, ẹ mú kú o, bí ọba kú ò lẹ́rọ̀ kó kú ò lélẹ̀. Ìníkíni lára ní okùn tí ẹ fi dégi.
Before coming out to protest,
there is nothing to take away from Tinubu's speech. Absolutely nothing. Did he talk about the living wage of Nigerians? Did he talk about the people he's charging for treason who only came out to protest? Tinubu was a pro-democracy so-called activist, and he ran away from Nigeria because of that charge of treason charge. So to come and be charging us for treason, for protesting, and then the judiciary is giving stringent bail conditions for them to be released.
You're right, yes, making your voice heard.
Yes.
You're protesting despite the 64th independence. What is your message now to the government?
My message is not to the government. I have no business informing the government what to do. The constitution is there.
What is your message?
My message to Nigerians is that our foolishness is enough. We are tired of being stupid in this country. That is why they think that we need somebody to tell us before we come out of the streets. Nigerians are frustrated, and that frustration, we should take it out and stage a revolution in this country. That is what we need. That is what we need, a revolution in this country. And I'm not scared that Tinubu will come and arrest me. No, me, I'm an orange beret comrade. You can look and see orange beret. We are not scared of anything. Showore has been tried for treason in 2019 for this same revolution that we're speaking about. So we are not afraid to be tried for treason again. We are ready to face fascist regime in Nigeria. Thank you. Saying things that affects us.
What did you take away from his speech this morning before coming out to protest?
There is nothing to take away from Tinubu's speech. Absolutely nothing. Did he talk about the living wage of Nigeria?
Are you ready? Okay, so as you were saying, are you saying saying that this referendum that is requesting for is not a way forward?
It's not a way forward now. You know yourself that it's not also a way forward also. And see, and for some youth that are sitting back at home thinking, don't go out or police will carry you, don't go out or police will pick you, they are also coming to understand that this fight that we are fighting is also for the benefit of the police. And of course, and that's why I must give it up to the Lagos State CP. I have not seen it before. I've been partaking in protests for over times. This is a good move from him. I saw him coming up with lots of water for the protesters, and of course went as far as even getting beverages for the protesters. It's a good one. When we see good things, we will talk about it. Nigerians, we are loving people. We are not troublemakers. It's our politicians that is making us, giving us all of this headache that we are talking about today. And of course, we want them to do better.
Okay, sir. But hold on, I'd like to have your contact. I want to. Are you ready? Okay, so sir, as you were saying, are you saying that this referendum that is requesting for is not a way forward?
It's not a way forward now. You know yourself that it's not also a way forward also. And see, and for some youth that are sitting back at home thinking, don't go out or police will carry you, don't go out or police will pick you, they are also coming to understand that this fight that we are fighting.
Where we are today is called we are here in August. Kulu, comrades, greatest Nigerian people. Where we are today is called we are here in August. Kulu, comrades, greatest Nigerian people. Where we are today is called we are here in August. Kulu, comrades, greatest Nigerian people.
Happy Independence, Nigeria. I mean, it's another day to give you entertainment, but we're celebrating Nigeria, although people are in the streets of Lagos and across Nigeria protesting and asking the government for, better Nigeria. This is the bare minimum we're asking for. But let's hope that the government, give it to what we are requesting for and, transform Nigeria, because although it starts with us, but the government can do their own part. I'm Chisom Einaya, and we're going to be taking you to the streets of Lagos once in a while, but I have a guest ready to dissect the entertainment industry and the entertainment people's cry for a better Nigeria. I'm joined by an entrepreneur. She is also a political critic, and she is right here with me, ready to, serve entertainment with you too. I'm talking about Celine Njoku. Welcome to the Spotlight.
Good to be here.
Yes. So first, happy Independence Day. How do you feel today that is Independence Day? And with the situation in Nigeria, how do you feel?
This morning I woke up very, very feeling bad like never before. I have made up my mind a clothes to wear.
Yeah.
But as bitter I become, I decided to wear this black that you saw on me now.
Wow.
That is to portray how bad and bitter that I am as a citizen. And Nigeria is 64. A 64-year-old man or woman has already worked all he needs to work in life. If it's a government body, he has retired, meaning that he has served for 25 years. If he's a business person, I think by now he would have handed over to his children and only advised them. But Nigeria is 64. I don't think we have gotten anywhere better. There's nothing to celebrate. No, but everybody who have told me happy independence, I didn't answer.
Wow.
I didn't answer. I didn't reply. I just look at them and I'll frown and I'll move on. Because I've grown, like, I'm more than 40 now, but then I don't see Nigeria getting better in any way.
What do you think is the major problem in Nigeria?
We have not found a good leader who will look people in their eyes and say, no, you can't do this. And when you see what they do that is not right, you look them in the eye and say, no, I'm sending you out. But nobody is firing anybody. Money is looted every day. Citizens are in the street. You barely can eat. And everybody is moving like there's nothing to bother about. Even in their closet, they cry. But they can't talk because they are part of the problem.
Yes.
I've not gotten a good leader.
Honestly, and we've seen cases whereby some people in the entertainment industry have said that the government, even people that, criticize the government, they will, one way or the other, pay for it. That's why most celebrities, they fear to, speak out, they fear to talk, they fear to publicize protests in Nigeria. Now, we saw a case whereby Ali Baba, the comedian, he said that he can never go into politics because the people that are in the politics, there was a man that came out and said that they do pad the budget, and he was nowhere to be found. Like, they removed him and all that. So this is one of many situations. This is one of many ills in the government. But what do you think the government should do? How do you think that Nigeria can transform? And whereby when we are celebrating the 65th year independence, everything should be different.
I've said it. We citizens also have a role to play. As a citizen, you know somebody, you know the characters of that person, you know the antecedents surrounding the life of that person.
Yes.
Even as a child, you would have had. If you are not there when the incident happened, you study, you check, and do a fact finding that this person is like this. See, characters grow. It doesn't change automatic. It doesn't go out overnight. People learn to live with what they already know, maybe look for a way to cover up. If we don't get leadership right, we are going nowhere. And all these people that we said they've talked, Fela talked and talked, Fela has been vindicated now. Everything he said has come to play in Nigeria. Our problem as citizens that we don't do a fact checking about somebody. Once we see money, we vote. If we get a good leader, trust me, all of this will be.
But the people want the good leader. The people vote for the good leader, but somehow, let me use Fela. You mentioned Fela. Let me use Fela for an example. Burna Boy stated that he was not going to protest, the last protest that we did. He said that he was not going to join because he does not want to end up like Fela, in the sense of Fela was talking about Nigeria. Fela had, people's backing when he was talking about Nigeria. But when the government came for him, people were nowhere to be found. Do you understand? And that's what hinders most celebrities. They feel that, okay, you know what, I don't want to speak and, talk about Nigeria and advocate for a better Nigeria, and then my family is going to pay for it. People are going to attack my family or something. They don't want them to attack the people that they love. This affects people. How do you think that should change? Because obviously we want a better Nigeria.
Let me also say this, that those celebrities that you're calling, in one way or the other, they are involved in government that you do not know. It's because some of them have not come out to say, I support this person. Some of them are supporting secretly one person or the other. And they cannot come to public and defend that person. They will just say, whenever you talk about the person, under your comment section, their comment will tell you that this person is somewhere around this person. So if you say celebrity don't want to talk, who then should talk? They are the people on the limelight.
Exactly.
They are the people who brings this out. Most celebrity will go down. So why not go down in a better way than going down because somebody has found out the dirty side of you and bring the messy side of you out? Just go down because you're supporting your fellow citizen. But they won't do that. Until issues like this will happen, they begin to cry. So the celebrity, some of them, okay, look at when they were to do elections. Somebody said, I'm doing this, I'm supporting this party because the person involved is my husband. Because my husband is in that party, I have to support that party.
That's Regina Daniels.
Yes, of course, things wasn't too friendly, but she has moved on. Mercy Johnson came under attack when she went to campaign for the husband. People say, oh, you are supporting this government that has taken food from our table. She has moved on. Who has remembered what happened 2 years ago? Is she not doing well? Critics will come. Critics will come, but will end very soon, and people move on.
What of the youth? Do you think the youth should get involved with the government?
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria, with politics?
Yes, the involvement of youth in politics in Nigeria entails a lot. You must have a backing, and your pocket must be very thick.
But you don't expect, if a politician comes out, a youth comes out to, want to vote or want to contest, if you say, okay, this person pocket, people are going to say, okay, where is he seeing the money from?
Nigeria doesn't ask. You are rich, you are rich. Whether you're a ritualist or not, they don't care. The thing is that the guy had money. The guy pocket heavy. Who is going to check where he's making money? These days, the Yahoo boys are everywhere. Even their pastors know what they do. They are celebrated in church. So who is a common man in the street to ask? Even if they ask you, are they going to check where the money is coming from?
They will have to investigate.
How many have they investigated and give us a report that this is exactly where the money is coming from? Who is going to, is he EFCC? And come out with a clear report that this is exactly what the guy is doing. Even if they find out the truth, they won't say it. Somehow, there will be a balance. The guy just go. Just go. So Nigeria is in a mess. We can't keep saying that these people is good, these people is good. If you do this, the case of the supposed two gender guy in Nigeria now is a case to look into as a person, as a citizen. It is.
Oh, all right, let's go back to the street of Lagos to get more reactions as people are protesting. Let's go back to the street of Lagos to get more reactions.
It's not a way forward.
It's not a way forward now. You know yourself that it's not also a way forward also. And see, and for some youth that are sitting back at home thinking don't go out, or police will carry you, don't go out, or police will pick you. They are also coming to understand that this fight that we are fighting is also for the benefit of the police. And of course, and that's why I must give it up to the Lagos State CP. Everybody have to think. Our police have to think. Our army have to think. We have to think of that. Too much. Our government is supposed to think. Too much. It is too much. Now. They want to put that under the fire. I mean, want to put on the water. Not the under bridge. You see boys flying, doing nothing. They are reserving those boys for election time. Do you understand? Why would government take those boys and put them somewhere, let them learn handwork? Why wouldn't they take those boys up road, up under bridge? It will be raining, those boys will be dead. Sonnet and those boys will be dead. How many of our governors will allow their children to stay on that bridge? How many of them? They get their cars to come and stay inside barricades and wait for us here. Sanwo-Olu, you get your boys to come and wait for us here. You said they were here with their caps. They call them hoodlums. They reserve them so that they will be used. Why? Open your Bible now. What we'll be seeing, what we don't see in those days, we are seeing it now. Children are frustrated. They will run jump. They will not pass. It's not like that time. They will run jump. We will not run again. I wrote jump 2 times. And I did not do so. The children of these days, they will write jump. Before you know it, they will go and commit suicide before they go pass. You know what I'm saying? That's why they are having more hoodlums. Because people are not, children are not getting what they're supposed to get at it. If your child get admission and you have no money to pay, your child cannot become a hoodlum. We have graduates plenty on the ground, no work. Especially since 2019. Everybody have to think. Our police have to think. Our army have to think. We have to think of that. Too much. Our government is supposed to think. Too much. It is too much. Now. They want to put that under the fire. I mean, want to put on the water. Not also the under bridge. You see boys flying, doing nothing. They are reserving those boys for election time. Do you understand? Why would government take those boys and put them somewhere, let them learn handwork? Why wouldn't they take those boys up road, up under bridge? It will be raining, those boys will be dead. Sonnet and those boys will be dead. They are reserving them for election time.
You can obviously see the anger on the faces of Nigerians. People are crying, people are angry. The fact that they need the bare minimum and they are asking for the bare minimum, but they're not getting it. We need the government to, listen to the people, listen to the cry of Nigerians and do something. I still have Celine Njoku right here in the studio with me. Let's talk about Nigerians now. Tricky T, the Big Brother Naija housemate, he talked about how Nigerians forget about the government do their own. Then Nigerians, sometimes, they like to exploit their fellow Nigerians. They will see a fellow Nigerian in need, whereby they can just assist without, asking for tips, asking for, something. But then they would find a way to exploit Nigerians. What do you have to say about that?
Nigeria itself is not even mature for something that is happening around them. It's because cameras these days has taken the center stage of some affairs. You can actually help on your own without coming to camera. But because we want people to see, Nigerians like to see. They don't like stories. And these days, you find out that in every little way somebody wants to help, he wants to take back. I have several experiences as a female. But the thing is that people will say what you don't have, you pay to get it, to some extent. But I, for one, I'm not in thought of that. I'm not a school of take this and get this. But because Nigeria itself is not prepared for some things, and we are not ready for some things as it will come to us. Just because I know you now, who told you that If you have need, I'm the only person that should come to you. And if I make that need known to you, if you make it known to me, and I say for this to happen, you have to do this. Is there anything wrong with it? Yes or no?
I mean, if you can help without asking for something, you should.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So you can do without taking from the person.
Yeah.
And the issue of rub my hand and rub my hand has also become a problem. But in Nigeria, even when we have much, we still want to take the little from the masses.
Yeah. This woman that is protesting right now, she mentioned whereby a child will go for JAM, you know, write the exam, pass, and then they will still not give them, you know, the admission, or you have to write JAM over and over again before even getting an admission. This is something that you should just, if you read very well and you write the exam, you should get your results good and go to school. But then it's not the case in Nigeria. What do you think should be changed in that aspect?
Education itself in Nigeria is just like scattered issues. I do not understand where post-JAM comes in after you have passed WAEC. We didn't do that. I do not understand why a child will struggle to pass WAEC, wrote the JAM pass, and the state is saying you must come and write this. But the question is that the parents, are they ready? Are they prepared? We are too busy. There are issues, you can abandon some things and dig into it. You have a child that passed through exams, and somebody is saying we can't give admission because maybe you're not from that state. That's the case that I know where. Well, go to your state and write your post-UN. But the issue is that the parents, are they ready to follow?
I don't understand. Where is the parents? Where is the parents supposed to come in?
You find out. Some parents say, don't worry, wait next year. You do a fact check. That's what they call fact finding. You find out what's the problem. Why? When we are busy, we'll quickly move on. Okay, wait, now next year you will write. If I have
even
a
if
case,
the parents find out, what are they supposed to do?
you've not seen a parent took a school to come and get a number of whether 180 or 200. That must be your point for you to get admission. And the child supersedes the 180, maybe get 200, and you're saying we're not giving admission because of 1, 2, 3 reasons. That is not even justifiable in the life of a citizen. We're all citizens. So we should have right to school anywhere I want to school. They should go and check, follow suit, involve whoever they need to involve. Let them interpret why they are not giving the child the reason in a clear language that we understand as, okay, it's okay for the child not to be admitted.
Yeah. And talking about food now, I know that food, to get, you're already taking that deep breath because you know that everything is extremely expensive.
Very well now.
And people find it hard to, you know, afford, you know, food to eat. People find it hard to eat the 3 square meals a day. If they even have the chance to even eat 1 a day, they will be happy. What do you think should be changed in that aspect?
Yeah, I've said that we too, we are part of our problems. Let me just tell you what. Last 2 days, I went to buy, we were supposed to buy 6 bags of rice for one program. And somebody referred us to a place. And we asked price. The lady says 86,000. 24 hours later, he says 90,000. And I was asking, what has just changed? You have this rice before. And you told us you have them on ground. Between now and tomorrow, did you go to another market? She said, if I sell this one, I might not be able to buy another one because they would have increased it. And we left her. We went somewhere close to border. And we bought less than 80,000. It's still the same rice. Our problem as a nation is that we don't even love ourselves. This food stuff, I understand that there was no time to farm more this year. And I understand that the logistics of bringing this food from other states is also dearing. But the price we tag on this food is way too much. We also are a problem ourselves. The government can't do everything. Let's have empathy on others. If you have this thing now, you know that when you sell it, you make 2 naira. Just sell it. Don't put 5 naira. Government is not coming to... Nigeria doesn't have price regulatory body that you say they should go and check. Who is going to check? So there's no food. We too are also the problem of we not getting enough to eat. We want to sell 3 times the price we bought.
Yeah, and the president's wife was suggesting that people should, you know, start farming. Do you think that is, especially the youth, do you think that is visible?
Farming is not the case.
What's the case?
Some states have a vast land I traveled to Taraba. The motor drove for like 2 hours. Empty land, left and right. But the insurgency, the security, is not there for farmers to go back to farm. I have farm rice in Taraba, beans. I stopped because of supposed Boko Haram. The man that I was working under, a person, an immigration person, a senior person, was shot by bandit in his farm with his children. So that alone sent a signal to my heart. I was not ready to go farming. If you say go back to farm, most land in Nigeria are not veggie land. They barely can bring any good fruit. They need fertilizer. Oftentimes, the fertilizer that government will provide doesn't get to the end users. It's shared among politicians, friends, wife, girlfriends, and all of that. I will say it because somehow I know politicians and I know some things. So if you say go back to farm, who is providing the security? Who is going to be there while they do the farm? Or some 60 people will go to farm, only 30 will return. 30 are held hostage by bandits. Me, I like to farm, but I can't go back now because of the insurgency and the insecurity in different countries, in different states, because it's more in the north.
And what if they give you the land here to farm?
Where is the land? In Lagos, where is the land? I used to have a fish pond somewhere before border. A friend left it while she was traveling. We closed it.
Why?
The environment is not too friendly. You know, fish have a lot of this, and that. And if the environment is not friendly, they will not survive. So Nigeria, where is the land? If you say we should go and farm, for one, if they give me, I will farm. But it's not there. Almost all the land I know is built on. The one that they have not built now is one that is full of, what is it called? It's a flooded place. And you cannot go and farm there. If they say we should go and farm, Nigerian youth, are they ready? If they are ready, where is the land? Where is amenities? Are they going to protect them when they are going to farm, when they are coming back and all of that? They should stop pushing it, youth. Some are ready.
Yeah.
But the support is not there.
Yeah, it's good, truly. And we've seen cases whereby some Nigerians travel outside Nigeria and then they're doing very, very well. And then you come to think, what is happening in Nigeria? Why is it that they will travel out and before a short period of time, they are making a name for themselves and for Nigeria, back in Nigeria? And these situations where I've seen people that will go there and in technology, they are doing excellently well. But here in Nigeria, it's not the case. In our technology sector, do you feel the government, what do they feel the government should do or change in technology here in Nigeria to boost Nigerians?
Let me also shock you. The reason why government will not do more on that, many of them travel out and they see how vast, how good country are in different things. But when they come here, they tend to make it look like, what will survive in Nigeria? Will it survive? Nigeria doesn't sustain anything. We have issue with continuity. Sustainability we don't have. Since I've been hearing Ajekota still, Obasanjo came, put money into it, another president came, they say it's going to function, all of that. The Ajekuta still, is it functioning now? That is meant to employ a lot of Nigerians. When you go out, other countries have facilities on ground to make whatever it is you can do work easily for you. But here in Nigeria, even when you have gone to learn the trade, or you have gone to study, you need to start from the scratch. Other countries have a kick-off point. Once you come, this is who you are, this is what you can do. They fuse into it. Before you know, you grow to some extent. But Nigeria, even if you are come out with A1, you came out with first class, you still need to start from the scratch. No advantage anywhere. So you now act like somebody who just, okay, let me just go to university and come out. But it's other countries and all that. I have friends who have traveled. And when they are sending money, they're sending it like, you're wondering, what has this person going to do there? Are they doing rituals there? No, because there is value in what they are doing there. Nigeria doesn't value anything. I know with this work, other people there now. And when they want to pay there, they pay in dollars, and the dollar have meaning. How much is Nigerian money? So Nigeria should work more on technology. Every day, everybody's enjoying phone. We are doing this. You can be here and you're talking to somebody in other. Since Obasanjo brings the phone that we are using, What other technology has come? We have companies that manufacture cars here. Do we buy from them? We don't. We sit here, people went and order 145 Jeep from other countries. But we have like 3 companies that will still buy and they will still make gain. If they buy from this company, they will save a whole lot of money because they're not buying in dollars. But they will first of all change money to dollars, go and buy from other countries. Government needs to involve themselves in technology. That's where the money is now. There's nothing we do now that is not technology. But when we go there, they will see, they will enjoy, they will come back. They're not thinking, how do I bring this to this country? Even when they are in the hem of affair, not like us, we are not part of the leadership, but we just follow. But if they call and say, see, I went to this country, this is what I saw, how do we put it here? Nigeria have brains. Nigeria have brains. But politics will not allow them because it's not coming from my end, it's not coming from my family, it's not coming from my maternal home. We will not trust the person to do a better job.
Honestly, it's quite sad, honestly. But as Nigeria celebrates, well, Independence Day, next year we are going to be 65. From now till next year, what is your advice to the government? If the government is listening to you right now, what is that advice that you would, like to direct to the government to, adjust systems in Nigeria?
I've said it before. Once we get the leadership well, every other thing will work. For my advice to Nigeria, their leaders, intending leaders, is go study. Go and study other countries that are doing well. Check what they are doing right. We are not doing anything right in Nigeria. It's only in Nigeria you see, father is a governor, son is a special assistant, daughter is this, a brother is this, uncle is this. Whether they are doing well or not, it doesn't matter. They just have to be there. I'm the president, I'm the speaker. My brother has to be somewhere in the corridors of power. Let's live safe. Let's work with facts, what we see and what we have heard from other people. The leaders should go and learn. They should just, if they learn, they should come back. Take the best brain. Sit on a round table. Let's discuss. This and this is what I've seen in this country. Please, how do we infuse it into Nigeria? They should stop bringing their brother who should sit at home and give advice in the corridors of power. Somebody is 60 years, you're bringing the person to do what? The person should just be an advisor. Somebody who can cancel. Okay, because you're here, do it like this, do it like this. You must not be in power for you to bring to the table. You can as well help from behind. So Nigeria, the issue of bringing my sister, my brother, my uncle, my nephew to the corridors of power because I'm involved. If they don't stop, we will get nowhere. That's the best brain. Just take the best, whether they are from east, west, north, south, whether the person is even disabled but the brain is functioning. Take the person. Look at it. Most video you watch online, there are some people who ordinarily don't have 2 legs, but you see the innovation they have.
Exactly.
But Nigeria, if it's not my brother, it doesn't make sense. If it's not my auntie, it doesn't make sense. They should go for fact-finding, study other countries that are doing well, then bring it, sit on the round table, take the best. We are not using the best. The last election said a lot. And recently there was also election in one Edo state. And somebody was analyzing the 3 candidates. I said, if I'm Edo, I live in Edo, I'm part of that, I know who to vote for. But look at the outcome of the election. Do you think we still want to move forward? Our leaders owe us maybe 5% of our life. The 6 or 4%, the 6 is our decisions to make. But we are not making that. We are carried away in between brothers and sisters affair. Otherwise, our children will still come and they will meet Nigeria like this.
All right. Choose the best leaders, get the best brains. That's what Celine Njoko is saying. Where can they reach you on social media if they want to connect with you?
I'm on, maybe I just disabled my Facebook. What is it called? Mark just disabled my account because of 1 or 2 things that was posted by a friend.
Okay.
So I have, there's one I have now. We all are citizens. It's a page. Just go check it out. We are all citizens. Just check that page out. Pending when Mark will allow me to do other things. Just go check. We are all citizens.
All right. Thank you so much for being on the Spotlight.
God bless you. Thank you.
All right. That's all we have on the Spotlight today. I'm Chisom Einaya. Stay with us as we go back to the streets of Lagos to give you feeds on how Nigerians are begging and requesting for a better Nigeria. Stay tuned.
It will be raining, those boys will be dead. Why? Sonnet and those boys will be dead. They are reserving them for election time. How many of our governors will allow their children to stay on that bridge? How many of them? They gave them cars to come and stay inside barricades and wait for us here. Sanwo-Olu, you get your boys to come and wait for us here. You said they were here with their needs. Everybody has to think. Our police have to think. Our army have to think. Too much. Have to think of that. Too much. Too much. Our government is supposed to think. Too much. Too much. It is too much. Now. They want to put that on that bridge. Fire. I don't want to put on the fire. Not on that bridge. You see boys lying, doing nothing. They are reserving those boys for election time. Do you understand? Why would government bring those boys and put them somewhere? Let them learn handwork. Why wouldn't they take those boys and those boys to be dead? Why?
Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. You will soon get it. Go and write today's down. And today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause the revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will sweep just not Tinubu alone, will sweep all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now!
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How your name, sir?
My name is Comrade Ayoyinka Oni.
Okay. Your position now?
Yes, I'm an activist and also happen to be the chairman of Lagos AAC, African National Congress. Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the protest today, what's your stand about it?
Yes, it's not anything of special that we are in a serious poverty and mismanagement of resources in this present-day government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Did he meet it in similar condition? Yes. Has it made it worse? Oh, way worse. He has taken Nigeria from poverty to poverty. Now there is no middle low income earners anymore. Everybody is in poverty and starvation, and we cannot continue like this. The people in power can continue to enjoy the mass wealth. They can continue to subsidize health for themselves, education for their children, while the people of Nigeria, the masses, are in poverty. We all know what's going on with Yahya Bello. I paid the school fees of the children for 5 years. Yahya Bello is the one that they are talking about. Do we know that the other governors that have done similar, many of them, ministers, there was a time Wike said in this country that if they don't steal, how can they pay school fees of the children? He was the sitting governor at that time. And Nigerians say this mess must end. Nigerians have 17 demands under the End Bad Governance movement, and they have brought that demand forward since August, and they have been bringing it forward even today. And the government have no choice than to listen to the demand of the masses. I want to say this, that Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be happy, and he should know that he's lucky that this is what the people are doing. If people like us decide that we are tired of fighting anymore, I cannot explain on determine the kind of people that will be hitting the streets. They might not be holding placard, they might not be speaking to you, they might have no interest in talking, but just doing actions that will affect everybody, the government and the masses. So quickly, he has to quickly take cognizance of the actions of the people. All his policies are rubbish. That's what I will say. Policies that is increasing poverty is rubbish. Policy that is sending people out of school Unilag are increasing their school fees monthly, every semester. How can students survive? Before the eve of this protest, I still got a message from a student that he cannot pay school fees, they cannot write exam, he's dropping out soon. These are the messages I get daily. We still have people to raise money for school fees, but charity cannot save anybody. Charity cannot save the masses. That's why Bola Tinubu has a choice to reverse this policy, or when he knows, or if he knows that he cannot solve the problem of Nigeria after a year, he should gladly resign. I always say it. And when I say, people say, oh, Comrade, why? Is it not too big? It is only in Nigeria that a government, a politician, political office holder will not have solution to the problem of the people, and they will still hold on to that power. Why? You are elected to solve our problems. If you cannot solve our problems, why don't you leave the problem for someone else to solve it? But they hold on to power, they go around the country borrowing money, they go around the country suffering the masses. The people have come out and say enough is enough. The quicker they listen, the better. They track down here. What we are saying is that we are 64 in a 20-year-old body. We are 64 in 20-year-old body. Therefore, we are not moving as much as we are supposed to move. Some people said, when the government wants to say, they said government, Nigerians are progressing. Nigerians are progressing. What are we progressing? We still have pothole in Nigeria, in Lagos mega city. We still have community in a giant country who is producing and managing 4 hours electricity per day. How can you talk about progress in that area? Whenever they make policy that will line their pocket, they will say Nigeria is progressing. But for some of us that know what the masses are going through, we know we are not progressing. We are not moving at all. And that comes to say what the Bible talks about in Proverbs 29 verse 2. When the wicked rule the people more, they might be celebrating in Abuja because they have everything free at our expense. But Nigerian people are not celebrating. They have money, and that shows, according to the Bible definition, the wicked are in power. And we know the only thing that they can understand is just for us to come out there and tell Nigerian people, we are not rejoicing, we are crying, we are shouting. Hunger pervaded the land. People no longer eat good food. People eat what they see, not what they want to eat. Because somebody somewhere claim Nigeria is poor. Nigeria does not have money. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy private jet of $2.5 billion. In the poorest of Nigeria, that person buy a car worth 950 billion naira for his own use. In the poorest of Nigeria, that same person, the president of this country, he earmarked 1.5 billion for his wife to buy another car. In the poorest of Nigeria, how poor Nigeria can be for one senator, for one house of rep to be driving a car worth 160 million naira. That is not a poor nation. It is the power, it is the leader that impoverished Nigeria, and we are saying, we said no to such moving forward. What's the name?
How many of them? They get their cars to come and stay inside barricades and wait for us here. Sanwo-Olu, you get your boys to come and wait for us here. You said they were here with their caps. They call them hoodlums. They reserve them so that they will be used. Why? Open your Bible now. What we be seeing, what we don't see in those days, we are seeing it now. Children are frustrated. They will run jump. They will not pass. It's not like that time. They will run jump. We will not run again. I wrote jump 2 times. And I did not do so. The children of these days, they will write jump. Before you know it, they will go and commit suicide before they go pass. You know what I'm saying? That's why we are having more woodlands. Because people are not being, children are not getting what they're supposed to get at it. If your child get admission and you have no money to pay, your child cannot become a woodland.
We have graduates plenty on the ground, no work, especially since
transmitted to Mr. President. He has to do something about it. He's so preposterous to be coming here all the time. We will not give him rest until he gives us rest. Thank you so much. Transmitted to Mr. President. He has
Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. You will soon get it. Go and write today's down. And today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause a revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will suit just not Tinubu alone, will suit all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now! And I want to say one last thing. Those of us who are doing peaceful protests, they are the last nicest people in Nigeria. Very soon, protests that has no definition will engulf the political class. People who have never known peace before, and people who have never given peace or prosperity will show you what they call shege. The same shege that Tinubu is showing Nigeria now. You will soon get it. Go and write today's down, and today's date down. I told Nigerians when Tinubu came to power that he's going to be the one who will cause a revolution in Nigeria. And Tinubu is on course in ensuring that we have a revolution. And that revolution will suit just not Tinubu alone, will suit all the owners of Nigeria away. Just say you heard it from me. Revolution now! Revolution now! Revolution now!
I'm a bag of friends. And besides, waiting be the work where our senators they do, where they collect millions of money. Ordinary 5-minute meeting, where they go to, they go collect 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. You know, go better for now. Go win, where they do the real also. My brother, if I say the kind of they do, go check my TikTok page. You go see my work. I say I'm black. You go see me black. You go see me not going to say I'm this. I'm black here. If you check my page now, go see what I do. I'm black. How much my money? 55,000 naira. But now they want us. What is happening? Now tell it to the now. All the carry pen. They write what they don't understand. They go be back when you go. What is happening? I don't know better from now. I swear for government action. Government take action. Favor us. We are educated. We have government. We don't have government in Nigeria. Don't they carry our money for aspect? Send our money anyhow. Do anything anyhow. Buy motor. 200 million, 300 million, 500 million. Favor us, please. With a look, especially like me, I apply Nigerian Army 4 times and no get. I apply Nigerian Police 4 times and no get. The passport. Everybody are not suffering. The police are not suffering. Everybody are suffering. Tinubu no favor us. I spend a lot of money for school. I can't look for opportunity. No work. work, no work. Where person go to now? After one work, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. After one us, Nigeria, after full of them. It's too much. This is too much.
Are you ready? Okay, so sir, as you were saying, are you saying that this referendum that is requesting for is not a way forward?
It's not a way forward now. You know yourself that it's not also a way forward also. And see, and for some youth that are sitting back at home thinking don't go out or police will carry you, don't go out or police will pick you, they are also coming to understand that this fight that we are fighting is also for the benefit of the police. And of course, and that's why I must give it up to the Lagos State CP. I have not seen it before. I've been partaking in protests for over times. This is a good move from him. I saw him coming up with lots of water for the protesters, and of course went as far as even getting beverages for the protesters. It's a good one. When we see good things, we will talk about it.
Reduce the freight hike, reduce the cost of everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they are even their own expenses are what their own, even their own expenses are what their own expenses, their benefit is affecting the Nigerians, and they are using that as an excuse to tell us that, oh, there's no money. Okay, now they're not even giving attention to the cries of the people. How can that happen? This country belongs to us. It does not belong to the Mr. President. We want an electoral reform. We want the people who are very intelligent to manage this country. We don't want the politicians alone. We want people who are economists to manage this country. We want people who are professors, economists to manage this country. We want people who are professors to manage this country. Look at the cost of the food, the cost of the price of the food is on the high side. We said it in the month of August to Mr. President, do something about it. Till date, he has not done anything. What he said to us that he was able to reduce he was able to raise the cost of the rice. Oh, does he want all Nigerians to have diabetes? Does he want us to have diabetes, the cost of the rice alone, carbon nitrate alone? There's no other things alone there. There's no protein, there's no cost of every other things there. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. Is that governance, Olusegun?
Okay, yeah. So what's your take on this process?
Oh, my take on this process is for Mr. President to listen to the voice of the people.
Let me speak to our good afternoon, my fellow Nigerians. I want to talk to our elder father at the top. What will I call his name? Our grandfather at the top. So at least our father at the top should not have children at home. Talk less of feeling now what we are passing through. So at least if you have children at home, you reason that children are dying. So now it should help us. If we cannot handle it, we have a young age. Young citizen of Nigeria that know what people are passing through. It should hand over it, withdraw. Withdraw is very simple. You get there by easily. Withdraw easily. They don't force you there. If they force somebody that you push him to crossroad, it can hard for you to cross back. You even force yourself there. So force yourself to come down.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to African News on Voice of the People TV. I am David Edwin. We begin the news in Gambia, where a group of Gambians has submitted a petition to the European Parliament expressing dissatisfaction with President Adama Barrow's governance. The petition highlights concerns over human rights abuses and the possible re-emergence of dictatorship in the Gambia. The petitioners argued that Mr. Barrow has failed to implement key recommendations from the TRRC aimed at addressing past injustice, adding that up to its promises of reforms and accountability. The petition ordered that the Parliament to intervene and stop the re-emergence of the Gambia is motivated by a collective experiences during the last Jame for 22 years. The group ordered that the President, Adama Barrow, decided to ditch his promise for a 3-year transition for a 5-year term and subsequently 10 years adding in his apparent preparation to be dictator, stating that groundworks by ditching all the important transition programs which were initiated by the new democratic government. Well, we would have to get back to the streets of Nigeria, where the ongoing and bad governance, of course, mixed up with the Fearless October protest is going on. And we have our correspondents on the streets who would be giving us fillers of what's happening in the streets of both Lagos, Abuja, and some other parts of Africa and Nigeria.
It's the continuation of the End Bad Governance process. We're seeing live here at Ojota, and we have someone here that would love to hear his opinion regarding the situation of the economy and what the federal government can put in place to alleviate poverty in the country. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Mr. Laboso.
Okay, so looking at the situation of the country, what's your take regarding this process?
Yeah, like I said before, today is October 1st, 2024. Today marks 64 year of independence, and this 64 years, me, I'm already in my 40s. I have not seen any tangible thing that the government have done so far for citizens. As you can see, we don't have fuel. The fuel have increased. The fuel that we have, our own crude that we produce, is not expensive. So the crude oil that we produce in our own country is expensive now, and you can see that the government is not providing anything for the citizens. We don't have housing, we don't have good schools, we don't have good hospitals, we don't have infrastructures, good roads, we don't have so many things. There is no light. Even the little light, they have increased the tariffs. So all these things put together, and the minimum wage and other things is not even forthcoming. The average Nigerian is suffering. Everything is going high. The liquor of rice in the market now, we know how much it is. Everybody, those that have children in school just resumed. People cannot even pay school fees. So many things are going wrong. So many things are going wrong. Let's just be sincere. Let's tell ourselves the truth. The government are not doing enough to rectify what is going on. People are really going through hell. People are going through hell. So many people are in hospital now. They cannot pay their bills. There are so many things that we are crying for that we are not having in Nigeria. We are not getting. So many things are going wrong. Let's be sincere. That's just my take.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Do have a nice day. Yes. 1,680 naira. We're still here at the Ojota. It's the continuation of the End Bad Governance, and this is Fearless October Revolution now. The citizens are out in masses to let the federal government know that the situation of the country is not something that they're going to accept or fold their arms. They need reversal in so many of the policies, such as the subsidy removal, the tariff in electricity, education sector, and so many other factors that are affecting the economy of Nigeria. Hoping that the federal government to adhere to it and not just confine them to just having a conference, because they feel that the conference might not yield a better result. Instead, they want to see actions from the federal government. I'm Oyindamola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
Oh, welcome back. That was insights from streets in Lagos and, of course, some parts of Abuja. All right, let's get back to African news, where Gambia Education Board, in partnership with Nigeria counterparts, has absolved some Nigerian professionals to lead special departments in Gambia University. The Nigerian Technical Aid Corps, NTAC, says 4 Nigerian professors are being selected to hold key positions in the University of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology in the Gambia. Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology of the Gambia, Gomez Pereira, disclosed this while on a courtesy visit on NTAC Director General in Abuja, Nigeria. He said the volunteer professors were selected following openings created by the eminent end of the tenure of the current Vice Chancellor of the university. The professors and their positions include Professor Namzat Surajuddin Bakinde, Vice Chancellor, and Professor Yusuf Abdul Fattah, Vice Chancellor. Others are Professor Akinlabi Oyetunji, Director Research and Grants, and Professor David Gundu, Director Academic Planning and Quality. As many African countries are pushing for global representation at UN Security Council, Liberia joins the league. Liberian President Boakai, in his address at the 17th UNGA in New York, that's UNGA 2024, emphasized Liberia's unwavering dedication to multilateralism, a core principle that guides the nation's foreign policy. He said Liberia's bid for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council is rooted in his belief that diverse voices must be heard in global decision-making processes, noting that as a member of the Security Council, Liberia would bring a perspective shaped by the country's history along with its unwavering commitment to the values enshrined in UN Charter. According to Boakai, this is a call for inclusivity in global governance comes at a critical time for the United Nations, with global powers grappling with issues ranging from geopolitical tensions to rising populism. There is a growing need for nations like Liberia, once with lived experience of conflict resolution, resilience, and reconciliation. Well, joining us right now to make sense of some of the stories that we've read to you earlier is Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is, of course, a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David, and happy independence.
Thank you so very much. Same to you, Barrister. Now, let's get to it almost immediately. A lot is happening, particularly in Nigeria, but of course, across Africa, because we see here presently that in the Gambia, citizens are petitioning the European Union over the governance of the president. I'm talking about Adama Barrow's governance. They feel very dissatisfied, and they are submitting a petition to the European Parliament. Do you see this as a call in the right direction, particularly for the people in the Gambia, just opposing it as well with what is happening in Nigeria?
Maybe that of the Gambia, I see it as bad luck, just like Nigeria. You mean Barrow, who was fighting Jammeh yesterday, have replaced him in dictatorship or what? It's very sad. We are looking at a country of 1.8 million human beings. And Jammeh in fact, was just not a dictator. He was a tyrant. And Nigeria managed to see him out of power, and he went on exile in Guinea also. When they did the election, this Barrow took over. I was thinking that he would do better. That country is too small for anybody to fail.
Oh, well, it's just obvious right now. The people are complaining right now.
That's what I'm saying. On what ground will anybody be? I mean, the man, in fact, Africa is cursed when it comes to leadership. Seriously. Africa is cursed. Because I don't see why that country cannot be managed by anybody. With the size of that country, they don't need to have any problem. Seriously.
Because as it stands, one of their complaints is the fact that President Adama Barrow is ditching out his promise of a 3-year transition for a 5-year term, and of course, subsequently 10 years. So in the eyes of the people in the Gambia, they are seeing it as dictatorship. And right now, the call for a petition in the EU seems to be very, very strong. Again, just like you mentioned, countries in Africa are bedeviled with bad leadership. Are we saying that Africa might not see the way forward when it comes to development going forward?
In fact, it's so sad, seriously. Most times, people clamor to have a smaller unit of countries so that they can be managed and all that.
Yes.
Now you have that in Africa, yet the news is not too palatable. That means there's a problem of leadership in Africa.
Oh, well.
From one dictatorship to another.
Quite an unfortunate one, really.
Very, very unfortunate, serious, very, very unfortunate.
Also, we see here, according to our reports, that in Liberia is pushing for an inclusion when it comes to the UN Security Permanent Representation in the ongoing United Nations Charter. Do you think that this call might see the light of the day, owing to the fact that Liberia is not that big of a nation?
I said this is a misplaced priority.
You think so?
Very, very big. In fact, it was a very big mistake for them to make such a request. On what ground would the Liberian want to become a member of the Security Council? Do they have the number? Do they have the resources? Do they have the military power? Do they have the population? Do they have even the resources? Now look at it yourself. This is a country that is almost war-torn until ECOMOG went in.
Yes.
So where is the power? They've forgotten that for you to be a member of the Security Council of the United Nations, you must have that clout, international clout. Yeah. The military power is the first thing, paramount, so that you can be able to take care of things in emergency. That is the first thing.
So right now, you believe they don't have the numbers to want to make this call at all?
In fact, they should not. I was thinking they should go there and ask them to give them money to develop their country, not this security what. They don't deserve it, or they don't.
Oh, well, we'll have to just let Barrister go now, because we have to also bring you sights and sounds of happenings in streets around Nigeria, particularly Lagos and Abuja, on the ongoing Fearless October protest that is happening in Nigeria. But when we return, the rest of the African news will continue just in a bit. Stay with us.
Force yourself to calm down. You are making money through we Nigeria, we are the one working for you. And you are making money through we Nigeria, and we are working for, we are still suffering. And you sit somewhere there and be blowing the money. With your rip stealing people, I be armed robber people, I be what we like call buy private jets, different cars, while we were trekking. And we still express our feelings. You are running after us to kill us. You say police soldier. In a car. No, one leg up, one leg outside. So now reason about it. Tinubu eating every day. We are not eating it. We have turned hungry to fasting. Hungry has turned to fasting. People at home there, they don't see food to eat, they turn into fasting. They'll be drinking water. Sustainable water.
That's if the water is available.
Thank you very much.
That's all your last option is not.
It's the continuation of the End Bad Governance protest. We're seeing live here at Ojota, and we have someone here that would love to hear his opinion regarding the situation of the economy and what the federal government can put in place to alleviate poverty in the country. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Mr. Laboso.
Okay, so looking at the situation of the country, what's your take regarding this process?
Yeah, like I said before, today is October 1st, 2024. Today marks 64th year of independence. And this 64 years, me, I'm already in my 40s. I have not seen any tangible thing that the government have done so far for citizens. As you can see, we don't have fuel. The fuel have increased. The fuel that we have, our own crude that we produce, is not expensive. So the crude oil that we produce in our country is expensive now, and you can see that the government is not providing anything for the citizens. We don't have housing, we don't have good schools, we don't have good hospitals, we don't have infrastructures, good roads, we don't have so many things. There is no light. Even the little light, they have increased the tariffs. So all these things put together, and the minimum wage and other things is not even forthcoming. The average Nigerian is suffering. Everything is going high. The liquor price in the market now, we know how much it is. Everybody, those that have children in school just resumed. People cannot even pay school fees. So many things are going wrong. Let's just be sincere.
Welcome back. The Katonga faction, led by Dr. Kiza Bisagi and Aris Legwago, is facing delays in registering their party, the People's Front for Freedom, due to disputes with the Electoral Commission over its name, colors, and symbols. They are considering legal actions as suspicions from the Forum for Democratic Change is influencing these delays. FDC Chairman Jack Sabiti has denied any involvement, stating that the responsibility for registration lies with the Electoral Commission. He raised concern about the similar colors chosen by the Katonga faction and questioned their commitment to elections, given their previous criticism of the electoral process. Despite these issues, the FDC is continuing its mobilization efforts and has seen some former Katonga members return, citing dissatisfaction with their leadership. The future of the Katonga faction's registration and its impact on Uganda's political landscape remains uncertain. Well, straight to Rwanda we go, where Rwanda is experiencing an outbreak of the Marburg virus with 8 reported deaths and 26 confirmed cases. The virus spreads through contact with bodily fluids, primarily affecting healthcare workers with 6 districts. Authorities have identified around 300 individuals who were in close contact with infected persons, some of whom are in isolation. The source of the outbreak is still unknown, and symptoms can appear between 3 days and 3 weeks after infection. The CDC reports no cases linked to the outbreak in the U.S. and is sending experts to support Rwanda in managing the situation, focusing on contact tracing and infection control. And in Egypt, Egypt has confirmed that its strategic reserves include subsidized with sufficient for 5 to 6 months, sugar for 15 to 2 months, and cooking oil for 7.1 months. Additionally, frozen poultry is expected to last 7.6 months. During a meeting led by Minister Sharif Farouk and Prime Minister Mustafa Madbouly, officials discussed maintaining these essential commodities reserves and ensuring reasonable prices for citizens. UK Agro Consult has also launched AgriSop, an online platform providing market intelligence on grains and oilseeds, offering daily updates and analytical reports for the Black Sea and Danube markets. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People TV. More stories in business and sports after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now to some business stories. Egypt's current account deficit skyrocketed to $20.8 billion in the 2023-2024 fiscal year, up from $4.7 billion the previous year. The Central Bank of Egypt attributed this significant increase to a surge in the trade deficit and a decline in Suez Canal transit receipts. Revenues from the Suez Canal dropped to $6.6 billion from $8.8 billion, primarily due to disruptions in Red Sea maritime traffic. The decline in Suez Canal revenues was largely caused by attacks from Iranian-backed Houthis in the Red Sea region. This has forced commercial shipping companies to divert their routes, impacting Egypt's economy. However, net foreign direct investment inflows jumped to $46.1 billion from $10 billion, while tourism revenues saw a slight increase to $14.4 billion. Remittances from Egyptian workers abroad slipped to $21.9 billion from $22.1 billion. Egypt's fiscal year runs from July 1st to June the 30th. The significant increase in the current account deficit raises concerns about the country's economic stability. While still talking business, rising cocoa prices have led to increased theft in Cameroon's cocoa farms. Farmers are now turning to machete-armed vigilantes and unorthodox methods like amulets to protect their crops. The surge in prices is attributed to adverse weather conditions and plant diseases in top growers Ivory Coast and Ghana. Cameroon's cocoa regulators reported that prices have sometimes tripled from 1,500 francs CFA, that's about $2.56 per kg. This has made cocoa a lucrative target for thieves, causing concerns among farmers. Some farm communities have formed vigilante groups to keep watch and send out alerts. The rise in thefts has led to violence, with 2 cocoa farmers killed and their beans stolen by their farm employees last season. Farmers, local authorities, and buyers are implementing measures to secure crops and supply. And finally, to some sports stories, the inaugural Southeast Africa Sports Investment Summit is poised to revolutionize the African sports landscape, bringing together investors, sports leaders, and experts to forge partnership and drive growth. The highly anticipated event aims to unlock Africa's vast sports potential, focusing on key areas such as infrastructure, development, talent management, sports marketing, and innovative technologies and governance reforms. The event promises high-level networking, experts, insights, deal-making opportunities, and showcase of cutting-edge sports technologies. Government officials, investors, and sports experts will converge to reshape African sports narrative and unlock its full potential. And that's it on African News and Voice of the People TV. Thank you so very much for being here. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being here. Once again, I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.